Good morning, everyone. You're here to the HWBOT World Championship 2016. I'm Truthman for Overclocking TV, and this is...
Hey guys, BuildZoid here.
You have been doing that all weekend long. That's awesome.
No, just yesterday.
And yeah, we're Sunday,
Yeah.
so the weekend is just second day of the weekend.
Oh.
Well, welcome guys. You are here in Berlin in the showroom at Case King. So this is one of the biggest supplier of, actually one of the biggest
I
shop.
think they're like the biggest in Europe, yeah.
Yeah, kind of.
I mean, there's obviously bigger stores like Amazon, but for just computer hardware, Case King is huge.
It's huge, especially in Germany and all around Europe. We are here in Berlin. This is the finale of the Grand World Tour 2016 that started in January 2016. And today we are here, December 4th, in Germany, and we will be seeing who is the best overclocker in the world. Today that's going to be a long day, but that's going to be quite interesting to see everything that we will be able to watch there. Top 6 of the best overclocker in the world from different countries all around the world are here today to compete, and there's 2 extra guys from the ROG cam from yesterday. So basically we have the top 6 overclocker in the world that come here to compete against 2 extra more guys. What do you expect BuildZoid to see today?
Really, really high scores. We have a lot of full out stages and a lot of different benchmarks, so, and as well as really, really great overclockers, so that's sort of predictable, but yeah, we're going to be seeing some really, really epic scores. Some very close battles because the selection of benchmarks we have is very, very well balanced for what we basically, for the platform we're going to be seeing them overclock, so.
Yeah, and we're gonna have the time to go against all the hardware they will be using today, and as well as all the benchmark. But don't forget, if you have any questions on the live chat, join us on twitch.tv Overclocking TV channel. That will be a pleasure to answer all of your questions during the next few hours, because that's gonna be the qualifiers. It's actually funny to see a qualifier as we are actually already in the final.
Yeah, it's a qualifier for the final. Well, the final qualifier of the final, something.
It's the final qualifier. No, it's the qualifier for the final, but it's the final qualifier as well, because
I mean,
there's not gonna be
mostly,
final after that.
mostly this just decides what order they do their 1v1s in. So isn't it still possible for them to shift up after this? So this is more like in Formula One, where you have the race where they decide starting positions. This is sort of like that.
Perfect. That is exactly how we're supposed to explain that to people. Yes, it's like Formula One. Actually, everything today is pretty much like Formula One. It's a bunch of guys getting the same kind of limitation in terms of engine, cars, circuits they have to run on, and basically who finish first is the best one.
Yep.
That's actually like the World Tour completely, like with the 6 different qualifiers around the world, made it like you can have the circuit of, no, instead of Abu Dhabi, you do have like Sao Paulo or Cape Town.
Yep.
That's no, that's quite fun. BuildZoid, we've been here in Berlin for the past 2 days before we jump into the complete madness of this HWBOT World Championship. What strikes you the most here? I mean, it's the first time in Berlin.
Yeah,
I'm right,
and it's actually sort of the first time I'm at a big, well-organized overclocking event. Second time if we count all overclocking events I've ever been to. So.
Well, that's so. Are you impressed with everything that?
Oh
we
yeah,
have?
this is incredible. It's just the organization of everything. I'm really sad I'm not getting a chance to bench, but you actually have to be good at overclocking to be allowed to do that.
Yeah,
because this is for
indeed.
the best of the best, and I'm not up there.
Yes. Just say yet. I'm not there yet.
Time and effort, way too much time and effort. It's just better to talk about other people's being really good at what they do. So,
and if you guys don't know why he's talking about that, that is, yeah, you have to actually be good. You can actually watch BuildZoid on his own channel on Twitch TV. BuildZoid, BUILDZO.
No, yeah.
I'm just gonna pass the link in the chat.
Yeah. I mean, it's literally Build and Zoid from like Zoidberg. So that first ZOID and then Build.
Zoidberg. So you're a fan of Futurama as well?
Yeah, I watched it. It's an
Nice.
awesome show.
Yeah, I love it. Too bad is they cancel it.
Yeah.
Well, anyway, let's go back to the point we are here today, the HWBOT World Championship. So, what you guys can see today is, as I say, the top 8 best overclocker in the world. Actually, the top 6 best overclocker in the world, and 2 new guys in the scene that qualified yesterday, and they will compete to get the title of best overclocker in the world. This is a huge title. This is the first time this title is awarded, because before that was just online ranking. But nowadays, for the first time in 2016, we finally have a live event that will decide exactly who is the best overclocker in the world. So, jumping onto that, the first thing that we'll have to do is to get through the qualifiers. The qualifiers, as you say, is like the first few rounds on the Formula Ones that will decide who is on which pole position for the big race in the end. How does it work for us here? We do have actually a structure. There you go. So this is the structure of the HWBOT World Championship. As I say, there is the qualifier that's gonna last for 3 hours. This qualifier gonna start in about 10 minutes from 10:30 up to 1:30 p.m. local time here in Berlin. So in 10 minutes they will start the qualifier. We're gonna have the time to go all around what they are doing, how they're doing it, and all the details of the benchmark as well. After the qualifier, that will decide who go against who in the matches. The quarterfinal, we see the qualifier. So the winner of the qualifier will go against the, I don't say the loser because you don't really lose a qualifier in this
Yeah.
way. I mean, you're just 8 people, so.
You just get the last position. So, and it's not even last position because it's not like you're going to be starting at different times. It's not like you're going to get a head start on the benchmark. It's like, oh, you finished first in the qualifier, you get to start now, and then the other guy gets to start benching after you. So, it's really just a sort of matchup ranking system. The qualifier is. So, yep.
And the qualifier will have a live score update. We will be able to give you more information about that while it's going through. So that would be first against the 8th, that would be second against 11th, third against 6th, and 4 against 5. So actually 4 and 5 would be pretty close in terms of if everyone plays out the game like regularly without like tricking or without having any specific strategy. 4 and 5th will be the closest match we will be able to see today.
Yep.
In fact, that might not exactly be the case because of the new 2-comers, actually the 2 outsiders in this game. So, Bizet, how can this impact the ranking and the first few matches?
Well, I have no idea. It's going to be they're complete wild cards, to be completely honest, because they've picked up LN2 2 days ago now. They spent maybe 10 hours, 12 hours on it in total. They did pull out some very, very impressive scores. But the 1v1 structure we run for the actual final, like the quarterfinals, semifinals, and actual finals, it's a very different from the usual bench for however many bench these X benchmarks for 3 hours, 4 hours, and get the best score you can. The 30 minutes that you have in the qualifier rounds are very, very, very intense because you don't have time to spend debugging issues and letting the system fail on you. So oftentimes it's like we could see people having stuff die on them. We could see people where your mount goes bad, especially with Skylake being a very, very hard to bench architecture. It could go all over the place. I mean,
it could go completely wrong actually. Even though they have 3 hours, for the qualifier they will have 3 hours, but for the matches that's going to be 30 minutes, 1 against 1 try. There is no tryout. There is no special joker card you can get out of your set. You have to perform in 30 minutes against your opponents. If you have an easy to beat opponent, I will say it this way. Keep in mind we're talking about the top 6 best overclockers and 2 outsiders here, right? If you have the least difficult opponent to beat, and we can extend discussion on that for the next 3 hours because all of the guys were discussing that for the past 2 days. You have actually 2 of the outsiders that can completely mix the game. So if we had only 8 of the top overclocker here today that could compete, what would happen is they will try to avoid some of the top players. So for example, I know there's a lot of people here that don't want to go against XA in the quarterfinal. Except
I've heard things that XA doesn't like. He's only recently started playing with the motherboard he got, so so there was talk about yesterday. There was talk about maybe XA wouldn't be such a bad matchup, but world number 2 overclocker. You never know if he just magically if some of the stuff he knows just suddenly starts working on the board he has, or if he's just messing around with everybody and faking that he has never used the board he's on.
I think he's faking it. He's just giving
There's
himself
no way.
like the excuse in case something goes wrong. It's like, oh yeah, I just started with the board recently. It's different.
It's like,
so
yeah,
I don't
I
know.
totally opened the box off of the board yesterday.
So welcome guys, everyone. If you're just joining us here, we are at the HWBOT World Championship. The qualifier is about to start in 6 minutes. During these 3 hours of qualifiers, each of the overclockers will have to use 3 different benchmarks. Before we go into the details of the benchmarks, let's go around a few of the overclockers. Let's start with XA, Extreme Addict, because we just talked about him. So
Yep.
XA, it's currently world second best overclocker, like completely overall ranking. So think about that as the ESL ranking or the ranking in a game in LoL or Dota. He's basically second on the worldwide ranking online. But today you have to defend that and maybe be the best overclocker in the world here at a live event at the HWBOT World Championship.
Yep. So he's number 2. He's currently in Team Pure, and also in the Pro OC team, KPC Pro OC. But that's the Pro OC teams. That's some HWBOT internal ranking structures, which I haven't seen being very active recently, or maybe I'm just not keeping up with the news well enough.
It's a different kind of league,
Yeah,
especially
it's
for
a different
professional
league.
overclocker. Yeah.
Yeah, it's
Just-
a different
just for
league specifically
overclockers.
built for the professional overclockers. Extreme Addicts from Poland. He's been around since 2007, so he's very, very experienced. He's benched for ages and ages and ages. If we take a look at his hardware library, he's benched AMD, APUs. He hasn't surprisingly benched any Athlons, but generally he sticks to Intel CPUs. So this being an Intel competition, that experience should pay off well for him.
Yeah, that would be interesting to see what he can pull out of the motherboard and the CPU you're gonna get today. Actually, we can see this extreme guy right here. It's gonna be using a Z170 motherboard.
Yep. It's the SoC Force LN2. That's a very, very special board for those of you unaware.
That's actually a very
you can't buy it.
difficult to get. Yeah, that's very
Yeah,
difficult
you
to
can't
get.
buy it. They don't sell it. It's basically one of how many did they make? Not enough of them for you to be able to buy them, that's for sure.
I think they made a batch like 150 or less than 200 of them.
Yeah, and this is basically a motherboard designed by Gigabyte, optimized for LN2. You only have 2 memory slots because more memory slots means you have to trace more memory traces. And for the purposes of extreme overclocking, the less memory traces you have to set up, the better you can optimize the traces you have to deal with. So 2 memory slot motherboards are actually a very popular choice for extreme overclockers because they clock memory much, much better than their 4-slot counterparts in most scenarios. So that's why you see basically, a top-of-the-line LN2 overclocking motherboard with only 2 memory slots instead of the more mainstream 4 slots for a Z170 board. It is pretty much just because this overclocks better than the other option for setting up the memory. Also,
we're talking about overclocks better. I mean, we are here in extreme cases. It's like you have a car that performs maybe a tenth of a second faster on the track, right?
yeah. It's really like it's also not usable, like it's not beneficial for daily usage at all because the voltages that you need to run to actually get into that range, where this motherboard truly shines, is sort of that voltage range where most hardware won't last very long. So it's very much just pretty much a performance motherboard for competitions online and in real life. So it'll be very interesting to see how that board does here. There's been some very interesting results from it posted online, but we haven't seen it used in a live event. So it'll be very interesting to see how this motherboard does compared to the other really popular boards that we have people using.
And in fact, today Extrematic will have to use some specific set of hardware. The reason is they have to use a system they did qualify on. So Extrematic qualify in the Taipei event at the HWBOT World Series Asia at the Computex that was in June this year, and he had to use an Intel CPU, ZADAC 511 memory, a Seasonic PSU, AOC, Stricom, ThermoGuzi, and a Gigabyte motherboard. So each of the overclocker that gets qualified, they need to use a specific set of hardware. This is why today you will see a lot of overclockers using different kind of motherboard. Some use Gigabyte, some use Asus, some use MSI, so we'll see pretty much a wide range of what the people will use. They will all use the Z170 chipset, so that's going to be pretty much all of them will be the same base on how to do it. We will see what they can push out of the system. It's not exactly the same way of using the different motherboards. For extreme overclocking, for you guys at home on a gaming PC, don't worry. Any motherboard is pretty similar to each other, especially at the scale we are now today. Motherboard have been improved for the past 15 years, I would say. I mean, I remember that 10 years ago we still had to modify, like physically modify the motherboard to make them work under extreme conditions. Today we can just buy a motherboard like you would buy for your gaming PC and use it for extreme cooling, and you don't have to change anything.
Well, some of them will have odd quirks here and there, and that's why we have that's why we get the SOC for the LN2 boards, the ROG division, the X Power division. Those boards are obviously optimized just that little bit more, but yes, you can totally take a $100, $200 Z170 motherboard and just stick an LN2 pot on it, and it'll mostly work. Whereas in the past, you tried to go a couple degrees below zero, and it might just shut down on you and never boot up again. So
yeah, that's going to be interesting. Just giving a look back at some of the guys here. The qualifier will soon start. We just need to have the go from Christian. All right, we just got the info from the judge. We're gonna try to have him on the live to give the official launch. All right, so who you can see right here on the screen is Benny. He's one of the outsider that qualified yesterday. I tried to get him on board, and now we do have Dr. Lees on the Mr. Judge, can you hear us? All right, so the guys you can hear, like having a cell phone, this is Christian Ney. Christian is the judge here at the HWBOT World Championship. He's the official judge for He's the official judge for the HWBOT World Championship, and he will be judging everyone for the qualifier and as well for the matches. So Christians, let us know a little bit more about how the qualifier will work here.
So we have the qualifier will last for 3 hours. At the moment they are setting up one is the windows. We have 3 benchmarks, Cinematch R15.
No idea. No idea.
But as we say, they all will you. Thank you very much, Christian. The qualifier already started for like 2 minutes now, right? So they will have 3 hours to do their magic and get the best scores out, right?
Yes.
Perfect. Thank you very much, Christian. We'll switch back to you in the next, actually 3 hours to know who will be the final qualifier ranking. Thank you very much. All right, we are back here in the casting crew, in the casting booth. So yeah, we did talk about he did talk about the 3 benchmark. Let's do one or two more overclockers, and then we're gonna switch to the benchmark for everyone to understand what's going on here today. Because what the hell is this? There's people building computers, and what they have like heat gun, hairdryer, and so on. This is extreme, and if you guys want to know more, and if you just tune in for the Twitch channel right now, you can go on the YouTube channel of Overclocking TV. We did post actually an introduction video about what is overclocking. So if it's the first time you're seeing this, if what you see right now on the screen, you have no clue what this is, you should go check out our small introduction video for that. Well, Binzoid, let's move on to another overclocker to present that. Let's move on to Dr. Wiz.
Okay, Dr. Wiz, he's from South Africa. He's in Team South Africa. Currently ranked number 27 in the world on the HWBOT rankings, as well as number 18 in the Elite League. So that's the league for overclockers with a lot of either working for companies or working very closely with companies, or basically just having really good access to very large quantities of hardware to use for their overclocking adventures, I guess you could call it.
Yeah, it's kind of like an adventure, to be honest.
It's a bit of an adventure. All the hardware performs a little differently, and basically every time you set up, you don't know what you might run into. Generally, it should perform the same, but hardware, sometimes it changes completely for you for no reason. So yeah, so Dr. Wiz is very well ranked in the rankings. He does live stream on Twitch.
Yeah, he does live stream on Twitch. Like he says, he's trying to do that on Tuesday and Thursday. He's trying to stream every week. This is not, he's traveling a lot for work as well. He says sometimes life gets into it. Actually, big shout out to all of his viewers and fans, because I know there's some of them here today. If you're on the live chat, just say hi and cheer for Dr. Wiz. I'm gonna give you the link of his channel on the chat. No worry.
Yep.
All right, so he's number 1 in South Africa. He's doing live stream. That's the first time you met him, right? That's the first time.
Yeah, this is the first time I'm meeting him. Yeah.
Did you have the time to discuss a little bit?
Yeah, we talked about. We are actually considering, because we're sort of in the same time zone, so we're considering maybe setting up a combined stream, because he actually knows a lot more about LN2 overclocking on the sort of like weird things certain motherboards do, weird things certain architectures do, how to get everything working properly, which is a lot, basically just the kind of thing you need a lot of experience benchmarking on LN2 to actually know. So he knows a lot about that, so we're sort of thinking we could do like a collaboration stream where he basically teaches me how to work on LN2, because I can handle AMD on LN2 fine, but AMD on LN2 is kind of easy. So that's basically, it's like, yeah, handling AMD on LN2 easy. Intel on LN2 is a whole different story, and I've been not that successful with that. So we're thinking we could do a collaboration where he, gets me from basically struggling to get the system to finish most benchmarks to actually finishing benchmarks at frequencies that are actually decent frequencies instead of what I have right now. So he has a lot of experience with a variety of hardware, mostly Intel CPUs. Actually, lots and lots of Intel CPUs. He's been around since 2009. And his hardware library is basically, you have Celeron Ds, Core 2 Duos, Core 2 Extremes, Core 2 Quads, Core i3s, Core i5s, Core i7s, lots of Core i7s actually. So he's used Sandy Bridge, Ivy Bridge, Haswell, Devil's Canyon, Ivy Bridge E, Broadwell E, Skylake, of course, 'cause here as well as in his own time. He's actually done a lot of Skylake benchmarking on his live stream, so if you want to see somebody do it right, you can go watch his streams on that. He's also done Core i7 architecture that I don't know because it's too old. So it's like the first gen i7 and the Core i7 920, as well as the Core i7, Extreme 975, 980X, 990X. So those are the big LGA 1366 6-core i7s. So yeah, he has a lot of experience on Intel CPUs. He also has Pentium 4, things as old as the Pentium 4.
It's quite extensive library. I mean, that guy is been around.
He even has VIA CPUs, like the Cyrix 3 530 megahertz, 33 megahertz. So, he's benched a variety of hardware, mostly Intel, but, he's benched a lot. He has a lot of experience, so... Yeah, I mean, you don't become number one in South Africa while benching one CPU.
Yeah, that's not going to happen. You can't get number one if you just have one set of hardware. But once again, I mean, being number one, that's in any sports. You need dedication. You need you need to be very involved into it to actually climb up the ranking. I mean, as you know by yourself, you have been doing overclocking for some times now, and it's quite hard to climb up the ranking. But it's super easy to do. I mean, overclocking is not that difficult.
Yeah, comfort of your living room or kitchen.
And while you can aim at the top, you have to understand that there's different leagues as well. So you have the rookie leagues, you have the extreme leagues, you have the
You can also just do competitions which are time limited, so you're not going up against guys who can just buy hardware every month and just pile up a huge amount of CPUs and then go like, oh yeah, I have 1 in 100 CPU here. Good luck beating me. So you can go for competitions. A lot of them will be clock restricted, so they force you to do your be good at efficiency, operating system tweaking, memory tweaking. Basically, since you can't raise the CPU clock speed, you're stuck dealing with everything else that isn't CPU clock speed. So you do need a lot of experience on a lot of different platforms to get to the very, very top. So, yeah.
That's indeed, and big shout out to all the guys joining us here on Twitch Overclocking TV channel. This is a pleasure to have you here today for the HWBOT World Championship. I would like to give a big shout out to some of the guys, Journey007, actually from Czech Republic, Dark Gregor from France, Will Use TV, I don't know where you are from, sorry for that, Wuga Combat Easy, and Sunset Town, Dark Squirrel as well, and Speedfastest from Indonesia. So there's a lot of people, as you can see, from all around the world, same as here, they come from pretty much different places, and I think it's time to move on to the third overclocker before we just actually jump into the benchmark. Let's go to Mark0053 from Canada. Yay, Canada! The best country in the north where we have so much land that we don't know what to do with it.
That's mostly
for the records because I live in Montreal, so
it's mostly because it's really cold. Which is good for overclockers. You open the window and you get sub-ambient. Actually, technically it is ambient temperature, because that's like... Yeah.
Actually, that's a comment from Wuga Combat Easy. Real men overclock outside, especially in the winter, especially if you live in the north, actually.
Yeah. So Mark0053, he's a relative newcomer joining HWBOT in 2013. He's currently ranked 21 worldwide and number 7 in the Extreme League. So that's for the Extreme League is everybody who benchmarks on LN2. He is number 1 in Canada. That's not really that surprising. Otherwise, he wouldn't really be at this event. And he's also number 2 in his team overclock.net. He has 1,500 points, and he has extensive experience on newer Intel architectures, no AMD stuff, and he did do a bit of benchmarking on what seems to be his phone. So yes, you can actually go and benchmark your Android. Well, actually, can you benchmark iPhones? I know you can do Androids, and you can even overclock Android phones. So he's mostly benched Intel CPUs, but obviously this being an Intel CPU competition, that doesn't really harm him too much, especially since it's recent Intel, and his hardware library is composed basically from 3000 series Intel to 6000 series Intel, so that would be from, I think the oldest, well, he also has a Core 2 Duo in there, but obviously starting in 2003, that would be around the sort of 3970X is really, I think, one of the CPUs he has. Yep, that's when he sort of started to get into it. And he's benched all the way up to a 6950X. So he's benched a lot of really high-end Intel CPUs, and Z170 is very similar to some of them.
And as is, we were discussing with him in a different event along the year, he's been in this actually game slash industry slash hobby of overclocking for a while, but he never went extreme. He never went extreme. He went extreme only less than 2 years ago. He knows we were talking about him. He's dancing. And
so he can hear us from here.
Yeah, and that's the thing. He's been doing extreme overclocking for less than 2 years now. And actually, last year we were having the first kinda like the World Tour in Montreal in 2015, and that was the first time he was trying LN2 with other people. And he tried LN2 by himself. He wanted to learn. He read a lot of things online before actually starting, and he was telling me that, well, that was a massive failure when I started first. And then it turned out to be good, and he's now #1 in Canada. He's going all in here at the HWBOT World Championship. Well, that guy have for sure some resources, and he's not eager to share as well. He's sharing a lot of his knowledge. He's sharing a lot of his tweak. He did actually his preparation live on the Overclocking TV 2 weeks ago. He was insulating the motherboard that he's going to be using. Going to be using a Asus motherboard.
It's the Maximus 8 Impact, so that's an MITx board. For those of you who think you need a gigantic monstrous motherboard, no, you can actually get away with mini ITX motherboards, and they're actually arguably some of the best motherboards for these live competitions where you have to travel to get here, because you can pack 3 of those motherboards in a suitcase which would normally fit 1 full-size board. So he brought a lot of impacts along, so that's actually he's capable to kill the board and swap it out on like several of them. He has a stockpile of 3 motherboards with him here, so that's good good preparation, He has 2 of them insulated from what I heard, and 1 of them is basically brand new out of box but no heat sinks, so he could insulate that one on short notice. The Maximus 8 Impact is a very popular choice because, like the SoC LN2, which we talked about before, it's a 2 memory slot motherboard, so it does get that better memory overclocking performance, as well as it's from ROG, which is Asus's supposedly gaming-oriented division, but really they do a lot of LN2 optimizations on their motherboards. They've been a staple in the LN2 overclocking scene for ages and ages now as a brand of motherboards to use. So yeah, he's on the Maximus 8 Impact. It's a very interesting board. The other cool thing about the board is the whole thing will freeze up, because it's so small that the LN2 paw on Skylake will freeze the entire motherboard, so the whole thing will be covered in ice. So yeah, it's a very interesting board to benchmark on with LN2, and it is very, very popular.
So for this specific competition, Mark 0053 will have to use Seasonic PSU. Everyone here will be using Seasonic PSU. They will all be using the same. I think that's the P80 860 watts Platinum. So that's one of the top, not the top of the top range from Seasonic, but they have.
It depends on how you define your top. If it's just for voltage regulation and actual like, it's like you have really high power units, but you don't necessarily have power, like there's a difference between power quantity and power quality. And in terms of power quality, the entire Platinum line from Seasonic is almost basically their top of the line. I do believe they have a Titanium line now, which is a bit above that in terms of power quality. But yes, this is very much the top end for power quality from Seasonic. 860 watts is plenty of power to run Z170 systems on LN2, especially because we're not doing any GPU overclocking here. We're only going to be overclocking the CPUs and memory, and that generally doesn't pull as much power as GPUs tend to do on LN2. So that's the power supply. You can see it right now on the screen. It has the semi-passive fan control, so that's why you can see the little hybrid normal switch. It is fully modular. It's a very, very nice power supply to get to use at an event like this.
Oh, thank you for the end models.
Yeah, so that was the switch I was referring to.
Of course, fully modular and so on. It's a platinum, so 80 plus platinum rating. Of course, this PSU has been one of the PSU that have been used all along this world tour. So all along the year, we've been using Seasonic PSUs. And even though most of the people here are fan of the big PSUs like the 1200 watt, 1500 watts, you have to keep in mind that unless you're running multiple graphic cards, heavy overclocking on both CPU and graphic cards, you don't need that many watts.
Depends on what graphics card, because I know for
Okay, if you overclock the GT 710 that they have, that's not gonna use a lot of power. But if you use, for example, two Titan XP. Titan
XPs, the problem with them is you can't actually force them to pull a lot of power because there's all these safeties built into the card. So,
all right, you're being too 780 Ti. 580 Ti.
Yeah,
580.
580. And its predecessor, the 480, also known as the hairdryer, flamethrower, grill in GPU form. What else is it? That card pulled like 350 watts. Completely insane graphics card, and once you overclocked it, that obviously got worse. So, yeah, if you're running one of the really, really power-hungry cards from past generations, you need a lot of power, but on modern day systems, you don't really need that much. I mean, most of the time you can get away with 450 watts, assuming you're not overclocking. Stock systems can get away between 350 and 450, depending on what sort of GPU tier you have. Mid-range can easily get mid-range cards these days pull 100 to 200 watts. So you still have, on a 350 watt power supply, you'd still have a 250 watts for the rest of your system, and unless you're overclocking the CPU, those things run on like 90 watts, especially from Intel, 90 watts or less. So, power supply power is like, these days you can get away with really efficient stuff. In the past, you needed quite a bit of power, or some of those GPUs would overload PSUs left, right, and center.
But let's be honest, today you can build a gaming computer very easily with 850 watt, even with 650 watt, that's gonna work, right?
Yeah. I've built on 550. And overclocked on a 550.
And overclocked on the AMD as well.
I've run a FX at 4.9 gigahertz and I didn't max out the 290 I had in there because the Hawaii architecture is another one of those flamethrower GPUs, and so, but I did take that Hawaii quite a bit above stock. And, it survived on a 620 watt Seasonic PSU, so the PSU is still running strong, so yeah, you don't need a ton of power to run gaming systems these days. LN2 overclocking, though, especially if you're doing GPUs, is a bit different.
Yeah, indeed, that's going to be interesting to... Actually, yeah, you don't need that much power, but more power is always better.
I mean...
More power.
I'm trying to grab the...
Yeah. Actually, you know what you can do? More power, more megahertz, keep pushing it! Alright, so let's move on to the benchmark now. We're gonna go back to all of the overclockers later on today. If you have any questions on the live chat, let us know. This is the qualifier, so this is pretty relaxed and pretty easy to go through. Just gonna have a look at all the benchmarks. The first benchmark for today for the qualifiers, so they're gonna have three benchmarks. The first one is SuperPi 32M full out.
Yes. So first benchmark is SuperPi 32 million full out. So 32 million in that benchmark name stands for that it calculates 32 million digits of the number pi using a rather ancient algorithm. So this is not the most efficient way to calculate the digit number pi, but it is a very good benchmark as it is very memory intensive and very CPU single core intensive. So it is... Well, basically, if you have the same CPU speed, tweaking the memory can get you very far ahead. But at the end of the day, SuperPi does prefer just more gigahertz is more better. So...
it's more better.
Yes, more better.
It's not just better, it's more better.
More better, yeah. You can, this is very much, especially today because they're all on standardized operating systems. So there's no funny business with, running Windows XP, which runs the benchmark better versus guys running on Windows 10. Everybody's running Windows 10 for competition purposes. And as such, the benchmark is very much going to be about getting, the highest CPU clock speed. And then assuming somebody has the same clock speed as you, you might want to tune your memory settings. Of course, there might come in some strategy where some people don't want to go against some other people in the matchup. So if they know each other's scores, they'll aim specific, they'll try to aim for a very specific ranking so that they don't have to deal with, somebody they don't want to go up against. So yeah, that's a very interesting benchmark for this, and it also takes out a lot of the variance between the motherboards that because it's a full-out benchmark and it's not clock limited. One of the big differences between motherboards and memory kits is basically SuperPi, but as long as you have a good CPU here, you can win, because 100 megahertz more CPU clock speed is generally more useful than very well tweaked memory 100 megahertz down.
But once again, you can always impact, especially on SuperPi 32M. That is much longer. It's about 4 minutes, and from between 4:30 and 4
Wait,
minutes.
let's run for 4 minutes? It takes me 6. My system's not fast enough.
But that's the exact reasons why you're not here competing. You're just here casting.
That's because I don't have a Skylake.
All right, so let's go back to SuperPi 32M full out. So 32M, as we say, even though you have a little bit more frequencies, you can always tune the memory to maybe get back in the game, go back and catch the few seconds that is missing.
You might be
basically what we'll need to look at in SuperPi is to see the time. So there's going to be about 20 loop, and each of the time we will have a new time for the time it takes to calculate. So we're gonna it's like we have 19 milestones before having the final score. This will help us out, us and the overclockers, to know if they're actually faster than previously or if they're on the road to a better score. So you don't have to wait 4 minutes if you're actually slow.
Yeah, you don't necessarily have to wait 4 minutes if you know what your previous loop times were, and you can see that they're obviously way slower than something's wrong with the system, or that the performance is just not there. So you can very quickly go, oh, this is not going to be worth finishing, and you're not going to be wasting time waiting for a score that's just not going to be worth even submitting, basically. So that's really nice about this benchmark. Should we move on to the next one?
Let's move to the next one. So the next one will be
Cinebench 15 full out.
And you really like that benchmark?
Yes, it is very easy to run. It is very fun to watch, assuming you don't run real-time priority on it, which I've heard everybody is going to do. However, yes, Cinebench 15 is one of my favorite benchmarks because it is very much a brute force benchmark. It is very intensive on the CPU. It's probably one of the most intense benchmarks on HWBOT as far as CPU stress levels go. And it requires a lot of CPU speed and doesn't really care about memory settings. So again, for the guys here who've been complaining about, oh, my memory kit isn't good enough or my motherboard's not good enough for memory timing, they don't have to complain. We have the benchmark for them. As long as they can get that CPU to the highest clock speed, they're probably winning Cinebench 15, because I've spent a lot of time spending with Cinebench. And often you can see that your memory tuning is less than the margin of error on the benchmark.
Well, that's gonna be very interesting to have your commentary while the guys will be benching. What do we have to look for in this benchmark?
Well, when you watch the benchmark, it actually shows you every single, it's basically a render test of the Cinema 4D software. So it renders a scene for Cinebench 15. It is, I can't remember what exactly, it's basically a bunch of ornaments being rendered, and it renders them in a cluster of little squares, which each square is basically a segment of the scene that is being rendered by a CPU core or thread. The benchmark does support hyperthreading. It actually works very well with hyperthreading, which is basically just because of the kind of workload that Cinebench 15 is, and you can basically see how all the cores are performing. Things to watch out for is cores lagging behind the rest of the cores significantly. So since you're going to be seeing how each core is actually doing on the rendering task it's assigned, you can tell if there's something wrong with that core before the benchmark necessarily finishes. So It is a very nice benchmark to watch. Unfortunately, one of the best ways to get a lot of performance out of Cinebench 15 is to set real-time priority, which is basically telling Windows to prioritize running Cinebench 15 instructions, which unfortunately means it also takes priority over rendering the screen. So while Cinebench is running in real-time priority, it will freeze the entire monitor. Which, depending on if you have the right monitoring equipment for your system, is not necessarily an issue. If you don't, then it might crash, and you might be sitting there with that frozen screen. You're like, did it crash yet? Did it crash yet? Did it crash yet? But generally, the trick to get around that is just time how long it takes when it's not crashing, and then if it's taking longer than that, well, it's not going to be a good enough score because it's, again, a time-based benchmark. It doesn't have a fixed time period. If you have a higher performance system, it will finish the benchmark faster. However, the score is not actually a time measurement. It is time-related, though. So it's a very nice benchmark. It's actually the first benchmark I started on. So, well, 11.5, not 15. But 11.5 and 15 are very, very similar.
But that's the thing. There's two versions of this benchmark. The workload is not exactly the same.
Yeah, they're slightly different. Depending on the architecture you might be on, one of them clocks higher than the other. For me, that's always been that 11 is the harder one. Everything I've used, it's always 11 that I can't run at the higher speed. But really, it depends on the architecture, and it's not that big a difference. It's something like 20 to 50 megahertz on a Intel system for me, and I think it was like 20 or 50 megahertz on an Athlon as well. So yeah, it's a very nice benchmark in my opinion, and it's very easy to be good at since you just need CPU power. So should we move on to stage 3?
Let's move on to stage 3, and that's going to be 3D Mark Firestrike Physics 5G. So there's a lot of special limitations.
Yeah, this is a rather special one. So 3D Mark is a benchmark suit from FutureMark, and it basically is designed to test the overall gaming capabilities of your system. And so the full 3D Mark Firestrike test, which is one of the tests in the 3D Mark software suite, is it runs a two different graphics workloads, then it runs a CPU workload where it does a bunch of physics calculations, and then it runs a combined workload where it does physics calculations and graphical workload. The Firestrike Physics 5G that we're having here it's only the physics part of the 3D Mark benchmark, so we're only using the CPU heavy part of it. It's limited to 5 gigahertz, so this one's going to be all about memory settings. I'm not sure if there's any major tweaks you can do on Windows 10 for this benchmark, but everybody's operating systems are standardized for this, so any tweaks they want to apply, they're going to have to tweak either when they're on stage, or they're going to have to spend time tweaking right now. And if you're not very good at memorizing your tweaks, or you don't have a book of tweaks that you need to apply, that can go very wrong, because if you tweak your operating system too far, you might not get back into it. You might not start up. So yeah, 3D Mark Physics is going to be all about the memory and I think the operating system. But again, I've not used Windows 10 because for me, I don't bench on competitions with operating system restrictions, and for 3D Mark Physics specifically, Windows 7 scores way better than Windows 10. Of course, this doesn't apply to our competitors because they have to use Windows 10. So
once again, it's important to note that it's not a drag race right now. They're not trying to be the fastest in the world. They're trying to be the
fastest is here. Because we already know they're very, very good. We know if we let them, they gave them unlimited amount of time, they would probably pull out the best score in the world for that benchmark. But that's not what this event is about. This is about finding out who's the fastest in this specific event we have here. If there was a physics category on the HWBOT website, I bet we would see guys trying to run it on XP or something.
Well, the extreme you won't be able to do it, but that's important to note that here the goal for them is to be the best here, because if they get here, they're already the best at the qualifier. So they already smashed everyone else at the qualifier. So now they can get in here.
It's been an equal playing field for basically everybody trying to get here. You went to a qualifier, we had an equal playing field there. If you win the qualifier, you get to go here. And here we have another equalized playing field. So if you win here, you've just basically proven that you're better than everybody else who lost in the qualifiers before this final tournament, as well as, well, everybody at this final tournament. So yeah, you'll be world number 1.
So this will be the 3 benchmark we will have. For each of the benchmark, we will have, of course, points being awarded, and the ranking in the qualifier will give them their ranking to go on the matches for the quarterfinals. If we go to the submission, I heard that Dr. Wiz did his first submissions. Yeah.
And it is loading for me. And let's see if the internet is cooperative. And here you can see them filling up the thermoses with extra LN2 or vacuum flasks, whichever you prefer to use. Really, the only consideration with these is these are completely normal thermoses. They just have to be stainless steel because glass ones shatter.
That's going to be quite difficult to use anything.
And the score,
steel.
I have the score up. So Dr. Weeze has submitted his first score. And he's at 10,828 marks, which I've, because there's no category for this, I've never seen scores just for physics. So this is interesting. And to achieve this score, let's see if we can pull up the stats for it. Oh, there we go. It's not reading the core clock properly. It says it's a 3.5 gigahertz.
It's just because they didn't
benchmark.
Put it in there.
Yeah, so in the screenshot we can see that he is at 5 gigahertz core clock, 1.14 volts. I do believe that core voltage might be wrong.
Well, of course,
it's on LN2. On LN2, I think you could get away with that low voltage for 5G if you had a good chip, but I still think it's wrong.
There's one thing as well that there's 2 kind of readings. There is the software reading, you can see on the screen, and there's the hardware reading, like you use the multimeters for it. Of course, the hardware reading will always be the right one, while the software reading will depend on the implementation.
Unless your multimeter is not calibrated. Or out of charge.
I mean, it's like you don't go to a car race with a bicycle, right?
This would be more like more like your RPM meter in your car is just stuck at 5,000 all the time.
It's over 5,000.
It's like, is the RPM changing? I don't know. It's a 5K. There's actually a few motherboards on the Z170 platform which bug out, and they give you twice the voltage you set. They read twice the voltage, so you have like 3 volts at 1.5, and then 4 volts at 2. So, yeah. So, that's his CPU settings. And for memory, we can see him pushing 3866, 12, 12, 12, 28. This is a pretty, this a few months ago, I think this was like the top of the line for DDR4. Since then, that boundary actually has been pushed up to 4,000, 12, 12, 12 and higher, as people have binned more and more and more DDR4 kits. But 3866, 12, 12, 12 is still a very respectable setting for the memory here. So it's a very impressive score.
So what do you think you can improve on that specific score? If we can go further, where will be the settings you're gonna have to change? Obviously, you cannot change the CPU frequency that much because he's already
he's at 5. He's at 5000. So I think there's a 1% error margin, but it's 500, and if you start messing with the BCLK now, you're running the risk of your validation screenshot showing more than 5% extra, because the BCLK is not 100% stable. It fluctuates very, very slightly. So if he tries to increase it further, there's a good chance he might not be able to validate the score. So he's not going to be able to mess with the core clock anymore. Are they allowed to run the uncore at whatever frequency, or is that also limited to 5G? I should check the rules.
I think that's going to be auto limited at 5G. We could always ask Christian.
Normally, it'll be both are limited to 5 gigahertz, which means he is restricted to either messing with the operating system, which generally isn't that productive for most benchmarks, or working really hard to get his memory either higher frequency or lower memory timings. So. Yeah, that'll be interesting to see what his next score for that is. He might also have decided that he just doesn't want to deal with his benchmark because his setup can't do better than these settings, which he knows from pre-testing. He's done a lot of preparation for this competition, as he told me, because he was one of the few people not actually testing their setup here. He basically turned up and he said, "Yeah, I've done all the prep I can do. The only thing that remains to see is if my stuff still starts up after the trip to here." So it was a case of he knows his setup very, very well. He knows what he's working with. So it might be a case of just strategy here that he already has a score and he might not necessarily be working to improve it until he feels he has maxed out all of the other benchmarks that he has to do, and then continue from there.
And he's using the MSI Z170A X-Power Gaming Titanium Edition.
Oh man, that name. I have so many issues with that name.
I mean,
Z170A X-Power Gaming Titanium Edition. Why?
You're missing like godlike.
No, the godlike luckily is just Z170 godlike. Or do they actually have a Z170 godlike?
No, I don't think so. I think that was
they have an
just
X99.
X99.
Yeah, they have an X99 godlike.
I never saw that godlike name coming, but I was expecting like Gaming Extreme of the Master or something. Maybe one day we will have like Z270 or Z580 PC Master Race Edition, whatever. Oh my god. So yeah, he's gonna be using MSI, and if you guys have been following him on his channel, he did actually pre-test a lot of things. He tested a lot on how he can do it. He's gonna be using the same motherboard, as far as I know, as Lucky Noob. And
Lucky Noob's no, he's on the Maximus Impact.
Oh yeah, he's on the Maximus
Lucky
Impact.
Noob's on the Maximus 8 Impact. Yeah, this is actually he was talking about me how this is one of the first times he's not using an MSI motherboard because he's in their sort of review group. He's an MSI specialist in terms of like what he usually focuses on. So yeah, he has a Maximus 8 Impact, so that'll be interesting to see how he does on that.
One thing that is important to note here is Dr. Wiz, you can see on the screen now, is not using mounting system. He's not using mounting screws.
Does he have other motherboards? If he's like, is he prepared to swap systems or something?
Actually, yesterday during the live, he told us the reason why. And the reason why is because he have his special way of mounting, like with the screw, with the boards and everything. He have his special way of mounting, and that is, he's saying like every time he's doing it, he get the perfect mount. The perfect mount is exactly when your base is right in contact with the top of the CPU, and it works extremely well, and everything goes well. And he says. Yesterday that there will be no need for it, especially as he might have to switch the board mid-run in the 30 minutes run. So you don't have the time to unmount, unfreeze everything and remount. So his plan is if there is something wrong with one of the motherboard, or if it's acting
so he
up
does have multiple motherboards.
If the board is acting up because of condensation issues, that's something that can happen with any board. It's just gonna switch it.
Yep.
Just gonna put it on the side, unplug the CPU, plug it back, and then start again.
Yeah. Actually, I do remember there was one stop in the World Tour where somebody, they still had like 10 minutes to go, and they started running into USB issues where it was like if they had USB devices in, they couldn't get the motherboard to boot, which is an obvious sign you have water in the USB area. You have to swap motherboard. I've run into condensation issues in my personal sessions. I've never found a solution. Once the motherboard's wet and it starts failing, you can't, like, I've tried freeze it, doesn't work. I've tried hair dryer it, doesn't work.
The only thing you can do is stop, dry out everything, and start again from scratch.
Yeah. So.
And actually, this happened in the European final, where actually Bullshooter qualified, and the person that had this issue was Stan Kopp, actually #1 overclocker in the world. So once again, even the top guys can have some kind of issue, because here we are pushing everything to the limit. All the board that you see today are all fine, like perfectly fine if you use them, like from air and water cooling, everything is okay.
Yeah.
Here
even
we're
on
testing
LN2.
them. Even on LN2 most of the time.
Like all of these boards are fine even on LN2. It's just your insulation technique is just something you need to learn. And even when you have a really good insulation technique, you might be in a super humid environment. You might have missed something, or just how you mount the pot or something. You brush against the board and remove some of it, and you're running, and suddenly it doesn't want to start up. You gotta switch. You gotta switch the motherboard.
Actually,
and then
you're gonna
if
try.
well, unless you have more motherboards. That's a real advantage for the impact users, If somebody could just cart in like 5 impacts and just be like, oh, look, my motherboard's dead. Swap.
Even though you have to reset your profiles and everything.
No, because I guess
you can get it on a USB then.
Yeah, you can put all the new motherboards, like they allow you to save profiles to USB, so you could just have a USB stick with all of your profiles. The only issue is there is actually Extreme Addict recently wrote an article where he talks about binning. Actually, it might not be that recent any longer. I keep saying it's recent, but he wrote an article a while ago about Z170 memory overclocking, and he very specifically says that he had to bin motherboards. So it's not just a case of taking 5, Z170 boards, the same brand, same make, same everything, and they're all going to do the same memory clocks on LN2. Not necessarily. They should, but, there might be 100 megahertz variance at the very, very tight timings and the very high voltages that the top guys are pushing. And so basically, if you did want to have 5 motherboards where you could just take one profile for one board and test it, throw it on all the other ones, you'd have to bin maybe 50 motherboards to find 5 that are the same.
And of course, we're talking here about this
test
0.2% of margin that you want to have when you're actually at the top of your game.
It's like I wouldn't care. And I'm a performance enthusiast, and I just don't care. It's too much hassle. I'm not binning motherboards. Sorry. But yeah, at the very, very top of the game, for different contests, I guess. I don't think anybody actually here has specifically binned motherboards for this, but for some of the world records you see online, yeah, those have motherboards that somebody's tested at least 10, because that's exactly how many Extreme Addict says he's tested so far.
But of course, this is a very special case, right? This is not something we can see most often. And, these guys are the top of their game. I mean, that's the best guys in the world. Of course, they know how to do it. They've been using this for years. And they know stuff that even people in the companies don't get sometimes. A lot of the time
it's, from what I've heard, it's a case of, oh, this doesn't work, can you get the engineers to fix it, please? Which is a lot of the feedback for the extreme overclocking motherboards, which is why at the they're top quality boards that you end up with, because they're tested for, it's your daily water cooling and air cooling enthusiast. It's these boards were designed to work on LN2. It's going to be incredibly hard. So here we have another contestant. This is Bullshooter. He qualified in the European World Tour stop.
World Tour, yeah.
And he's from Germany. He's currently in Team Hardware Reactor Reloaded. He joined in 2009, and he's number 17 in the world, number 5 in the Extreme League. So he's number 5 in the LN2 Users League. That's a very high ranking, as well as the number 17 in worldwide. It's also very high. He's number 3 in Germany. Germany is probably one of the Germany has a lot of the top guys in the world.
It's one of the most
you have Dan
competitive
Cobb,
countries in the world.
Der Bauer, who was coaching yesterday, and you have Bullshooter at number 3. So still a very, very impressive ranking. And he's, of course, number 1 in his team, and he is the team captain for his team. So, very impressive rankings, and his hardware library is very, very extensive.
It's gonna be you have to use the MSI motherboard, Seasonic PSU, Clev memory, and of course the Stricon vegetable. So right now he's gonna be using, I think, the same motherboard as Dr. Reese.
Yes. Right. Yes. Yeah, he's using the X-Power Gaming Titanium Edition Z170. I'm losing my voice a bit, so sorry about that.
I mean, you can see Bullshooter, German fellas here, And it will be very interesting to see who from Bullshooter and Dr. Wings get the most out of the Z170 motherboard. Because the main important here is they all use the same CPU, they all use the same platform, but these two use the same motherboard.
Yeah, so they're both using the same motherboard, the X-Power, and they're using very different memory kits though. Dr. Wheeze, who's Dr. Wheeze using? I think it's G-Skill, or I have no idea now. Is it HyperX? No, G-Skill. He is using G-Skill, so yeah, do keep that in mind when you see the scores. They're using different memory kits, and different memory kits do clock very, very, very differently.
Especially if you go a little bit more into the technical side, there is AFR against MFR, and
You have
in that
AFR,
game,
MFR, B-die, D-die, E-die, and then Micron has a bunch of stuff which nobody cares about
anymore.
They were only really relevant in like DDR2 days from what I've heard. I actually like DDR3 and DDR4 from Micron because it's very, very easy to work with, but it does not deliver top performance, especially at the top end of the game here, like you see here. It's great for, like, my daily system runs Micron because it's very easy to work with. It's very easy to get like decent performance for daily usage. But when you can push 2 volts through the memory, you might as well use you might want to use AFR, MFR, or the B die, E die. Nobody really wants to use D-die because it's terrible. I have some of those, unfortunately. You can't actually buy D-die, so you don't have to be worried about ever running across. They've been discontinued as far as I know. Like, they used to be available last year. These days they don't make them in kits anymore. So, yeah.
That's going to be interesting to see how the guys can push the system up where they want it to go. Because that's one thing to push it to the limits, but where you want it to go is the key point here. Because if you want to have a decent score, that means you need to have perfect system. You need to perfectly insulate, you need to perfectly mount the system, you need to perfectly run it, you need to avoid all the condensation issues. Exactly something we're seeing here on Mark 0053 from Canada, representing North America. I think he's having some insulations issue. He's changing the CPU. Maybe it cracked. Maybe CPU cracked.
He might just be swapping motherboards. He has 3 of them.
Or I just got information that he's just changing the CPU in here, so it will be testing 2 CPU. Each of the contestants today got 2 CPUs. They got 2 Intel Core i5 6600K, and the reason for that is they get 2. Actually, they had to pick 2 randomly, and they would have to test. They can use any of those 2 CPU for the matches. That's going to be up and coming. But if they burn a CPU, something we have almost never see at any live competition on the World Tour.
I don't think I've seen one. At least I've never heard of one.
Like
dying on live.
For the World Tour 2016, there was no hardware burn at any point.
Yeah, so nobody killed anything so far. That means they haven't been pushing hard enough. No, but they get disqualified here if they actually kill anything. So it is very much, we want those systems working at the end of the day. Well, it is a disqualification, right? It's not just a case.
They're disqualified.
They're outright disqualified. It's not a case of, oh, your CPU died and we'll still keep your scores. No, your CPU dies, you're out of the competition. Because everyone can kill chips. That's just like, this is about more than just, it's like I can go through 2 CPUs, so yeah, I'll kill one of them and use the other one to finish off. No, you have to finish with all of your hardware still working.
Yeah, this is important because the game is like, what's the point in winning a race with a car that is destroyed at the end? I mean, it's like NASCAR. If your car is on fire when you pass the lane.
To be fair, drag racers have to swap the engine out after every run, have to swap the brake gas out after every run, have to swap the clutch out after... Actually, you know what, that's too technical. We're not going to continue talking about drag racing. It's another one of my interests, and the very top ones, it's like, yeah, those things run once, and then they have to rebuild the whole thing. So.
And they run for like 10 seconds.
Yes, that's actually worse than most of the benchmarks we have here, because we're not doing Super Pi 1M. Everything here is actually pretty long by benchmark standards. So
There was a lot of people on the live chat. Thank you guys for tuning in. Hi, Aristras, Sards, Pete Fastest, Davis and Joe 00, and of course John 2OC. Thank you guys for tuning in. There was a lot of questions. What is the hardware they're using today? So they are all using the Z170 based motherboard, and they will use the Intel Core i5 6600K. What else are they going to be using? Of course, DDR4 memory.
Yeah, DDR4 memory, Seasonic power supplies, 860 watt P-series power supplies from Seasonic. Everybody's using them as Seasonic is one of the partners for the event, aren't they? And then the motherboards they are all using, it depends on who they qualify. Well, who basically they're restricted to using very specific boards. So some people are using Gigabyte, some are using Asus, some are using MSI. Obviously they're using a variety of LN2 containers because those are mostly, well, LN2 pots, which are, that's personal preference partially. There's also some major performance variances between them, but generally the pot you know best is the pot you want to run with. Other than that, the monitor doesn't really matter for the performance here. And they're all using Thermal Grizzly thermal paste as far as I'm aware. So yeah, that's the systems they're all running. The motherboards we've seen so far is there's two MSI X-Power Gaming Titaniums, Titanium Edition. Really, why is that edition on the end of the name? I will never understand. It's like, why can't it just be the Titanium? There's two Maximus 8 Impacts. They're for Alva and Mark 0053. There is two SOC Force LN2 boards from Gigabyte. And then the two newcomers that qualified yesterday because they were at the ROG Camp event, they are both using Maximus 8 Extreme motherboards and DDR4, but I think a Pacer memory. Yep, I do believe. So yeah, that's the equipment loadout, and this is, I do believe this is Alva's little mascot.
Lucky Noob, yeah, Lucky Noob mascot for each of the competition. Actually, let's switch to Lucky Noob. He's the one that qualified on the wild card competition. So that was the only way to qualify online for the HWBOT World Championship, and he did extremely well. That was the first time a competitions had to be run for the World Tour. That was the only online competition for the World Tour. So that was some pretty much any guy that did participate in the World Tour that did not win had the chance to prove themselves once again and maybe access here the HWBOT World Championship. Lucky Noob managed to finish first in this wildcard competition. So let's go present him a little bit more because he's from Indonesia.
Yep, so Lucky Noob is currently number 2 in Indonesia. I do believe the number 1 is Hazan, who was supposed to be at the event, but unfortunately could not make it. He's number 19 in the Elite League and number 28 in the world. And he is the team captain for JagatReview.com Indonesia, which is the team he's in. He's also in the Pro C team JagatReview.com. So he is part of the Jagat Review team. So that's a review site, big review site for Indonesia. They write excellent articles. He's part of the Jagat. There's sort of like a division in the site where there's one OC team and they have a sort of review team, and he's the head of the Jagat OC team. So he's their MSI motherboard specialist, but today he's working on the Asus Maximus 8 Impact.
And you have the chance. I mean, this one is maybe the one that have the best setup possible because he could choose any brand he wants, because the only restriction is he has to use Intel CPU.
Oh,
so actually, he could choose any motherboard he wants. Could choose.
So he goes for the.
He can take any memory he wants. That's quite interesting that he picked up the Asus board while he's actually an expert on the MSI. But actually, knowing Alva, that's someone.
I do believe he loaned his MSI to somebody. So
I think he loaned it to Bullshooter.
Yeah.
So actually, that guy is, as we said, this is one of the few overclockers that you will do pretty much anything for them. I mean, they they definitely know what they are doing. They definitely like what they are doing, and they love to share everything they do. And one of the thing was he was discussing online along with the other guys before the event, and Bushra says, "Oh, I don't have my board, or my board is not working." I can't remember exactly the story.
There was
And
also an issue with his memory because apparently not available in Europe or something. But
and basically, Lukinov says, "Oh yeah, I can lend you my board if you want to compete." And you're gonna take another one. So actually, that's
Yeah.
maybe one of the reasons why he's now using
yeah,
the
that might be.
as well.
Yeah. It's interesting that he actually brought the impact. Almost like he was prepared for this
He knew up
scenario.
front. He knew up front
Yeah.
that Bullshooter needed a board.
Yeah.
So
Yeah. So
that's quite interesting. Thank you for Boise Force posted on the link there. Next time, let me know before, otherwise you might get kicked by the bot every time you're gonna post links. So just make sure that everything is okay. Shout out to the guys on the live, Bruno R.O. from Romania and Sergeant Bilko88. Thank you guys for tuning in. That's Squirrel as always, and Aritrust yeah, whatever. Like, you guys have difficult nickname to pronounce.
I do believe that's right. Arita Chaz does. Or that's at least how I've always done it. Oh, that's because I know his full name. Yeah.
That explains a lot then. So guys on the live chat, let us know where you are coming from. Where are you tuning in to watch this HWBOT World Championship? We're here in Berlin. We're going to be here all day. This is the qualifier today. And as some people were asking on the live chat, is it a time competition? For the qualifier, it is. They have 3 hours to get the best score they can on Super Pi 32M full out, so maximum they can get on any frequencies. Then they're gonna have to do Cinebench R15 full out as well, as much as they can go. And the third one is 3D Mark Firestrike Physics 5G, so only the physics part for the CPU computation, and limited at 5 GHz on both the CPU frequency and the uncore frequency. So then the only way to influence on the score is going to be the memory.
And we have more scores coming in, actually.
Wow,
so we have
interesting.
submissions by Mark0053, who's taking the lead for the 3D Mark Firestrike Physics 5G stage at 11,216 marks. He, of course, is running the CPU at 5 gigahertz. So now let's take a look at his memory settings. For memory settings, yes, you can see that's what I was talking about.
That's the 4 gigahertz. Yeah.
The two memory slots does the 4 gigahertz 12, 12, 12, 28 memory settings at 1T command rate. So that's pretty much exactly why he's currently in the lead. Better memory settings, same CPU frequency. You're going to be at the top of this benchmark. Moving on, we have DSLRI. DSLRI is one of the guys who qualified at the ROG camp yesterday. He was number 2 in the ROG camp rankings. And so he's completely new to sort of LN2 overclocking. Well, I think he probably has seen it, read about it, because he did get to this event. However, never done it. So he is new to doing the LN2 overclocking, but
yeah, actually, these are like the two guys you can see on the left, and the young guy and the guy with the bird on the left side. These guys didn't knew how to use liquid nitrogen 48 hours ago. They just learned that in the last 2 days.
Yeah.
This is crazy. We are now in the World Championship.
I do believe that those were the two guys who were benching like into 12 midnight the day we. These guys spent a lot of time to basically learn as much about LN2 overclocking as they could in as short a time period in the very short time period that they have it available here. So. And it's good to see them already submitting scores. DSLRI is actually not doing that bad at 10,857 marks in his 3D Mark submission. And here we have the screenshot, so let's take a look at that. His memory settings are actually lower than what we've seen from Dr. Weeze, yet he's still pushing a higher score overall. It is sort of within the margin of error for 3D Mark. 10 points here, 10 points, it's 20 to 10 points. Not really the most consistent benchmark, but that's just true for all benchmarks. If you run them a few times, you'll see some small variance in the scores, which explains why might explain why DSLRI is able to actually score. I think it's 19 points ahead of Dr. Wheeze with 1733 on the memory. So that's 3466 effective and 12 timings with 28 for the TRAS. So it's the same sort of tight timings that you'd be seeing from all the other, well, most of the kits we have here, except much lower frequency. He's also running his North Bridge at 4.5 gigahertz instead of at full 5 gigahertz, and that's, well, he still has room to push both of those, though I do not believe I saw anybody managing higher than 3466 yesterday in the ROG camp, so this might just be about the limit for his setup. He should still be able to push the cache to 5 gigahertz at the very least, because people were pushing 6 gigahertz cache yesterday. So he still has a ways to go on his cache frequency. He doesn't necessarily have much further to go on his memory frequency, because it might be the memory kit, it might be a skill limitation. We haven't seen anything higher than this, so it'll be interesting to see what he pulls out for his next score. Moving on, and oops.
In the meantime, we're looking for the next screenshot. We got information that Mark0053 from Canada, even though he's in the lead for the 3D Mark First Strike Physics 5G, he's actually running into some issues. He doesn't know exactly what it is. He was switching the CPU, and now it doesn't start anymore. So that could be insulation in the CPU socket, can be insulation, condensation issues in the RAM slot. This could be just an issue while he was mounting the CPU, but basically he need to troubleshoot very fast now. You still have about 2 hours to submit the scores, but still every minute you lose is something you won't be able to put in there. It's important to note that now that we have the view on him is that he's using a special AHS. He's not using the IHS from the default
Intel,
CPU.
yeah. He had somebody make a solid copper IHS for him. Apparently it doesn't do anything though, or so he told me. But it's still nice that he can sort of, because basically he doesn't have to damage the other IHSs, because when you delid, he doesn't have to keep using the IHS. He can just use that one for every single CPU he delids, and if he ever needs to send them back, he can re-lid them with their original IHSs, which he can just store without issue. So yeah, but it's interesting to see. The thing is, he does have backup motherboards. So if he can't get this working soon enough, he'll probably end up swapping boards completely.
But once again, if you swap the motherboard, that means it doesn't have any backup anymore.
Yeah, he loses his backup.
The matches.
Unless, no, because the thing is with the water buildup, oftentimes you can just, they do have heat guns available. I personally wouldn't use a heat gun to try dry a motherboard, because heat guns spit out 500 degrees air, so you run the risk of torching the board. Well, if you point it at the board for too long and lose track of it.
That already happened. I mean, I remember Shamino back, I think that was CES 6 years ago. Yeah, 6 years ago, CES, he was eating up the graphic cards because they were like overclocking 3 graphic cards under lane 2. He was warming up, and then started smelling like... and it was...
Like warming.
And then it was starting smelling plastic burns. And it was actually burning the wires for the volt modification, like the hardware modification to increase the voltage. I was like, oh. And he was like, oh yeah, no, it's okay. It's still gonna work. So actually, it still works, but...
Yeah, you don't really want to do that. So the thing is, he can totally swap boards and start drying this one out while he's benching, but he doesn't really have a hair dryer. That's the only issue. That's like why I like hair dryers, right? You can, if you do have this the ability to swap motherboards, you could have one just a hair dryer pointed at it and work on the other one while that one's drying. So by the time maybe this one now stops working, this one should actually start working, because you can get a motherboard to dry enough. Depending on how bad your condensation buildup is, you can get a motherboard dry enough in 2 hours that it might start working again for the next 30 minutes, maybe an hour. And we are doing 30-minute finals. Matches. So if your board stops after 30 minutes, not an issue.
All right, let's focus on one of the score that we wanted to talk about. That was Bull Shooter score. That's the first score in Cinebench R15. So what can we see interesting here?
He's taking it very, very easy. He's at 5 gigahertz. The Cinebench Sage is full out. He can run 6 gigahertz. He can run 7 if his CPU could possibly do that, which it probably can't, since that's way beyond Skylake capabilities. Most Skylakes sort of stop around 6.2, 6.3. Really good chips might do 6.5. So Yeah, but it's interesting that he's only running at 5 gigahertz core clock, 5 gigahertz North Bridge.
Maybe
So
he's
that's the
using the
cache
same. Maybe he's using that as a pre-test for the 3D Mark
for-
Physics Firestrike. 3D Mark,
That could be.
yeah, 3D Mark Firestrike Physics 5G.
And since he has the score anyway, he might as well submit it.
That's important, and that's actually one of the situation we were discussing with Dr. Wiz yesterday. He was saying, especially in the matches, rather than the competitions, submit your score. Submit a placeholder.
Order.
That's basically the placeholder score. That's very important because once
yeah,
you do have the
whoever
placeholder, yeah.
posts a score first is basically putting pressure on their opponent to at least put out a score at that point. And if you know, so it's really good to start off early and get out a nice, strong score out very fast, because it puts you at a sort of strategic advantage where your opponent has to work harder. So yeah, interesting about using Cinebench for pre-testing is that it's not actually that memory intensive, and Bullshooter is using Clev memory, so he's running very, very different settings from everybody else. He's at 1500, 16, 18, 18, 36, which I do believe is stock for his kit of RAM. So he hasn't overclocked that yet. He's just got the XMP working and just checking that the system is actually working properly. He's going to have to, well, it's, I do believe it's AFR.
That's basically like, oh yeah, I just bought the system, I just plug it, and this is how it works.
Yeah, this is pretty much, like this is almost, except for the 5 gigahertz CPU clock, this is basically what you could run on, at home anytime. So yeah, he has a way, way, way further to go on those settings. I think AFR is known to do something like 3700 effective at 11, 12. I do know that AFR is really popular for very, very high frequency at very bad timings, but which is just like you can get very high frequency, but it's the way the memory, because what the timings in your RAM do is they basically are how long it takes to do certain operations in the memory. And if you put really, really long timings, even if you have high frequency, it's still waiting for ages and ages and ages to do those operations. So your memory performance will not necessarily be higher than if you were running lower frequency and much lower timings. So AFR is known to do 4 gigahertz plus easy. It's just not necessarily at peak performance in those ranges. So, but he's at 3 gigahertz right now at stock timings, so we should be seeing some massive improvements on his scores, assuming he keeps using the XMP profile for for a few of the next submissions.
So we can see here some of the guys releading the CPU. So deleting is the process of removing the top IHS, so the cap on the CPU, replacing the thermal paste inside, and releading is actually putting it back on. The main reason why people are doing that is because when you use extreme cooling, you do want to have the best possible connection in between, and the second issue is that actually it can crack.
Yeah, if you run the IHS serves, well, actually if you talk to like I've done a bit of thermal research, basically any amount of extra copper is bad for thermal performance, but the IHS's main purpose is to protect the CPU from idiot users or multiple kilograms of pressure that is put down by LN2 pots. Most LN2 pots are built to weigh between 1 kilogram and 2, usually aiming for around 1.5 is sort of the average. Some of the larger pots people are using here are definitely going to be above that sort of 2 kilogram range. This, for example, is the Der Bauer Beast pot. That I do believe comes in at 2.2 kilograms with the extension. It is very, very heavy. Running that on a CPU with no IHS, and you might not have a CPU very soon. So that's why the IHS gets reapplied, because you don't want to, damage your hardware.
There was a lot of discussion when Skylake was released that it actually, like the PCB itself, is thinner.
It's very thin, yeah.
And you do actually need an extra space to put it right back in the socket. So if you don't use IHS, you actually need to remove the socket as well. So you need to strip down the board from the very thing that maintains everything in place.
Yep. I've
So
seen
it's-
a few water-cooled socketless setups, well, IHS-less setups, but like the gains are a few degrees on water cooling. It's just very, very like hard to set up. It doesn't work on LN2. On LN2, it's actually better to run the IHS just because of how it allows you to work with the temperatures. On water cooling, there's a few people who've run IHS-less on water. It's just not worth the risk in my opinion, and I do believe that would be shared by many, or that view would be shared by many of our viewers as well as many other people out there in the overclocking scene. So yeah, you can
let's have a look at one of the screen from Dr. Wiz. He's actually benching Cinebench Earth 15.
and
Of course,
that's
this
real
is-
time.
So the reason why, so usually you should see the picture being rendered, but the reason why it's not, it's because they use a special twig that is called real time. So
Real-time,
how does
so-
that consist of? Why do we have this behavior when we use real time?
So real-time priority in Windows is basically, so if you go into your task manager and you right-click and go into your processes, right-click a process, there is going to be a priority setting as well as affinity. But affinity we're not going to talk about. Priority is basically how important is this process for your operating system to get done. And there is low, very low, there's like 5 steppings, and at the very top of that you get real time.
It's like low, very low, extremely low, non-existent.
You have, I think there's standard low, very low, and there's high as well as real time. And so basically high priority says that this is a very important task. It should take priority over everything that's less than high, right? So anything that doesn't have high priority will basically stop being done until the high priority tasks are finished. When you put the task into real-time priority, it basically says this task has to be finished now. Assuming that it has a high demand on performance, this thing gets priority always over everything. And the end result of that is it actually takes priority over the task updating your screen. So you end up in a situation where your screen is frozen because the thread that would normally take care of refreshing the screen is waiting for your Cinebench render to finish. So that's how the real-time priority works. And basically the result of that is because the CPU is working only on Cinebench, Cinebench actually finishes faster because Cinebench calculations are the only thing the CPU actually cares about getting done. So yeah, it basically leads to a performance increase. Unfortunately, it freezes the whole screen for you, so not particularly useful unless you're doing like super heavy compute, and arguably you'd still want to have some kind of indication of what's going on in most situations. So very much overclocking centric tweak that you won't see many people use. High priority, though, you can occasionally use for games and as well as rendering tasks and video editing. Because high priority doesn't actually, it does take priority over plenty of other tasks. It doesn't necessarily cause the same issues as real-time freezing out your screen. So
Yeah, that was.
Yeah.
Thanks for all the details. We're going to move to the next overclocker. Azan was supposed to be here. He's from Indonesia. He actually qualified at the HWBOT World Series in Asia Pacific. That was early September in Indonesia. Sadly, he was not able to make it here to the event for personal reasons. So that's why we're gonna have 2 guys from the ROG camp actually coming in. Sadly, Azan could not make it. He also announced about 2 weeks ago that he's gonna retire from the overclocking world as well. He announced that in a very long and emotional post on his personal Facebook profile, and he was explaining, thanking everyone that helped him out over the years to become number 1 overclocker in Indonesia, and he's now taking his retreat. So that's gonna give a lot of space to pretty much any of the other overclockers in Indonesia. And I can tell you guys, Indonesia is a big country. There's a lot of newcomers that can actually make a big difference in the scene. Let's move on to Paolo PXHX. So we're just gonna call him Mo because actually
his name, I can't pronounce it. Truff knows how to pronounce it, but I can't. So
instead
of butchering it,
you should say it in Portuguese. So it's Peixe Agashi.
Yeah, good luck.
So Peixe Agashi, we're gonna call him Paolo for this weekend.
Yep. So He is currently number 4 in Brazil. He's part of Team OverBR Team Brazil, so that would be OverBR. I guess that's like overclocking Brazil team
Exactly.
something. So it's a bit repetitive, but still, that's the team he's part of. He is a team captain, and he is number 1 in his team. He's number 96 in the Extreme League, and he's number 172 worldwide.
Still, they managed to beat some of the top overclockers in Brazil at the January events. And actually, we can also announce that, because the announcement was made yesterday, that we will go back. We will go back to Sao Paulo on January 31st to February 4th for the HWBOT World Tour 2017 South America qualifier. So if you guys are in South America and you want to compete to maybe beat Paulo, because he's going to be there to defend his title, if you want to get a chance to get here to the HWBOT World Championship and you live in South America, the best way for you is to get your tickets for the HWBOT World Tour 2017. That's going to be in Sao Paulo from January 31st to February 4th. All the details will be live, I think, about next week when the HWBOT World Tour 2017 website will go online. So this was a leak that was announced yesterday by Massman. That was not supposed to be announced this weekend, but well, as it's now made, we can tell it to you guys. So that's going to be there. For everyone in the US that want to participate, the first stop of the HWBOT 2017 would be in Vegas at CES from January 5th to January 6th, and we will be there with a lot of good stuff. Let's say it this way. If you like hardware, that's where you need to go, big time. That's and I will be there, so I'm so excited about it.
I will.
All right. So Paulo, you can see now his face on the screen. He's from Brazil, as we say. It was quite a surprise. It was quite a surprise when we saw the qualifier, right? And
I do believe I watched that one, but I can't remember it, unfortunately. And my internet is going down, so I actually can't pull up his hardware profile.
He's having actually, as I say, he surprised everyone there, especially beating some like Dark Venom, that is one of the top player in Brazil. Some of the other overclockers in Brazil, they have some extensive knowledge as well. I mean, it's quite hard to get the hardware that you need in Brazil. I mean, it's quite expensive as well. Same in Indonesia, actually, to get the hardware, it's quite difficult. So these guys really made it to the top, even though they were not in the easiest part of the world to do it. And liquid nitrogen in Brazil is quite expensive as well.
Whereas in Indonesia, it's actually very, very accessible. Except for the part where you need to store it. That's always an issue everywhere. Storing liquid nitrogen, like the liquid itself, not necessarily that hard to get. The storage for liquid nitrogen, that's always the issue.
Then we can see his setup right now. So he's at negative 178 C. This is extremely cold. Of course, they use liquid nitrogen that is negative 196 C.
Yep, and in fact, somebody was asking earlier on the chat about, people running 2 volts through their i5 6600Ks here. Don't do that on air cooling. It's only possible because we are using LN2 here at minus 178 degrees centigrade. The properties of CPU silicon are very, very different from what you have on water cooling or air cooling. So that's why everybody's running such insanely high voltages, is because the CPUs are extremely cold. That's why we call it extreme overclocking, because of the extreme cold. So yeah, Paulo is also using the Gigabyte SOC Force motherboard, and you can actually see that there is ice buildup basically all the way on his chipset heatsink. So you can see how basically the LN2 is freezing through the entire motherboard because the CPU being connected into the copper traces of the motherboard, and copper being extremely good at thermal conductor. freezes the entire motherboard.
You can even see the pin for the USB 3 plugs getting ice on it as well.
Yeah, and so basically that's why there's all the insulation on the motherboards, why you see all the paper towels. It's ice is fine. Ice is not conductive, but when you start reheating the system because you say hit a cold bug or something, you end up with water, and water and electronics don't mix. Well, they can, but they won't work. So yeah, and basically the reason why you would have to reheat your system is the Intel Skylake architecture does have a cold bug. So a cold bug is what we call the issue that CPUs basically at certain temperatures they will stop working. It's just too cold for the processor to function. So they completely freeze out on you and black screen and they stop, and then you have to warm them back up and boot them at a warmer temperature so that you can go and pull them back down. And obviously in the warming process you start getting water buildup everywhere, so that's why the insulation is so critical. Right now on Paolo's screen we can see him running SuperPi, and we can already see him. He's finished two loops of the benchmark as well as the initial value. So this is the benchmark that calculates 32 million digits of the number pi. It uses a very old algorithm to do this, and it is very, very memory and CPU core clock intensive. It does run on only one CPU core. It is not multi-threaded, so it's actually very mild in terms of heat output on a CPU. So it's actually
and not exactly round. So that means it was not stable enough to finish the benchmark. Let's switch to Mark0053 is still benching Cinebench R15 for this qualifier of the HWBOT World Championship 2016.
And his core voltage readings have completely given up at this point. If you do look at his screen right now, there is no core voltage readings. He's still running the 4 gigahertz 1228 memory settings, so that's very, very high for DDR4. That's like extremely, extremely high for DDR4. He is running 5.8 gigahertz on the CPU, and we don't know what voltage he's at, but I'm going to be guessing he's going to be around 1.8 to 2 volts. Maybe 1.7 on the low side, but again, on LN2 these extremely high voltages are mostly safe. Not necessarily 100% safe, but generally, assuming you don't have any other issues, they shouldn't kill hardware. So that's why they can get away with running such extremely high voltages here. And right now he's just pulling up CPU-ID's CPU-Z software, which we use for validating that benchmarks are, well, the settings that they are running on their system, because that's what the software is intended to be used for. So here we can actually see Mark0053, and this is his system. So you can see the LN2 pod on there and the very small mini ITX Maximus 8 Impact motherboard. So yeah, that's his setup. You can also see that there's actually ice forming on the insulation that he has on his LN2 pot. He also seems, and the system is currently running right now, so he's not having any major issues. Now we're back in his, back on his screen, and I think he's just about finished with his screenshot, unless he's. Oh, it looks like he has a old version of CPU-Z or a bad version of CPU-Z, because he just
that could be a killer, because that's actually happened to him in a live in an online competition 3 weeks ago. He was not using the right version of CPU-Z.
Happens to me all the time. I have like 1.7. That's 1.7.8. I have 1.7.3, I think. Maybe?
Well, you don't have the latest one, so it's not valid.
Yeah, so you do need to have the latest version of CPU-Z. Whose fluke are we looking at? So that is the K-type thermometer that overclockers use to read the temperatures that the CPUs are running at. Marks. And the reason we use these is because CPUs do not have thermal sensors that work at minus 120 degrees, or really just below zero. Most CPUs will not work. So we can see that he's currently pouring LN2 into the pot, and which is why the temperature is dropping lower and lower and lower. He'll probably stop around minus 160 or minus 170. He might go all the way to minus 180, which would be considered full pot benching, which is doable on Skylake if you have the right technique, as there are some issues with Skylake basically disconnecting itself from the thermal, basically cracking the thermal paste and disconnecting from the IHS, so the inbuilt heat spreader, and once you lose contact, well, you lose all cooling performance and the system will crash. So we can see him now fine-tuning some of his voltages in the system. He's trying to set everything to 6 gigahertz core clock and 5.8 gigahertz cache, and he's going for another run, and he's in real-time priority, so we will not get to see.
We need like elevators music while they bench like.
Is that elevator music? I thought it was like that sort of melodic. No.
No, that's
I
more
don't know.
like
I've never been in elevators. You've been in some weird elevators.
All right, so usually you can see the render going on in here, but as they use this special tweak, then we will have to wait so we can see Mark's face while waiting for the score to be produced. Or we can actually switch to Dr. Wiz, that is as well competing here. He just finished it, so we'll he's actually having a much better score than Mark, because Mark was stuck at about 836 points, because it was just the default one at 5G, and
I do believe Mark just started a run from 993, because he was at 5.8 gigahertz, so he was pulling up to 6. We have more submissions coming through. We have submissions from Paolo. Right now on screen you have Dr. Wiz. And now,
Dr. Wiz at 6.1 G, so that's going to be interesting to see, because he seems to have the best score inside the bench. Move your window so we can see the score.
Yeah. He's going to have to move them anyway for taking the screenshot, because the score has to be visible as part of the requirements for the validation. So, okay, so 1019, I do believe.
We don't see the score. No, don't quit. You don't see us. Yeah.
Yeah, he's
1019.
1019. Yeah. He's using that part of the.
Yeah.
So the orange line in the Cinebench, that's his score. It's 1019 right now. Which is not actually the highest score, because
it's not.
Paolo has 1034, which just recently came through on the submissions feed. So this is the score from Paolo. As you can clearly see, he's running at 6.2 gigahertz on the 6600K at not that voltage, because, as we said, the software readings are completely broken on some of these motherboards, and that's one of them. This is not the correct voltage. He's running 1866 on the memory with 13, 18, 18, 28 timings. So I do believe Paolo is on AFR memory. So that's why you're seeing such a vastly different memory settings from, say, Dr. Wiz or Mark 0053. Mark 0053 running 4000, 12, 12, 12, and Dr. Wiz running 3866, 12, 12, 12. This is 3866. 13, 18, 18, 28, 1T. However, right now this is the highest score, because Cinebench is not about your memory performance, it is about core clock. It's all about that core clock, and Paolo with 6.2 gigahertz currently has the highest core clock, as well as a cache frequency of 5.8 gigahertz. So overall, he's in the lead right now. Unless the submission queue has been just updated again and I missed it. So let's move on to some other submissions that have recently come through. We have Benny from who's one of the people who recently qualified with an 855 Cinebench score. That is actually one of the lowest scores I think we're seeing here today, and his CPU frequency is not. He's not actually running that. That is the CPU just clocking down in idle. It looks like he's probably run this at 5 gigahertz, and the performance for 5 gigahertz, 855 points, is actually completely normal. His memory is at 1733, 12, 12, 12, 28.
So let's be clear, this is the performances that you guys can get with your gaming PC right now.
5 gigahertz is a bit high, but you can get close.
Close to it, yeah.
Yeah,
So you gotta get close to the head on
4.8, 4.8, 4.5, depending on the cooling system you have, obviously. 4.5 to 4.8 gigahertz is completely achievable on basically all Skylake CPUs. 5 gigahertz, if you have a really good CPU, you can get 5 gigahertz out of your system. So yeah, this is not far off from what you would see for a daily system. He has a ways to go before I'd say his system is maxed out. But admittedly, he only recently started with LN2. He's one of the guys who qualified just 2 days ago after qualified yesterday after using LN2 for just 2 days. So it's not really that surprising that, he's starting off rather slow. So,
let's have a focus on him for a second. So of course, is Benedict Bugla, his class is Extreme. He just jumped to Extreme recently. Of course, actually he jumped to Extreme 2 days ago. For the first time, he's from Germany. He's the Team PC Games hardware. And you're gonna be using Asus motherboard, Z170 motherboard, Seasonic PSUs, and A-Pacer memory.
Yeah, so the motherboard he's using is the Maximus 8 Extreme, which is what they were trained on in the ROG camp, as well as the memory kit is the same one they used in the ROG camp. He is currently ranked 109 in Germany, which is actually not bad for somebody who started so recently. He's also ranked in the top, he's in the 1,181st in the whole world. Which out of 96,000, HWBOT users is not that bad if for somebody who started using LN2 2 days ago, and actually joined HWBOT itself on the 11th of October 2016. So he's been around for a few months.
Less than a month ago.
It's kind of unfair that we're kicking him all the way from rookie, and right now he'd probably be in the novice league, and we're kicking him into extreme because he touched LN2 for 24 hours.
And moving on to actually his fellow teammate from the ROG camp is DSLRI.
Yes, and DSLRI joined even later. Wait, is it later or earlier? Later. So he joined on the 2nd of December, which is 2 days ago. So he joined because what happened with the ROG campus, one of the other participants was sick. DSLRI tagged along with his friend for the trip because his friend actually got qualified on the online competition for that. So he came along and, we had a free spot. He got the free spot, and now he's benching with the best of them. So he's really, really lucky to actually be on this stage right now because he joined on the 2nd of December, and he's actually really well ranked considering that he just started overclocking 2 days ago on LN2. Like, that's a big jump. Though, admittedly, he was friends with one of the guys who qualified, so it's not like he'd never heard of overclocking. He probably did some of it himself. He just never was in the competitive scene. He's currently ranked number 12 in Austria, which is kind of insane, but you do have to keep in mind Austria is only 860 participants on HWBOT, and he's 1,609 in the whole world, as well as 944 in the Extreme League. And if I do, he's only used the i7. Right now he's using the i5 6600K, and he's only used the i7 6700K yesterday. So that's the only 2 CPUs he has experience on. I mean,
on the competitive level, yeah, definitely.
On the competitive level, so this is huge surprise here. At least it's going to make the competition interesting. Though somehow I feel a lot of our other more experienced competitors might be aiming to specifically hit that bracket where they have to face him.
So that's a good thing you're talking about the bracket. Let's go back into it. The HWBOT World Championship structure is like this. So qualifier run for 3 hours. That's exactly what we are in right now. They have 3 benchmarks: SuperPi 32M, Cinebench R15, and 3D Mark Physics. 3D Mark Extreme, 3D Mark First Track Physics 5G. So that means they're gonna have to get the best score on this, and they will get ranked on that specific scores. Then we're gonna have the qualifier, the first of the qualifier going against the 8th of the qualifier, the second against the 7th, 3 against 6, and 4 against 5. So there's a lot of strategy here to know who you're gonna go against in the quarterfinals, because it's 1-versus-1 matches of 30 minutes. So I guess some of the top overclockers here are trying to aim to go against one of these two outsider from the ROG camp, DSLRI, and
It's sort
Benny.
of the funny thing though is that only their top score counts because this is not a target competition. Right, so it's not like they're trying to aim for a specific score, but actually you'd want to aim for that specific score so that you get that ranking where you end up going against that specific competitor if you're trying to be like super strategic about your, sort of way around the competition. And the thing about that is, so if you submit a really high score, nobody beats it, you'll end up in first place, and you can't really move from there because you can only go up. So there's a lot of strategy involved, which is maybe why we're seeing so many guys start at 5 gigahertz for some of their submissions, because it's like, I don't want to be at the top. Because you can't go down once you're at the top.
And if we look at actually right now at the scoreboard, DSLRI is in the first place. So this is pretty much like DSLRI in the first place, Dr. was in the second, and third place is Benny. This is pretty much like playing along. That yes, we are here to get the best out of, and we're here to give the best we can, and that might actually change some of the top overclockers' plan, right?
I mean, I think the people to watch out for would be like Extreme Addict and maybe Lucky Noob, because both of them, well, Lucky Noob definitely was talking a bit about like the strategy of who he wants to go against. Extreme Addict,
and who he doesn't want to go against.
Though he changed his mind about not going against Extreme Addict after he saw him work with that motherboard yesterday. Or at least he was reconsidering, though we never know if Extreme Addict was just messing around with everybody for his own personal benefit, because obviously don't show the other side what you actually know and don't know. So yeah, we're still waiting for submissions from Lucky Noob and Extreme Addict, and basically those can massively change up the ranking. So yeah, that's two scores versus, two guys we still have to see scores from. They have to submit, right?
Oh yeah, they have to. They have to. On the screen now is DSLRI, and this is Lucky Noob. So Lucky Noob will be one of the guys that we will have to look for, because once you're gonna start posting scores, that will change for sure. That will change the top six. Top six of the overclockers will change at the first score Lucky Noob will be posting. You can see the concentration in them. They all have their own way of benching. Some are more relaxed, sit down on a chair. Some are more like Lucky Noob. He never really sit down when he bench actually. And I have to say that's one of the cleanest overclocker at all the World Tour we did this year, and he was attending.
He has a process, and he's nailed it down to a science basically. So, yeah.
That's.
I mean, I'd prefer to stand while overclocking, but the problem is I'm really, really tall. So every desk I work on is too short. It's just absolutely like I'm bent over completely to try just to reach on buttons, and like keyboards. Too tall.
All right, let's switch to the Mark qualifier screen.
He's not running real time.
Yeah, so
this is like Cinebench looks.
Yeah.
This is like
why it's fun. This is why it's fun to watch this benchmark when they don't use the special tweaks, because we can see what's going on.
So the interesting thing is he has those temperatures, and he's actually in ambient.
I think it's just testing if everything is fine with this board and the CPU before going back down. Because he had some issue.
Well, usually having ambient while running LN2 means you've cracked the thermal paste. So, but the system's still running, so it's obviously not unstable.
Actually,
and there we go. He just pulled it down.
I just got the information that he was actually benching and mounting another system on the side. So you can see he's benching the setup on the right with the ice on top, and he's actually mounting the one on the left side of the screen near the blue heat gun.
Yeah, those extra motherboards really paying off for him. So now he won't have a backup. He won't have a fresh, dry motherboard to switch to once he goes onto the stage.
Or maybe you can dry it up for maybe the next hour and a half that is left in this competition. And
I would argue that's not enough. I mean, I've dried motherboards pretty quick, but you're not gonna get it as dry as you want it to be. Because really, sometimes you need to leave the board for like 24 hours to get it to like. But that's like worst case scenario. So, yeah, basically it's best if you have a fresh board, completely fresh. But there's no issue with trying to dry it off between now and the end of the competition. And somebody's taking notes. Who are we
that's
watching? Here?
this is Dr. Wees
Dr.
taking
Wees.
notes. He's testing if we can go no, because you can actually see his screen as well. So this is exactly the loop time, as we were telling in SuperPi. You have loop time. He's taking notes of each loop time, so he knows exactly if it's faster or not. See, he's checking. Is it faster?
Yeah.
No, it's not faster. So basically, what he will do, he will probably. Oh no, he continues. Continue. Ah, that's nice. We can see the complete process.
Yep, he just keeps writing times down, and are they still faster? Because his handwriting's a bit hard to read from this angle.
See, there's going to be loop.
Oh, not exact in round, so that means his system's not stable enough.
Yeah, too bad he have his hand in front of his nose, but I think he just wrote.
He's
fail.
hiding them.
Yeah. So what he's doing is that he's
secrets.
changing again a few of the settings. So CPU core voltage 1.935 volts. So this is
It's
quite
still
a lot.
not as high as we saw yesterday.
Oh man, yesterday that was crazy, like almost 2 volts. Like
There
my
was
God.
guys basically everybody was running like 1.995. That was just like standard core voltage for a lot of the guys starting out. So yeah, he also tweaked the system agent voltage. So the system agent is the memory controller of the CPU, and that basically is the part of the CPU that handles memory interaction with your RAM sticks. And SuperPi, being a very memory-intensive benchmark, will detect memory instability, which you can often, which can be caused by the RAM sticks, or it can be controlled by caused by the actual memory controller, which is why he was increasing the system agent voltage a little bit. He's really not that high on the system agent right now. 1.33 volts. I do believe that's safe for 24/7, isn't it? Is it not? No, my Skylake knowledge isn't. Yeah. Because I heard for LN2 you can run like 1.5, 1.6, and above that it starts being really unsafe.
So it seems that Mark will be switching board again. So he's drying
no
up.
backups. That's unfortunate for him, because that could have been a huge advantage if he, ran into condensation issues while on the actual, 1v1s. So right now you can just see him using the heat gun to warm the LN2 pot up. It takes quite a while, because this is several kilograms of copper that you have to pull from very, very cold to handleable by people. The problem, don't touch LN2 cooled metals, because if you can get frostburn. You can definitely don't lick them. That'll rip your tongue to shreds.
But actually, I just got information from the crew that Mark haven't tested his other board yet, so he was preparing the next board. The thing is, he will be testing if the cold boot bug and the cold bug are the same on the two motherboard for that specific CPU. So that means he will be able to find out if there's a board which board is better, if actually they do behave the same, or if you have to know, if you have to change in the 30 minutes matches, if you have to swap the board in the middle of the matches, you have to know how low it can go, because if you hit the cold boot bug, you will never start the system. If you hit the cold bug, it will just crash and you have to heat up before you can restart the system. So this will be very interesting to see what he can pull out of this. So it will unmount all of this system.
Do we know his current cold bug, just to see if we can show the viewers the difference? Or
we don't know yet about all the
that's a lot of thermal paste. So yeah, you can see the extreme overclockers. It's like more thermal paste, more better. So There's a lot of like different thermal paste application styles, and that's actually one of the big variances between many of the overclockers is just how they apply their thermal paste for the LN2. Actually, there's a special technique involved with the IHS on the Skylake CPUs where you actually have to use excessive amounts of thermal paste. That you usually wouldn't see, like, you know how there's a lot of people would recommend like the P method for your CPU, where you just put a very small amount of thermal paste in the middle. For LN2, you'll often see guys just cover the entire IHS with thermal paste because it's consistent. It's not necessarily the best, though I've done some testing on thermal paste. Other people have done some testing on thermal paste. It doesn't seem to actually make a huge difference. It's just if you spread the thermal paste, you always get the same results. Always. It's really, really consistent. Whereas with the P method, if your P is slightly larger, slightly smaller, like the angle that you put the pot on, and small little, changes in how you mount, and that method, because the thermal paste basically just spreads only by the pressure of the pot, depending on how you screw the pot on or, what order you go in, you can end up with very different thermal paste actual spread under the pot, which once the pot's mounted, you can't just go and pull it off, check the paste, be like, oh, that's garbage, let's put it back on. Oh, this is a good mount.
Oh, because that was a good mount.
Yeah, because once you pull it off, it was like, oh, that was good. And then you have to redo it. And so that's why usually you'll see guys spread the thermal paste manually, because then you just put the pot on, and as long as it actually got to the thermal paste, because I've had a few situations where I've had paper towel get in the way, because you have paper towel and it just gets under the pot, and then you unmount it and it's like, oh, there was paper towel in the way. But that's why what separates the pros from people like me who get to sit on the talking about the pros.
All right, guys, it is 12:15 here. We're gonna take a short break for us to actually have food and refresh a little bit our voice, because after that there's gonna be the last hour of the qualifiers. They still have an hour and 15 minutes by now, and in the lead we still have the SLRI, followed by Dr. Wiz, then Benny, and we have Paolo Pishiagashi on 4th place. So right now we don't know the final ranking. There's still an hour and 15 minutes left in this qualifier for the HWBOT World Championship. Don't forget, guys, that you can always subscribe to our channel. You can subscribe to the channel of Dr. Wiz as well. He's streaming from twice a week. And we're gonna get back anytime soon. We're gonna stay on the live chat, so if you have any question during the break, we will still be on the live chat to answer some of your questions. Thank you very, very much for being here with us. I'm Truthman from Overclocking TV, and this is BuildZoid. Welcome back, everyone, to the HWBOT World Championship here at the Case King showroom in Germany. I'm Truthman from Overclocking TV, and
hey guys, BuildZoid here.
That's always your introduction, right?
Yeah, because I don't know how to do intros, so I just defaulted to that.
That's a fallback option. That is always your default option anyway. So guys, we're here at the HWBOT World Championship in Berlin. This is the like the sum of the best thing we can get this weekend. And of course, we do have a lot of gummy bears.
That's actually what's running me for today's show.
You're running on gummy bears. Actually, yeah, I don't know how many pack you already ate.
I think like 5.
Then you have plenty of them.
Yeah,
Well,
there's like
anyway.
more.
All right, guys. So this is the HWBOT World Championship, and of course, it is quite quite a pleasure for us to be here to do the live for you guys. Thank you guys for tuning in on the live chat. Of course, if you have any question, let us know. We are still in the qualifier. The qualifier will end up in a bit less than 1 hour now. And we will know who will go against who in the quarterfinals. So out of the 8 overclocker that is actually competing today in these qualifiers, we will know the first overclocker in the qualifier will go against the 8th, and the second to the 7th, etc., etc., etc. And I can't wait to see how it will turn out, as the two guys from the ROG camp that get the 2 outsider out that will be battling against the top 6 best overclocker in the world are actually doing a mess in the ranking. So they are actually ranking pretty high compared to what was expected from them. That is quite interesting, and there is Extreme Addict that have no plan on submitting scores at all, just to finish 8th. That is
Yeah, which puts him into a matchup against whoever's first. So now it's about not being first. You don't like he's he's number 2 in the world on the current online rankings, so he's a tough opponent to face. So if he finishes at 8, if he gets 8th, the way the brackets work is he's going to end up going against whoever's first. So actually being first is not desirable in this system. So
if we get a closer look at the actual ranking system, and actually like the qualifier right now, 1 hour before the end of this qualifier, we do have Bull Shooter from Germany that is now in the first place with a total of 19 points. Is the one of the 2 guys to have submitted a score in SuperPi 32M, even though a lot of people are benching this benchmark. I mean, during the break, we saw a lot of people benching this one. And he have submitted the 3 benchmarks, same as DSLRI, so that's why they have a little bit of advance in the ranking. Before we took the break, DSLRI was at the first spot. He was the leader of the qualifier. He is now back to the 2nd place. But we do have Paulo Peixe from Brazil that jumped from the 4th place to the 3rd place. Sadly, Dr. Wiz, that was number 2, is now number 5th. But what important thing is that he have not submitted score in SuperPi 32M, and that is what he's focusing on right now, because he told us that he will not bench Cinebench again for the qualifier.
Yeah. I mean, he's doing really well on Cinebench. If you look 8 points, that means he's 2nd place for that benchmark. So it sort of makes sense that he wouldn't want to rebench it, because, well, he doesn't really want to be, like, depending on if he wants to or doesn't want to go against XA, he might not want to be even in first place. So, right now, basically, his strategy, from what he told us, is that he's going to focus on, SuperPi, and then he's going to try the other CPU, because all overclockers get 2 i5-6600Ks to try out. This is to take away some of the variance between chip-to-chip variance, so if they have one CPU, so that everybody sort of gets a, on average, similar CPU. So he basically decided that he's then going to go and take the 2nd chip he has, and he's going to try harder for 3D Mark Physics. Just to see if he can get a better score out of that.
And I like this way of, like, this will be changing for the next hour. I'm pretty sure this will be changing a lot as well in terms of the ranking. We now have on the screen Dr. Wiz, and he was telling us that he does not plan to push Cinebench anymore. I think he wants to spend more time on his RAM settings. So if we can get a look at his screen, just miss it. Oh, well, he's here. Hi, Mom. Hi. He's highly concentrated, though. I mean, he wants to push in the settings. Even though you see that only 1.8 volts for the for the core voltage. That's no.
He's probably focusing on just optimizing his memory settings, so not necessarily just going full out everything. He's more focused on just getting good memory settings because that's something that's where he can get an advantage if they match frequencies.
That is definitely what he's doing now because he got the error of not exacting run, so that's mostly memory related when you have an issue, and he changed the DRAM voltage, so the voltage. That was a good one. That was a good one. Yeah, that's the kind of stuff like these overclockers can still do even though they are in the World Championship qualifier.
I mean, wasn't there a guy checking his phone at one qualifier stage? But that's the funny thing. It might look like they're just busy checking their phone. They're not necessarily just sending text messages or being on Facebook. They might be checking forums because you can't know everything all the time. There is so much to know in overclocking that. You might know there's a tweak that you need to do, but that doesn't necessarily mean you remember all the commands to do it. So I need this tweak right now. Forum. Very quickly look it up. I do it all the time on live streams. These guys generally don't have to do it, but occasionally you'll see them checking, like, if they're not, just making sure that they're doing something because, the hardware might be behaving a little bit unexpectedly, and then it's like, so why might this be happening? And you would go, try to check a reference just to make sure you're correct.
And actually, we have to give a big shout out to all the guys that are coming from the Dr. Wiz Twitch channel. Hi guys, good for coming here. Thank you very much for joining us here in the live for the HWBOT World Championship in Berlin. Dr. Wiz is here competing as against 7 other participants, and that would be. I can't wait to see how it will end up in the final ranking for it. Let's have a quick look once again at the structure before we just gonna go deep dive in the last 45 minutes of this HWBOT World Championship qualifier. So for everyone that happened to be here, they qualified through the HWBOT World Series. Either here or at the ROG camp yesterday, and they will have the qualifier for 3 hours, 3 benchmark. The person that got the most points will go first, and the ranking will define the matches for the quarterfinals. Of course, that will be where the madness will start.
Yeah, so this is not exactly what you would call a qualifier because nobody's getting disqualified. Unless they kill something. Unless they kill something. If they kill their CPU now, yeah, they're getting disqualified. Or if their stuff stops working, then they obviously can't progress because their stuff isn't working. So it's basically just figure out who's going to rank up against who. So it's more of a sort of like in Formula 1 where you have the the race, which decides starting positions. Except here, it's not even starting positions because starting positions give you a sort of distance advantage. Here, you all start.
You don't have advantage. I mean, the only advantage you will get is you might know what is the weakness of your opponents, but this is only for the top.
You can
top
sort of
players.
try pick and choose which opponent you'll be up against. Except the thing is,
I don't think you can really try. I mean, everything can be shaken off with these 2 guys from the ROG camp that they will not play a specific strategy because for them, being there.
Well, you can't have a strategy like I don't want to go against world number 2. Extreme Addict.
Well,
or I don't want to go against.
It's like anyone I go against with will be way better than me anyway. So that's honestly that would be awesome if one of the ROG Camp guy can actually win one of the quarterfinal. That would be awesome. That would be awesome for them.
Yeah, for them it would be awesome.
You never know. Even the top overclockers, they can run into some issues. They can run into condensation issues. You never know what.
That's another thing. Is like, it might actually I mean, everybody's running LN2, but if we keep doing these events in the future and we still keep the structure, I could see people not run any LN2 sub-ambient for this part because you don't want to unnecessarily have water. You still qualify, you might not get the ranking you want, but you still get into that finals and you have a dry motherboard, which can be a huge advantage depending on what kind of conditions you're in. We're currently in Germany. It's it's the winter, so it's not actually that humid here. But you know, if it was the middle of summer in some tropical country, that might be a more useful position to take, where it's just like, I am not going to touch the system. I'm just going to take whatever I get.
Yeah, that's you know, depending on where you bench, this is the case. You can see there's condensation around the pot here. If you go bench in Indonesia, or if you go bench actually
Ice
in
everywhere.
Taiwan, that the humidity level is so high that
I mean, I'm in
everything
the
is
UK.
flowing. Everything is it's crazy.
I'm in the UK by a pretty large body of sea water. Basically, it's the sea, and yeah, I mean, my humidity levels are kind of insane, and I can, you know, I'll unto for a little bit, and it's just like water everywhere. So
There was a discussion on the live chat from Alan Arberino. That would be not good for the top overclocker that go against one of the ROG chem guy and lose, because that will demotivate them a lot. Of course, I mean, you're at the top of your game and you have an outsider, a newcomer, jumping in your space, right? Really, like putting a foot in your space and kicking you out. You know, that, you know, people say, "Oh yeah, that's gonna be easy. We know who will win." No, you never know. Anything can happen, and that's the best. That's the best in overclocking, because even though you get the best hardware in, okay, for example, you have like the best hardware, the best memory, the best motherboard, the best CPU, you have the best everything. Still, you're not sure you can win unless the final time is over. You will never know. Something can go wrong. You can have condensation issue. That's going to be the biggest problem
you
here.
can run 2 volts for too long. If these were FX chips, that wouldn't be concerning as much, but these are all Skylakes, so as much as they can supposedly handle around 1.9, 2 volts is pushing it. But both of our ROG camp guys who qualified from the ROG camp are very experienced at what 2 volts does, and that's apparently nothing, as they've been running it for several hours now.
That's crazy. I mean, big shout out to the guys on the live chat, Speedfasters from Indonesia, Tullius from India, that actually confirmed, yes, almost 100% humidity here, almost all year long. We feel you, man. That's that's hard. I mean, if you go bench in Brazil, there's almost not that many condensation at all. I mean, it's so dry that it's
We should go bench on the North Pole.
Actually,
we won't even need
North Pole, I'm
LN2.
not sure. Antarctica would be fun. Like benching
Antarctica would
the
be
South
awesome,
Pole, yeah. And actually, it could be easier. Not sure.
That's true, because technically you couldn't have a liquid state of water. You literally couldn't have water until you pull out the heat gun. I mean, phenoms would cold bug. The old AMD first generation phenoms. Those would cold bug. Tried to start the system. Cold bug.
The Opturns, the old Athlon 64 Opturns will cold bug as well. All right, so the cold bug, for the one that just joined us on the Twitch channel, the cold bug is basically when the system is too cold and it doesn't work anymore, while you have to heat up the system to make it work again. So yeah, don't forget, if you have any question on the live chat, feel free to ask. We still have a good 15 minutes, good 40 minutes into this qualifier here, and we can focus on some of the overclockers. If you have a question on how they did perform in the qualifiers, on how they did access this HWBOT World Championship, let us know on the live chat. We're gonna answer all that. Bitzoids, so far in the latest submission for this competition, is there any jump in the ranking? I saw that Lucky Noob and Extrematic have been submitting scores, so Extrematic is not keeping up to what he said. He's actually submitting scores now. To not go against Bullshooter, maybe?
Who knows? Yeah, so Extreme Addict has just put up scores. Lucky Noob has also put up scores. And let's take a look at these. Actually, Extreme Addict's scores are not really that high. I mean, he does have a good physics score. That's not the lowest one we've seen today. That's for sure. But his Cinebench score, I mean, Bullshooter is lower than him on that, but it is not a particularly high score. I swear there was somebody. Yep, there are Cinebench scores going as high as the thousands. So he is submitting scores, but let's see what kind of settings he's running. He might be taking it very easy. So yeah, he's running 5.7 gigahertz on the 6600K. I'd say that's taking it easy, especially for somebody like Extreme Addict who should be, doing six plus on just about anything Skylike related. His memory is at 1333. Wait, that's 3333. Is that 4 threes? 3333. Well, whatever. 1666. That's the real world clock. Effective is double that, and he's running it at 12 12 12 28. He is on AFR memory, and actually this is a proper sort of setup for the memory clock and timings for AFR. AFR generally doesn't maintain those 12 12 12 timings at very high frequencies, so it looks like he's sort of working on getting his memory to set up to what he wants. And he's running the CPU at relatively conservative settings of 5.7 gigahertz core clock and 5.6 gigahertz cache. So yeah, and the score sort of reflects that. It's only 948 points in Cinebench 15. If we look at I'll try pull up the Cinebench rankings for Cinebench.
And while you're looking for the next score, we can see that the ranking changed a lot. I told you, like, Lucky Noob, once he starts submitting scores, that's gonna change the top 6, and this is exactly what happened. It completely smashed the top 6. Paolo managed to stay there in the top 4, is now seconds there, and Extreme Addict as well, that were not submitting anything, is sandbagging, like we say, waiting the last moment to submit scores to shake up the ranking. It's quite impressive to see that, just in a matter of like 10 minutes, it can change all the ranking. Of course, because all the scores that you're gonna put on will influence the other ranking as well. Very, very impressive by Paolo. He managed to be first in stage 1 and 2, so SuperPy 32M and Cinebench R15.
Yep.
So, talking about Cinebench R15.
So in the lead for Cinebench Revision 15, we have Paolo at 10,041. Followed by Dr. Wheeze at 1036, Lucky Noob at 998, Extreme Addict sort of in the middle at 948 points, Bullshooter at 896 points, Bene at 855 points, and DSLRI at 849 points. Mark 0053 still hasn't submitted a Cinebench score, which is very, very surprising.
Maybe he's waiting the last minute to submit that score again to shake again the ranking. Who knows?
Probably.
He still have 33 minutes left to submit the score. So this is still something that is possible. Right now on the screen we can see Paolo Pichiagashi from Brazil, currently at the top of his game in both SuperPy 32M and Cinebench R15. Talking about SuperPy 32M,
we have the SuperPy 32 million rankings. So, Paolo is at the top of this as well, so that's very impressive. 5 minutes 16 seconds for him. Lucky Noob is at 5 minutes 28 seconds. Extreme Addict has 5 minutes 40 seconds. Bullshooter 5 minutes 55 seconds. Bene is at 6 minutes 15, and DSLRI is at 6 minutes 18. So now I don't feel so bad about my 6 minutes. And Dr. Wheeze has yet to submit a score, and Mark 0053 has yet to submit a score. Dr. Wheeze is working very hard on his SuperPy, so there's a good chance when he submits that score, it's going to seriously shake up that ranking. Mark 0053 is... Do we know what he's currently doing? He's benching something. He might be doing Cinebench.
He's benching SuperPy 32M right now. I just got the information from the screen. He's benching SuperPy 32M, but he's never managing to submit a complete score.
So it's not finishing?
It's not finishing. He's getting always either a reboot, a freeze, or a blue screen. And that's exactly what he just had right now. He had some weird issue, like his screen went off and it went back again. Ew, that resolution. That's not HD.
Yeah.
So let's compare the top score of SuperPy 32M to see if even the first run would be faster or slower than Paolo. Well, if he managed to get back to the system, something that he seems to have
having a hard time with.
Bug, yeah.
Yeah, but he's on the Kingpin Gemini fast pot, so the two-part LN2 pot with the replaceable base. He's currently running the fast base, so it's actually very, very quick for him to warm up, cool down, warm up, cool down. The only issue with this pot is well, it's very sensitive. And it tends to, from, I was listening to him talk about basically how the pot behaves, and one of the issues is when you pull it down to around sort of as you approach full pot temperatures, it'll tend to jump that gap. So you'll tip in a little bit more LN2, and instead of going from like minus, 178, 180, and then it'll just jump to minus one, like the minimum temperature you can achieve.
Like 195, 194 directly. Like
thing about K-type probes is if you calibrate them to match real, like if you calibrate them to do 20 degrees properly, they don't work at, like they don't do minus 196 properly. So I actually calibrate my probes against minus 196, and they don't read room temperature. They read like 20, like it's room temperature might be 23, and they read way below that, which is just K-type, yeah.
That's the way the thermometer and the
Yeah.
probes works. Actually,
There are even better probes that do actually handle that temperature range properly, fully. The only issue with them is they're much more expensive. So, yeah, K-type, and they're also larger. They're not necessarily as, like, you can stick a K-type almost in everything. The issue is K-types and most thermal probes in general are just designed for higher temperatures.
So as we can see, actually the K-type, the probe, that's the green and white wires we can see going out from the base of the CPU pot, the big black stuff here on the motherboard, up to the thermometer.
Yep, so that's a K-type.
So Dr. Wiz is setting up again his system. Maybe that's his second motherboard. Who knows? I can't remember. It is his second motherboard. I got the confirmation. It will be once again not using mounting system. That is a strategy for this competition. That's the first time I see him using it. He told us that we saw it on the live as well. In his previous live when he was preparing, he was not using mountings. That's his strategy because he can swap very fast his setup and say, oh, this motherboard is having condensation issues, just remove it, put the other one on the table, boom, that's it.
Yep.
That's nice to see all these top overclockers having different strategies. There is no better strategy. The only good strategy is the one you like, is the one you can perform correctly. Well, yeah, anything can happen. Maybe the pressure is here. You can see he's focusing. Oh! Look at what we got! Too late! Damn it!
You're not fast enough.
Almost close enough to get the blue screen from Mark. It seems he's running into some memory issues.
He's very busy trying to get that score to his liking. So, whose screen are we on right now? Is this Dr. Weeze's BIOS?
Dr. Weeze's BIOS.
Yeah, so take notes, kids. This is the stuff you need to get high scores.
That's a lot of...
That's too many things to take notes on.
So yeah, Dr. Weeze, #1 overclocker in South Africa, is having his special shirt where he's displaying some of his sponsors. I like the way they can do the shirt like this now. I mean, this gives a nice look for this athlete. I mean, they really look professional this way.
He looks professional, the rest of them don't.
And there you can see Mark struggling on his system. He's discussing with Moritz, one of the guys we actually saw on the left side of the screen. We saw him at an event in July that was in Pennsylvania in the US, but he is actually German in this year. So he was actually on vacation and took the few days. He took a few days from his vacation to go to a PA event. That was a community organized event that was quite fun. We did some nice testing as well for the live, having the more kind of 1-versus-1 matches, having the thermal probe feedback directly on the live as well, so we could see exactly what's going on. That was very nice to see how they were doing it. Now, Lucky Noob, extremely concentrated on focus on his system. We do have Mark output here. He's trying to almost start benching, almost.
Did it just
And
crash again for him? Or
I
is
think it
that...
just restarted.
Oh.
It seems like
Yep.
it just restarted.
So now we're looking at... I think that's Alpha's system, is it not?
This is Alpha's system. Usually the pink and the toys, that's for Alpha. And actually he's boosting his memory as much as he can. Just got the information. And he's using the a water, not a water cooling system, but he's using stuff like Sing on his memory. And during the break, I heard he was actually warming up the RAMs, because if the RAMs get too cold, it's actually crash. So what he's doing is cooling down the CPU at negative, I think, 120, if I'm right, and then he's warming up the memory sticks. Otherwise, they will crash. Because that's the thing, like different components will react differently to the temperature.
Yep. Yeah, and the mini ITX board does not make that easier, as the RAM is as close to the CPU socket as you can reasonably get it. I think maybe the LN2 board from Gigabyte might have the RAM even closer, since they actually use the mounting system for the heatsink for AMD. They have this whole spacing for AMD heatsinks, so that board might have the memory slots a little bit closer, but the MITX boards they don't have a lot of thermal capacity, so that LN2 pot will very quickly turn the entire motherboard to ice, and everything on it, well, RAM doesn't really have a lot more heat capacity either, and is also directly connected to the same copper, ground plane and data lines that the CPU is, and so the RAM will freeze up very quickly too, which is why Alva is working so hard to get it warmed up, and that's, of course, to get it working. So he doesn't actually have a thermal probe for it, which is why he just keeps putting his hand on the RAM to check if the temperature is too low or too high. But I guess too high, we'd be seeing him pull his fingers off pretty quick. He's just checking that it's not too low.
Yeah, that's good to see. Like, each of them have their own techniques. I mean, even just insulating the motherboard, they all have their own technique for it. Like, some use Plastidip, some use Vaseline, some use just Armaflex. Actually, we see less and less Armaflex lately. We just use, we see more and more Vaseline, and this is a trend. Like, depending on the top overclockers, like who's using it, there's more and more people using it as well. We had the eraser. Like the Peter eraser.
Actually,
kind of
Paolo's using the needed eraser on his motherboard. You can't actually see it because right now it's covered in paper towel, but when he was preparing the motherboard yesterday, it was completely covered in eraser. So, yeah. I personally prefer the Plastidip, because the thing about Plastidip is if you start using a hairdryer or a heat gun to warm up the motherboard, Vaseline melts.
Mm-hmm.
So you won't only be removing moisture, you might end up ruining your insulation in the process as well. So, yeah, and you don't really want to have Vaseline running around the board all the time. The benefit with Vaseline, though, is you can't just take the motherboard and chuck it in a dishwasher. You have to remove the CMOS battery.
Yes,
that's the only thing.
That's the thing. Like, people say, "Oh yeah, but my motherboard is dirty. What can I do?" Yeah, just put it in a dishwasher. That works.
I don't have a dishwasher.
I know. Don't go scrub that socket. Like the pin in the socket. Don't go scrub that with the sponge.
I actually, at an event I was earlier this year, I think even. We had a Rampage. No, it was a Maximus 8 Extreme. And somebody screwed up Vaseline insulation on it, so there was Vaseline in the memory slots. And the solution to that was we had one of the guys at the event basically went and took a shower with the motherboard. Worked after that. We got it to boot. Before that, it didn't boot. After that, it booted. We had to dry it out for a bit, but yeah, we got the board working again.
I really don't like the Vaseline insulation. Definitely not.
Yeah, it also gets really, really filthy. Like, you get dust in it and everything. It's disgusting. So somebody on the chat asked, so they understand why I don't use Vaseline, but they don't know why I don't use the artistic eraser. Mostly because I just copied my insulation technique straight from Roman, so that'd be Der Bauer. So I just copied his, and he originally insulated with just Plastidip. So, but when he would do Plastidip Armaflex, and I just use Plastidip Armaflex. Though I actually have integrated a bunch of blue shop towels into this system because Armaflex isn't actually very absorptive of water. Doesn't really do as good a job as blue shop towels, so I started using blue shop towels as a sort of water catching layer in my insulation.
Actually, here we can see it's a very mixed. So you have the
Yeah.
heated eraser on the back of the I/O ports to
This is Mark
avoid
08.
this
is
avoid
Mark's-
condensation forming.
Yep. So he has the eraser on basically everything you wouldn't want to Plastidip. He has Plastidip on the rest of the motherboard, and I do believe he also has Vaseline on top of the Plastidip, which is also what they did for the ROG camp. That's the two new guys with their Maximus 8 Extreme boards. They're also running a layer of Plastidip, a very thin layer that is like just sprayed on. I don't do spray on because it's too thin. That's why they have Vaseline on top of it. For my personal insulation, I usually just go really thick layer of Plastidip, blue shop towel, Armaflex. Admittedly, some of those insulation jobs aren't that great, and I do end up having to tweak them after a few I have to tweak them, and the other problem is Plastidip starts peeling on its own after a few sessions, so you have to. But the cool thing is you can refresh it really easy. Like, it's not hard to redo a Plastidip job. Especially if you have thinners.
I think that was in the US as well that I saw that some guys using dragon skin. So
Oh yeah,
it's
that
a mix
does look
of two
so
components.
nice.
It's a mix of two
Yeah.
components that will stay transparent, so you can still see the
Yeah,
board
it
and
looks
the
so nice.
and the things, and it creates a thick layer of maybe like 2 or 3 millimeters, and it's
Yep.
like a paste that goes all pretty much everywhere, but
Yeah,
you can
yeah,
remove
it's-
it one shot if you want.
Yeah, I saw that. That looks gorgeous. Absolutely gorgeous, in my opinion. That is the nicest insulation I've ever seen. I think a few people know that I've started messing around with the Plastidip insulation, like putting racing stripes on motherboards, and because it's not colorful enough once it's black. Unfortunately, orange Plastidip isn't a very vibrant color, so I usually stick to red.
So this is exactly what is being used on this motherboard.
Yep.
We see right now. That's you have multiple colors as well. So, well, we say Plastidip because we don't know exactly the name of that component, and Plastidip
Yeah.
is the name of the company doing it.
There's different companies
Actually,
doing various
guys at Plastidip,
mixes.
we're making a hell of a ton of advertisement for you guys. We're not being paid by them though. We have to say it.
It's just what I use. It's like, what else would I call it? Liquid electrical tape is a completely different substance that is actually much more sticky, and you can risk ripping off components with it. That's why I like Plastidip is a liquid rubber, not a liquid tape. Right? The liquid tape stuff it's much more robust actually. And then there's also conformal coat, which you can
that
also
looks
use.
more like that's like kind of like a coating that you can put on the
Yeah,
motherboard.
yeah,
The main
Apparently,
reason why
ASRock's OC Formula series is coated in conformal coat,
they
or
did it
some of
for-
them.
Yeah, some of them they did.
Z97?
I think they did just that.
Z87,
The 87, I think they stopped doing it after.
97, I think as well. Pretty sure they did the 97 as well. I'm not 100% certain though.
So let's see what Dr. Wiz is having. That's his SuperPi 32M. He doesn't seem to have a score yet submitted. Indeed, that's actually the last guy that did not submit any score in SuperPi 32M. Let's see how he's performing. So let's say loop 1 was about 15 seconds and 299 milliseconds. Let's see against other.
Yeah, so against Mark's score, which loop should we look at? I'd say loop 5. That's like a good place to start. That's midway. Yeah. So for loop 5, Mark has 1 minute, 5 seconds, 288 milliseconds, and Dr. Wiz has 1 minute. Wait. Did he just finish? Wait, no, this is the one running. Yeah. So he has 1 minute, 8 seconds, 586 milliseconds on his 5th loop. So he's quite a bit slower. Let's check some of the other loops. On loop 10, we have 2 minutes 08 versus 2 minutes 15. So yeah, Dr. Wiz is going a lot, like his loops are running a lot slower than the current, leader of the leaderboard.
So this is not the best score, but
That was-
maybe that's gonna be good enough to kick out DSLRI. Let's see,
Is it-
DSLRI.
Yeah,
screenshot.
yeah, he has DSLRI easy. So DSLRI is doing 2 minutes 35 seconds at loop 10, whereas Dr. Weeze was doing 2 minutes 8 seconds at loop 10.
And actually he was, because Dr. Weeze just crashed and he had to eat up the system.
Overclocking. It's like, I'm gonna win! Crash.
Nope. And there's only 15 minutes left in
left.
this qualifier for the HWBOT World Championship. Let's have a look at the global ranking we do have today. Right now, the ranking is as follows. We do have Mark0053 that managed to submit his score and then is now back in the top of the leaderboard with a total of 26 points. He's the first person in SuperPride 32M. He's second in both Cinebench R15 and 3D Mark Firestrike Physics 5G. He's closely followed by Lucky Noob that managed to get the best score ever in 3D Mark Firestrike Physics 5G, accumulating a total of 21 points. Then closely followed in the top 3 by Paolo Pesciagashi that managed to get the best score in Cinebench R15. So basically, if you have the best score in one of the stage, for now, you are in the top 3.
Yep. And under that, we have Extreme Addict, Benny, and Dr. Weeze. And Dr. Weeze still has to get his Super Pie score. And DSLRI is at the very bottom, and Bullshooter is... Well, actually, Bullshooter is at the very bottom with DSLRI above him. So, right now, if they qualified as is, then we have Mark going against Bullshooter. And Lucky Noob, basically you can just take, top guy against.
But that would
first
be
to
Extreme
eighth.
Addict against Benny. That would be like
That's
currently
slaughter.
number 2 against currently outsider in the competition.
Extreme Addict has a very good strategy.
It's
He's
just
doing
trying
that
to
on purpose. Just gonna nail the guy who's new to this. Then I'm gonna pull out all the skills of the world number 2.
So everyone is concentrating on the systems, trying to make sure that everything works. And guys, I have to say it, remove your headphone because we had a blue screen. That was too late, sorry, I didn't have the time to do it. You can see Mark is smiling because he was maybe almost waiting for me to do it. Yeah, that's gonna be blue screening a lot in this competition, especially because it's mostly CPU focused, and everyone is touching the memory, and the memory that is not stable because it's clocked too high tend to create those blue screen.
Getting memory stable is really, really hard. So
Mark is still in the leaderboard. You can see he's smiling. He's having his. It's like a. No, whatever you do, you still have to perform well in the qualifier. Because even if you win just the qualifier of the World Championship, you actually displayed your skills, right? Part of your skills.
yeah, but
Then
you
you
can
have
show
the-
off your skills on stage. With
Yeah, but
all
what-
the eyes on you.
What can happen? I mean, on the stage, anything can happen. You can, have big condensation issues that will prevent you
Well,
from
that's why I
actually
was saying,
showing up your skills.
if I somehow ended up on something like this and I knew this was the system you were going for, I would just run ambient. It's like, why would I build up ice on my system when I can just go in with a completely dry board?
So still we don't have any new submission, but Dr. Weeze is at loop number 12 on SuperPi 32M. Oh, and we got a blue screen from Mark.
That was a lot less awful
Whoa.
than usual.
He's having a lot of issue, Mark. I mean, he managed to be the leader of this qualifier.
Issues in
No,
quotation
challenges.
marks.
Challenges.
He's not
Um,
getting what he wants, but he's still at the top.
Yeah. But he's struggling with his system. Maybe he's at the
That
limit.
might, yeah. If he keeps, I mean, is he just having stability issues or is he having water issues? Because if he's having water issues, that can carry on into the following competitions that we're going to be having. Whereas if he's just having stability issues, well, he can get that. So that's not really a. He could just back off the settings a little bit.
Yeah, this could be mostly condensation issues. I know that's actually the biggest challenge that would be here, the condensation for the guys. Dr. Wiz is still on his way to get his first score in Super Pi 32M. Even though he haven't submitted score in all of the 3 stages, he's still in the 6th position. So whatever he will be putting as a score, that will for sure change the ranking.
Yep.
Can't wait to see loop 18. There's 2 more loops before having the final score. 1 more loop at 4 minutes
Now it
14
crashes.
seconds.
Now it crashes.
Let's have a look at the score.
No, really that. Wait. Did I pull up Super Pi? Yep.
Yep. Loop 20, almost there, almost there. Can we?
I think
can
there's
it
like
do it?
21 and 22 to go. 21.
But actually, they 24 loop, not 20. 20 is GPU
Pi,
by.
yeah.
Right.
22.
4 minutes 53.
It's gonna crash when it starts 24. Loop 24. It's gonna crash.
I hope not. I mean, he's on his way to get like
That's kind of why I don't do Super
he's
Pi.
on his way to do 5 minutes below 5 minute 40. Way below 5 minute 40.
Looks like 5 minutes 20 something to me.
Can he do it? Can he do it? That's gonna be the
Around 20.
last iteration. Last iteration, 5 minutes 17. Not that bad. Still not the best score you can get on the scoreboard, but that's gonna be good enough to jump him maybe in the top 4. And 5 minutes 29 seconds, so that brings him back
He beats
up.
Extreme Addict and is just under Lucky Noob. So
now he still need to do the screenshot.
Yep.
Because
And
it can still crash.
yep. And he could definitely get the. Oh, that's why he's been crashing so much. He's running 1900. That's well, actually that's lower, isn't it? He's actually doing less.
At 5.7 G. Imagine
Yeah.
if he was running that at 6.2.
Yeah, but the thing is, his memory is also downclocked, if you can see, because he's at 1914 instead of 1933.
But at least that's a safe run. I mean, safe run, not a safe run, but that's a run he can finish. That's going to be the first time you're going to be submitting score for Super Pi 32 and Fallout. And there's only 8 minutes left in this qualifier, so right on time. I told you guys, even if that competition is, that qualifier is about 3 hours, you still need to be right on time. The system is there. From this angle, it looks like the CPU pod is not well mounted as well.
Yeah, but I think that's the angle of the camera. Also, the insulation foam might not be necessarily completely straight, whereas the pot could be.
So that's the trick now, because they need to fit everything on the screen, even though the resolution is very weird and small. So they're trying to get everything right in there. Here we go. Just gonna do the screenshot. You need to do the screenshot now.
Crashes when they press print screen.
I hope not for him. I mean, that would be too bad, right? So we need to get this shortcut things to get the screenshots. Get the screenshot in there. All right. So what it will do is say, okay, the screenshot is there. It will bring the USB key. See, you can see the USB key plugged into the system. And then from there, it will go select his screenshot in here, copy it to the USB key, and keep that to the judge. Yep. Mr. Christian Ney, official judge here. So there you go, Christian Ney, the judge, now have the USB key, and you will be able to see it in the background. He will be then going to his desk, judge desk, uploading the score, and we will see the score being uploaded. We will then, I think we will even be able to see it live. So during that time, it's not stopping it. This is the qualifier for the HWBOT World Championship 2016. We will know in the next 6 minutes how the brackets will be defined. Who will go against who? It's not over yet. There's still 6 minutes. You can still run a SuperPy 32M completely. Maybe that's what Dr. Wiz will be aiming for. In the meantime, we do have Mark that is completely unmounting everything just to dry up. He's not gonna put any better score anyway. He's gonna be either second. It's gonna be in the top 3. I don't think that's gonna change a lot for the system. So the score will soon be updated on the scoreboard, and you can see that Dr. Wiz was the last overclocker to submit a score in SuperPy 32M. Everyone else in this competition had submitted something, so this will change the ranking. What not? I mean, it will change the ranking whatever happens.
Yep. And his score just went live. So he gets 5 points for that score. Let's take a look at the overall rankings.
And the overall ranking is changing now. Dr. Wiz is jumping to the 4th position, and Extrematic is going down. He's going down to the 6th position.
He's actually tied for points with Benny, so that's very interesting. So Benny's leading on he's doing really well on the physics stage, but not doing so well in the other 2 categories, whereas Extreme Addict is doing average in pretty much everything.
That's not usual from Extreme Addict. Actually, Extreme Addict in previous competition used to have this surprise comeback. I mean, that was the case at the HOT in December 2015. He finished second of the competition. Yeah, that might be a bit too short.
He has 4 minutes to do his surprise comeback. Either he's sitting on a bunch of screenshots that he hasn't put on the pen drive yet, or there's not a surprise comeback. At the end of the day, this is not a super critical round for them. It is good for them to, figure out how their systems work and make sure that everything is working as they like, but it's mostly for getting the brackets built, which
I like the bracket system, but I mean, if that was a black bracket made completely random, the guys would have to test anyway this morning the system. So that's actually the good way that they can actually fight again. The live chat is going crazy on XA. That would be XA against Alva. No, that should be a final, say Dankop HWBOT. And website say, Michal, you failed. Epic's Master achievement unlocked again. As he used to say, Epic Master failed, potato kartoffel. Kartoffel. This is Epic Kartoffel fail. So the ranking now seems to be that Lucky Noob is against XA. Let's see.
2 minutes. Well, 2 minutes and 45 seconds to go. What? Oh. So, for some reason, the ranking doesn't want to load for me. Right now, it looks like a lot of guys are just packing up their systems and making sure that they're ready. They do actually get several, well, I think an hour break after this to, dry off their systems and make sure they're ready for the actual bracket matchups and the 1v1s. So we're now less than 2 minutes left at 1 minute 50 seconds to the end of the competition. Interesting to see if there's any more new scores coming. rankings remain unchanged right now. We won't be seeing scores from Lucky Noob. Dr. Wheeze doesn't seem to be working on any scores either. Mark is
Dr.
packing
Wiz
up.
is still benching SuperPie, from what
Is
we
he
can
still
see here.
Really? He doesn't seem to be paying much attention to the screen right now. Just saying. So, yeah.
Still benching, but we're just waiting for Christian Ney to let us know when that's gonna be over. We're close to 1 minute left.
And that's 1 minute to go. 55 seconds.
There's 4 minutes left from the judge. It seems that our... Okay, 1 minute left. Thank you, Christian.
Yeah, we have the timer right here. That's the same one he's reading.
So what we will see now is the end of this HWBOT World Championship qualifier. Oh my god, Dr. Wiz added score. It's not... Oh no, it's not... Oh, his score is better. So it should actually get a score.
It doesn't
No?
change the ranking though. Oh wait, no, it does push him above Alva. So Dr. Wheeze just beat...
Oh no! It's over! He had a better score. He did not submit it. He did not submit.
He didn't manage to submit it. Yeah.
He did not call up the judge at the right time. So basically...
Wait, can the judge give us a
Wow.
judgment here?
Judge, will this score be valid or invalid?
Cool.
All right.
So the rankings are... So that means Dr. Wheeze is...
Dr. Wiz will not be able to improve his
Previous
score.
score, yeah.
But the final ranking is not known yet. Let's wait for Christian. Let's wait for Christian to validate the final ranking as the official judge here. Alright, so we can now talk about the final ranking. Thank you very much, Christian, for your judge skills. We're gonna tune in back to you for the quarterfinal. Alright, so this is the final ranking. We can now talk about it. Mark0053 is the winner of the HWBOT World Championship qualifier. So it will
Which
get the
means-
first spot.
He's going up against DSLRI.
So that's gonna be a very interesting match. Like first
Or a
best-
one-sided slaughter. Let's be realistic here. One of the best overclocker in Canada against guy who started 2 days ago.
So here we are, the HWBOT World Championship qualifier is now over. Whoa, what a qualifier. So we have Mark0053 that is finishing first of this qualifier, closely followed by Paolo. Once again, good display of skills by Paolo. I mean, that guy is not well known online because he doesn't speak that much English. He's actually learning English, so he's very well known in Brazil, but not in on the international scene. So Mark0053, then we have Paolo, and then followed by Lucky Noob from Indonesia. Dr. Wiz that did not manage to submit his last score because it, as the judge said, he'd have to be on the USB key before the time is over. Sadly did not improve his score, so he's now fourth. For the fifth, we're going to Benny from the ROG camp.
Yep. So he he was here for the ROG camp since he qualified for that. So he's only been using LN2 for 2 days. he's actually had quite a lot of experience. He started overclocking in 2016, and it's actually very surprising that he finished as high as he did. He actually has a really good 3D Mark Firestrike physics score. So, and that's a pretty memory bound benchmark. So that's pretty impressive. It'll be interesting to see him in the 1v1s. And sixth place we have Extreme Addict, who hasn't really put out that many scores. He's got
It seems like you haven't put that much effort either.
well, he's the world number 2, so he should be at the top. This is no effort. This is him going, yeah, I don't want to. So we have Extreme Addict with 11 points total. He's actually tied with Benny. So it's actually interesting. Since they're tied, wouldn't they technically be on the same place, or does it take time of submission into account to do the rankings?
The first one to submit, if in case there's a tie, the first one to submit is the one that get the points.
Okay. Well, they got the same points, but like the ranking shifted them. Okay, whatever.
Make sure you press F5.
They're still
Don't
11.
have any.
They're still 11-11.
All right.
Yep, because
but it's
they're
not the same point distribution, yeah.
yeah, completely different point distribution, but they do have the same scores. And in seventh we have Bullshooter with 2, 3, 1 points. And
Bullshooter that was the leader for some times in the early beginning of the qualifier.
Early on, he was a leader, and right now DSLRI is at the very bottom, who was second earlier during the qualifier. So
what we have here now is the distribution of the quarterfinals. So we will have Mark 0053 going against DSLRI. That's gonna be the currently #1 overclocker in Canada against a newcomer that didn't knew about extreme
who wasn't even
overclocking.
part of HWBOT until 2 days ago. He didn't have a HWBOT account. So.
Well, that's quite quite impressive. The second matches we will be able to see in the quarterfinal, there's gonna be Paolo against Bullshooter. This game will be very hard because Bullshooter is someone that always fights very hard in the 1 versus 1, and he does have a lot of knowledge as well because he won from the Europe event at the HWBOT World Tour Europe, and he won against Dan Cobb, the currently #1 overclocker in the world. So this is very two high profile overclockers. One, we know what he can do. Paolo had not as many training on the 1 versus 1 format, except he was training at home. He didn't add live training that much. We will see what can happen. I mean, they are both using different kind of hardware. They are all using the same platform but different brands of hardware, so that can also mix up the odds in favor of one of the others. But most importantly, the skills of the guys will be the determining factor here. Then third quarterfinal, we're gonna have Lucky Noob against
Extreme Addict.
This is gonna be a super tight match. I wish we could just focus on these two. I don't know how that's gonna happen for the hookup for the qualifiers, because the qualifiers will all the quarterfinals will all happen at the same time. So that will be very hard to follow, and we're gonna focus only on one for you guys to get into the process for the next semi-final and final. And finally, the last match we're gonna have in the quarterfinal is
Dr. Weeze and Benny. So that's #1 in South Africa versus guy who started started using LN2 2 days ago, but has actually been on HWBOT as of the 16th of October this year. So the two newcomers ended up with some very tough opposition. But I think that there was never an option for them to... if they faced each other, that would pretty much be the only way that they wouldn't have extremely tough opponents with tons and tons of experience. So
that's funny, because Lucky Noob yesterday was telling us, I don't want to go against XA, I don't want to go against XA, I don't want to go against XA. And XA was like, I want to go against your ROG Cam guy, I want to go against your ROG Cam guy. Well, both of you guys fail, actually. You end up against each other. That's going to be a crazy match. I think that's going to be very high profile as well for this quarterfinal. This is quite impressive. the fact that they cannot push as much as this and be so tight. Guys, we're gonna take a short break and come back right with you for the pre-show of the quarterfinals in the next few minutes. Don't forget that you can always ask your question on the live chat. We're gonna be monitoring the live chat all along this day. Give us a follow here on Twitch if you like what you're seeing now. If you really liked that and you want to help us out more with the stream system and everything, you can subscribe as well to the channel with your Twitch Prime subscription, the free subscription you have every month. You can give it to Overclocking TV. That will be much more than appreciated for that. If you guys want to see what this guy is doing, you can go to his Twitch channel, Twitch TV BuildZoid channel, and
my YouTube. I'd actually recommend the YouTube because that's more active. So you can just for YouTube, you just look up actually hardcore overclocking. That'll take you there.
And we're gonna take a short break and find you back for the quarterfinal of the HWBOT World Championship here in Berlin. Welcome back everyone to the HWBOT World Championship. We are now up just minutes before the quarterfinals to start here. That's going to be an insane quarterfinal. 8 matches at the same time, 4 matches at the same time, 8 overclockers here competing against each other, and we have 2 interesting matches and 1 crazy matches that will go on.
1 crazy match? 2 interesting ones? I think
2.
we have 2 slaughters and 1 interesting match. Differing views.
That's going to be very interesting to see because currently number 1 overclocker in Canada, Mark0053, will go against one of the outsider from the ROG camp yesterday that 48 hours ago didn't knew about liquid nitrogen overclocking at all. So that's going to be one of the slaughter. The second one is going to be Dr. Wiz, currently best overclocker in South Africa against DSLRI. Bene.
Yeah,
Against
DSLRI
Bene.
is against Mark. Yep.
That's going to be against Bene. You can have the scoreboard here.
Yep.
That's going to be against Bene. So these 2, that's going to be the slaughter. We will then know who is going to the semi-final. That's going to be a very interesting turnout
If both
of
new
events.
guys end up in the semi-final...
If we do have a semi-final from the outsider guys, that will be extremely
Incredible.
surprising. But you know, you
It's
never
possible.
know what can happen. Yeah.
It's possible.
On the second part of the quarterfinals, we're gonna have Paulo against Bullshooter, so Brazilian guy against German. Then we're gonna have the crazy match, Lucky Noob against Extreme Addict, and both of them were avoiding each other to be in these 1 versus 1 matches. Even though just earlier we had some, discussion about should they go against each other. Is Extreme Addict trying to avoid anyone and trying to go against one of the newcomer, one of the outsider, or Lucky Noob, is he trying to avoid Extreme Addict or Bullshooter, as he was saying yesterday in the preparation time? He was really escaping as much as he can to have these matches. BuildZoid, what do you think can turn out of these quarterfinals?
Well, the Lucky Noob Extreme Addict matchup, that will be insane. Lucky Noob's never been on a live event, So this is actually the first time he's doing this sort of 1v1 benching style. He's done other live events. He's just not done a HWBOT World Tour 1v1
Well, actually,
live.
he was not competing in the World Tour. He was
So yeah,
part of the organization of the
yeah,
Indonesian one.
He
so-
was he was running the event. He wasn't benching in the event. So
That's
he-
good.
What?
Yeah, go on.
Yeah. So it's going to be interesting because he has very little experience with the 1v1 style. However, he's prepared very, very well. He has 3 motherboards. Unfortunately, they're all Asus, and he's not really an Asus expert. He considers himself he spends more time on MSI motherboards, but he does have 3 Asus motherboards. So if it's just water issues, he got motherboards for days. He could literally drop a motherboard after every 1v1 matchup, and he'd still be on a dry motherboard at the end of the day. So
That's going to be crazy. And we're going to have a lot more benchmark this time. So how that's going to happen for the 1 versus 1, it's a bit different process like we explained in the kickoff earlier today. For the HWBOT World Championship 2016, the qualifier is a 3 hours long competition. So time constraint only. You can do pretty much anything you want on it. But for the 1 versus 1, it's 30 minutes, 1 versus 1. So not everyone against everyone. And instead of only 3 benchmarks, you're gonna have I think 2, 4, 6, 8. You're gonna have 8 benchmark that can be that will be drawn. Actually, each benchmark will be drawn to know who go against who,
yeah.
and actually who get the benchmark. Of
So
it.
basically, the benchmark gets drawn, and then the guy who has the better ranking gets to decide if he doesn't like the benchmark, so he gets a veto. And then the lower ranking guy also gets their chance to veto that benchmark. And if either of them vetoes, we do another draw. They can veto again. Do another draw. They can veto again.
No, they can veto
Wait.
only once.
Each
they
one
can
can veto once, though.
Only one veto per person.
Yeah. So if one of them vetoes the first time, then there's another draw. Then the other one would veto.
The third benchmark being drawn is the benchmark that will have to go.
Yep. I know. That's what I was going through.
Oh, okay, sorry.
I finished at the third one.
Oh, I thought you were doing that for
I
the
don't know.
past
Maybe
10
maybe
No,
I
you
was,
did one more. Well, anyway, so
I don't know.
to sum this up, the HWBOT World Championship format in 1 versus 1 is you get 1 again 1. You have to draw a benchmark. Each overclocker can veto once only. Only.
Yeah, that's what I said.
The one that starts with the veto is the one that is higher ranked in the qualifier, and then they will have 30 minutes to go. So right now the CPUs are being drawn. So the CPUs, to make sure that everyone have the same amount of chance. Everyone from the qualifier gave back the CPUs. All the CPUs are now being drawn for each of them to set up the system. That's going to be interesting to know, because as there's a slight variation between all of the different CPUs. Well, this way it's equalizing the level playing field, I would say.
Yep.
So let's go through the few benchmarks that we can have for the upcoming matches. All the matches from today will have all the same possibilities of benchmark. Out of 8 benchmark, we're gonna have the first one will be SuperPi 1M.
So SuperPi 1 million, we've seen SuperPi 32 million used for the qualifier round, and 1 million is basically the same algorithm, but instead of calculating 32 million digits of pi, it's calculating 1 million digits of pi. It is a very, very fast benchmark. It finishes in seconds. It's almost entirely CPU bound. It is still slightly affected by memory, but not as much as the 32M, just because it works with a smaller amount of data. So that's an interesting benchmark. That's actually the SuperPi I do run, just because it's so quick. That's like, you don't have to sit there very long. It's just like, oh, I'm benching. Yeah, let's just run SuperPi.
But that's gonna be less than 10 seconds every time.
Every time.
So
yeah.
there's
Especially
never
on the
gonna be a
architecture.
score above 10 seconds. If there is one, there's definitely something is wrong with the system, because
Your
that's not
CPU
even
is probably
supposed to
fully.
be.
It's gonna underclock like 800 megahertz underclock. Maybe you could get it to 10 minutes. I mean 10 seconds. So yeah, the benchmark is extremely fast on the Skylake architecture. So and then at the frequencies we're running, it'll be finishing very, very rapidly. Up next, we have SuperPi 32 million. So like 1 million, except much longer, because it's calculating a lot more digits of pi. This one is more affected by memory overclocking, but other than that, it's the same deal as Super Pi 1 million. Then we have W Prime 1024. That's a weird one. Apparently, like just messing with the size of the window it helps it run. You have to set the thread count manually because it doesn't automatically detect your cores.
But that's the issue we're gonna see by a lot of people here. They will forget to set the thread count and say, "Oh no," or like, "Oh, I got a bad score." It's like,
well,
oh yeah,
luckily,
I'll come back to it after.
Well, you do get the console output for the for how many cores are running, so it'll say that core 1 calculating, and you'll know very quickly that the benchmark I forgot to set the cores. But still, it's like you're wasting time in a 30-minute time-limited match. You do not want to be doing that. So that's going to be a tough one. It's also not super consistent. There's a lot of things that influence that benchmark. Basically, looking at it the wrong way is enough to sometimes change the score. So that'll be interesting. It does finish 1024. That's the long version of it, right? 32 is the short
32
one.
is the very short version that is less than 3 seconds to run.
I like the 32 because it's quick.
And moving on to the next one, that's going to be Cinebench R15 that we have seen during the qualifier as well. So very visual benchmark. Once again, they are not allowed to hide any part of the benchmark during the benchmark itself. So that's for live competition only. While they have to display the complete benchmark results when they do the validation.
Can they run real time?
They can run real time.
So we still won't be seeing much.
Next benchmark.
Y-Cruncher Pi 1 billion. AVX accelerated multi-core massacre, basically. So this uses the AVX instruction set, so it actually requires a K CPU on Skylake if you want to get good performance in it. There is the non-K overclocking trick. That ruins your Y-Cruncher performance because it uses that AVX instruction set, which is basically large number crunch. It's sort of GPU-esque style instruction set that it allows you to crunch a very large amount of data very, very quickly. That instruction set tends to run extremely hot, very high CPU load. It's all about the core speed. The benchmark also needs quite a bit of RAM to run, so memory stability becomes an issue as well. So yeah, that one will be interesting to watch.
And then moving on to the next one, that's going to be 3D Mark Firestrike Physics, full out, so not limited to 5 gigahertz like it was in the qualifiers. Nothing else to see. Yeah, I mean, that's going to be.
It's not really a
go
benchmark.
Full out on it. Yeah, go full out on it. Just tweak a little bit the memory, but that's not going to improve that much. So go full out on the frequency of the CPU, and wish you had a good run.
Yeah. And then we have HWBOT X265 1080p. So that's a video encoding workload. Does that also use the AVX instruction set? I do believe it does.
I think it does.
Yeah, but so it's not as heavy. Yeah.
Yeah, it's not as heavy. The HWBOT X265 1080p is a video encoding benchmark. So basically trying to encode a 1080p movie on X265 codec. There's also a 4K version that will not be used here for the competition. I think the 1080p is heavy enough. That's going to be between 9 to 18 seconds. We should be seeing some of the scores depending on the settings they have. You have slow mode or not, etc. That's going to be interesting because there's a rendering as well going on while they do the benchmark as well. Finally, the last benchmark would be a benchmark we have seen before
in its bigger version. GPU Pi for the CPU, 100 million instead of 1 billion. So this will run a bit faster than the 1 billion because 1 billion takes it was like 4 minutes, I think.
Yeah, about 4 minutes, like pretty much like Super Pi 32.
And that one's mostly brute force core clock. So multi-core, multi-threaded benchmark, so you will want to run as high CPU clock as you can. It doesn't seem to be very affected by memory settings, so there's a very big selection for everybody who doesn't like their motherboard's memory overclocking or their RAM sticks, or they just don't like RAM. They can choose a benchmark.
So let's focus on the first match. So that's gonna be Mark 0053 against DSLR High. So what we can get from this match specifically is that Mark 0053 is actually #1 in North America, and he's having a very extensive knowledge about this competition and actually this whole event. He will be competing using Seasonic PSU, Asus motherboard, and Streacom casing. Actually, no case because we don't use case here. And he will go against his opponent, that is the DSLRI, is the runner-up of the ROG camp
Okay,
just
yep.
before.
So he DSLRI got second place, and so he's in the ROG camp. Though he finished the very last in the qualifier for this. So this will be very interesting. DSLRI is using the Maximus 8 Extreme motherboard with a pacer memory and the 6600K CPU. Everybody's on Seasonic power supplies. Mark 0053 is going to be on the Maximus 8 Impact. So that'll be an interesting matchup since it's Asus versus Asus. Big Asus versus little Asus in the hands of Canadian #1 versus guy who just barely made it because too many people didn't turn up for this event.
Well, most people were
one
sick,
person
so
didn't. Yeah, a few people.
one person could not make it because of visa,
yeah.
and the other one was sick. So,
Sick,
no,
so-
that's something that
Yep.
can happen. Second quarterfinal we're going to be focusing on is Dr. Wiz against Benny.
Yep. So #1 in South Africa using the MSI Z170A X-Power Gaming Titanium Edition.
You got it right.
We should just call it the long name MSI board. So he's using that motherboard, and obviously G-Skill memory, as well as the 6600K. Everybody else is using this. That's what the CPU they're benchmarking here today. Also the Seasonic power supply, because Seasonic is basically partnering for this whole event. And he's going up against Benny, and Benny is using the Asus Maximus 8 Extreme, since that's what they worked on in the ROG camp. That's the only board he has ready for LN2, and also the Apacer memory, as well as the 6600K. So this will be MSI versus Asus in terms of motherboards, with South African #1 against the best guy from the ROG camp. So at least they're both best at something, though admittedly one of them is a lot bester.
The best, sir. Yeah. Trying to use all the superlatives here. I can see that. Moving
Yeah,
on.
just butchering the English language.
So these two will be the slaughter matches, like we call them.
Well, there's very good there's a high potential that, assuming that Mark's stuff works and Dr. Weeze's equipment works, that it will be one-sided victories with very little sort of chance. Like, we'll see a score that'll be just so high, basically out of the gate, that there will never be another score needed. However, important to note, the new guys are very fond of high voltage. Very
they're actually less
high
scared.
voltage.
They're very less scared about going
I think
super
it's
high in the
because
voltage.
I'm the same, because I've never killed anything with voltage yet. Right? So it's like, why would I be scared of voltage? It doesn't kill things.
Did you guys notice the yet? Yeah, I mean,
I've had motherboards kill things. I had bad mountings kill things, but voltage? Voltage is safe. 2 volts everywhere.
Don't trust this guy. This is only using LN2 and making sure that everything is fine. Don't do that at home. Next matches will be, we're gonna have Paolo against, if I can get my camera moving, yeah.
Yep. So Paolo, who's using the Gigabyte Z170 SOC Force LN2. So SOC is SOC. That stands for Super Overclock. And the Force LN2, that's a very special motherboard. It's the LN2 version of the SOC board. You can't buy it. They made something like 150 of them. A very, very special motherboard. Only 2 memory slots to optimize the memory traces. It has the same heatsink mounting system as AMD motherboards, because Gigabyte wanted to get the mounting holes out of the way of the memory.
Well, at
memory
least this
traces.
version have mounting holes, because the previous
The
version
old
they
one,
did
yeah, it didn't
doesn't
have one.
any.
They were like, oh no, we need such well-optimized traces that there won't be any holes in the PCB at all. So the new version at least has mounting holes for pots, whereas in the past you had to just sit the pot on the board and hope that it was level enough.
And it will go against a Bull Shooter from Germany. He's going to be competing using MSI motherboard, Seasonic PSU, and Clev memory.
Yep.
That's going to be an interesting matches. Who do you think can win out of this match?
They're both... So Paolo is on a HyperX memory, which is the AFR memory ICs. Clev is a subsidiary of Hynix. There's something like they're really
That's like
closely.
it's like
They're basically
Micron
the
and Crucial.
Yeah,
Yeah, it's
something
like
like that.
Crucial is like consumer
Sub-company
brand
of consumer
Micron,
brand. Yeah.
while actually Clev is the same for Hynix. That
Yeah.
are two.
So
Micron and Hynix are
both
memory
of them are
manufacturers.
on the same memory IC, same CPU. The only difference between the two guys is the motherboard. So the guy who
We'll
knows
see.
his motherboard best is going to win that one.
That's going to be interesting to see that match. Moving on to the last match, the big battle that's going to be between Lucky Noob from Indonesia. Actually, very well known overclocker in Indonesia. If you're from Indonesia, like Speed Fastest on the live chat, cheer for Lucky Noob.
Yeah, so he's using the Maximus 8 Impact motherboard, as well as, well, actually, he can choose all his other hardware. He's very lucky because he qualified online in the online qualifier with the wildcard competition, and so he had a freedom to choose whatever he wanted. And he's a self-proclaimed MSI specialist, but he's benching all Asus boards here. He has 3 Asus boards with him. He has 2 Maximus Impacts and 1 Maximus 8 Gene. So
That's plenty of board to
he can basically run a board per round.
That is crazy. I mean, these guys, they're at the top of their field, and Lucky Noob will go against Extreme Addict. Actually, that's funny because their flag is actually just revert.
Yeah, literally.
Like Indonesian and Poland flag is actually just just
Flipped over.
invert. Yeah. So Extreme Addict from Poland is actually number 1 in Poland. He will go against Lucky Noob. He's going to be using Zadak 511 memory, Seasonic PSU Gigabyte motherboard, and of course Thermal Grizzly thermal paste and Streetcom bench table as well. Supposed to use AOC screen. So these are his system specs for this event.
Yep.
Who do you think can make it out of this match? Sadly, we won't be able to see the screen of these two guys, but...
What, out of Lucky Noob and Extreme Addict?
And I got the information that the judge is supposed to talk about something, but I don't have the sound. Let me check that.
Okay.
I'll let you continue on that.
What, on the Extreme Addict versus... Yeah, I have no idea what to expect. Extreme Addict apparently only got to play with his motherboard yesterday, or at least so he claims. Like, you know, never know. He could be faking. And Lucky Noob, well, he says he's an MSI expert. He's brought 3 Asus boards, so he's obviously used a few of them at least. So... You know, it could go either way, in my opinion, as both of them are very, very capable overclockers, and it's going to probably come down to the fact of they're actually also using similar memory ICs, because the Extreme Addict's Zadak 511 memory is BDI, as I mistakenly said it was AFR earlier today, but no, it's BDI, and basically, it's gonna be very.
It's gonna be interesting matches.
Yeah,
indeed.
yeah.
We will go jump into the special judge voice. Judge. Can you hear us, Christian? All right, so you're good to go. We are waiting for you to launch the quarterfinal. Actually, the benchmark draw has been made or will be made soon. So what will happen now is the guy will have to draw the benchmark. They can veto once only. The person that will start with the veto will be the top ranked overclocker from the qualifier. So actually the qualifier define who you go against who, and if you choose the benchmark, if you choose the veto first.
Yep.
It's gonna be I can't wait to see like who will veto what. I mean, Y Cruncher, we never saw that one in a live competition yet. That's the same for HWBOT Edge 265. While all the other, that's gonna be SuperPi, 1M or 32M. We have been seeing them. W Prime as well, Cinebench as well. 3D Mark First Strike Physics. We used to see 3D Mark 11 Physics. This one is the new version of the 3D Mark series. you know, like GPUPI, we have seen that one as well. I don't think many of them will pick the 32M full out because the benchmark takes
takes
a
so
good 5
long.
minutes to run. In the 30 minutes matches,
Yeah.
that's going to be quite, you know,
I mean, assuming you didn't take any time to set up or anything, you still can't run SuperPi more than 6 times. There's just no way. You're going to run SuperPi 5 times in the whole session. So SuperPi 32M should be a very quick veto for most of them. Unless they're so confident that they can. I think maybe we could see if who was it that finished at the top of the SuperPi rankings? I do believe it was at the top of the SuperPi rankings for the qualifier. Because whoever got that, we can actually pull that up right now. So for the Super Pi qualifier round, Mark actually finished at the top of that. Mark could theoretically not veto 32. Because he knows that he's pretty much going to destroy everybody on settings that he already has. if he can get them to run again. He was hotboxing the motherboard. That was actually very interesting to see in the little break we had. Mark has this he has this cardboard box that he brings around with him, and you stick a heat gun in it. You put your motherboards, stick a heat gun in it, and you run it like a sort of makeshift oven.
Right,
So
we got
it's
the information that it will start in 10 minutes. During that time, we're going to continue explaining what's going to...
Yep.
But that's going to be... yeah.
So we just got time confirmations from the judge. So, yeah. Mark
and his special box for actually...
Yeah. So he basically has this bit of cardboard that he carries around, like he folds it up, keeps it in his suitcase, and then when he goes to events, he just builds a box out of it and uses it as a makeshift oven to dry off motherboards and everything. The only issue is that, of course, since you're using a heat gun, there's a chance that you might overheat the motherboard, which you don't really want to do.
But he was using this since the event I was talking a little bit earlier in the US. That was we call that the PA event, and that was one of the solution for top overclockers to actually make sure that they can get their system correctly dried up. Yep. It works well. It works well. Actually, it's quite fast as well to do.
Yep. So.
All right, so as we say, we're gonna have 4 matches of this quarterfinal. That's gonna be tense, intense, tight, super tight. They will soon be drawing the benchmark. Out of the 8 benchmark, actually, if you would have been competing here, which one will you be actually vetoing? First thing first, like I give a benchmark, do you veto it straight away? Which one would
32 million.
So SuperPi 32M.
I hate SuperPi. I hate long benchmarks. 32 million is just like the combination of the worst possible thing ever. You know, it's like, especially for a live event where you have 30 minutes, because you just don't have the time to run SuperPi, and it's 5 minute, and it's not even 5 minutes, it's 5 minutes and more, so you actually only get 5 runs in, assuming like you don't do anything else around it. It's like, yeah, no.
There's a lot of guys that are confused on what this is, what is this going, like why are we doing this and so on. So basically, what you're about to see is extreme overclocking, but first we're gonna move into the tuning of the benchmark.
Okay. Well, it'll be interesting to see the decision making on what benchmarks to take and not take. We have 8 benchmarks and there are 3 draws, so it is actually possible that, you might never see the benchmark you want. If people have like a specific favorite benchmark, they might never get to see it because there is 8 benchmarks and there is 3 draws. So you vetoed if there's 2, and also you only have 1 veto. So if your opponent likes, you have to hope that your opponent wants the same benchmark.
So here we can see on the camera in the brown jacket, that's Peter Yan, actually director at HWBOT. And then it's Christian Ney, the judge for this competition. All right. While they're still discussing on which time zone they're supposed to be. Let's jump back to- So first of all, you will have Vito SuperPi 32M.
Yep.
If White Cruncher goes out, do you take it?
It's a heavy benchmark.
Have you ever do you know that
I've
one?
talked
Do
to
you
other
know
guys about. I've never run it. I've talked to other people about it, and apparently it is like it runs hotter than Cinebench.
My God, that's gonna be insanely heavy.
Yeah, because it's AVX.
Wow.
I mean, AVX if you don't use a ton of AVX, it's not really that heavy. But the thing is, the AVX instruction set, just the way it works, it occupies a huge amount of CPU resources, so it runs extremely, extremely hot. And depending on what LN2 pot you have, I guess you could take Y Cruncher. Like
So
some
you
of
need
the
a
guys
very strong base.
some of the guys are running fast bases on the Kingpin pot. Y Cruncher on that? Hell. Absolute
because
hell.
it will just heat
that
up so
thing
far and
just
just crash.
shoots up. That pot does not hold temperature very well. It would shoot up the moment the benchmark starts.
So we are moving. We're just. We'll be soon tuning in for the benchmark draw. Christian Lee, yeah, we can hear you, so whenever you want to go, you can start.
People desperately trying to get their systems built.
So the benchmark for Mark and ESRA is going to be SuperPi 1M.
Super Pi 1M, that's gonna be fast, yeah.
That's great. Okay. Andrew, can you come here? And Benny. Draw the benchmark.
Benny was still applying thermal paste to his CPU. I don't think he's mounted his pot.
1M. Sure. So HWBOT X265 1080p. You are the first one with Vito. Vito.
Oh,
Redraw.
Dr. Wiz uses Vito.
W prime 1024M. It's okay? Okay, so that's gonna be
be
for
W prime 1024.
Dr. Wiz and Benny. W prime.
I think
1024.
hoping that Weez reads the threads.
Paulo?
It's like pick the one that you have a
And
chance
Frank.
on. It's also weird about operating system settings. So yeah, that one is
Someone on
the
this side.
interesting benchmark.
Okay, let's draw. White Cruncher. Is it okay with you? Is it okay with you? No. No? So Vito from Frank.
That was clear.
W prime 1024. Okay, so that benchmark is going to be W prime 1024 as well for PXHX and Bar Shooter.
So we do have two matches with W prime 1024. That's gonna be very
Alva,
fast.
Misha.
So now we have Lucky Noob and Extreme Addict coming up to choose their benchmark. Well, not really choose it. Hope that they get a good one.
So, draw. White Cruncher, Alva. Okay with you?
I have no idea. I never
He
landed.
will veto. He will veto.
Vito, okay.
Yeah, that was sure.
Second draw. Cinebench 15. Vito. This is the deciding benchmark. GPU Pi 100M.
Wow, wow, that's just a good that's a good turnaround for Alva because he's quite okay with GPU Pi.
No.
I guess he knew
Straight.
that Extreme Addict was going to use his veto on Y Cruncher, which is why
Anyway,
he
the
okayed it.
Extreme Addict was the one to he was for sure
Yeah.
be using it after.
Because
So
the
we
thing
give
is,
them 2 minutes
Lucky
and
Noob
then we
actually has
start.
one of the fast bases here. He's running the fast pot, so that one wouldn't handle Y Cruncher very well.
So we
Here we
start
are
in
back.
2 minutes.
Here we are back at the casting booth. We're gonna
We
start
start
the
in 2
competition
minutes?
in about 2 minutes. We're gonna wait for Christian Nate to tell us exactly when that will start, and we're gonna launch the countdown here on the live as well.
Why?
Wow, that's gonna be such a match. I mean, wow, that's
Okay,
gonna be
4.
insane. That's gonna be insane. I mean, we're gonna have two
Full out.
people using W Prime 1024. We're gonna have Super Pi 1M. We're gonna have GPU Pi 100. That's gonna be wow. That's gonna be crazy. I'm pretty sure in the match that everyone is looking forward to. It's between Lucky Noob and Extreme Addict. This GPU Pi benchmark is actually something Alva Lucky Noob is quite okay with. I mean, you see, he vetoed directly Cinebencher 15 because he knows that XA is quite good at it. So he basically say, yeah, Y Cruncher, I know the benchmark. I'm not good at it, but I know the benchmark. And
XA never ran it.
He knew that XA never had it. That this is like maybe I say like an issue in a way that XA maybe was talking too much in the previous days. And he was saying, "Oh, I never run Y Cruncher. I will always veto it." So maybe he gave his strategy up front.
See, the thing is, though, Lucky Noob doesn't, like, he has one of those pots where I'd be really worried running Y Cruncher. Because he has the fast based on that Kingpin Gemini, Dragon Gemini pot, which is the one you can swap bases on. So that one, like, he really wanted Extreme Addict to get rid of that one for himself as well, because that would not have been a good matchup for really either of them. For Extreme Addict, it was a case of I've never run this, but he has a pot that could handle the heat output. He's running the Derbauer Beast, whereas Alva has a fast base on a Kingpin pot, which is really, really fast. That's exactly what the base is supposed to do. Be fast. It is fast. It's great.
It's good for certain benchmark.
It's actually really, it's really useful for live competitions because you can pull it up and down really quick. The problem is if you have a really heavy benchmark, it pulls up regardless of what you do.
I mean, you can control from the top of the pot pretty fast, but you can control from the bottom of the pot as well.
Yeah.
It will impact a lot on that. We're very close from having these first few matches for the quarterfinals to decide who will get access to the semifinal. During this quarterfinal, we'll be able to watch Dr. Wiz going against Benny and Mark0053 going against DSLRI. We're going to be focusing on Dr. Wiz and Mark0053 as we can have their screens out, so we will be able to explain you guys how it goes and what are the tweaks, because for sure, and not for sure actually, the odds are in their favors. These are the least difficult match for them. Actually, it appears to be like this. As you know, anything can always happen at some point. You never know what how that can turn out. So if you just join us, this is the HWBOT World Championship. We are here in Berlin, and this is the biggest. I mean, that's the summum. That's the hype of the overclocking season. We're gonna be soon starting the qualifier once we can see the judge giving the go. About 1 minute in there, I guess. That should be not that far. So guys, if you just join us on the live chat, this is extreme overclocking. Basically, overclocking is increasing the performances of your computers, but well, we do it much more than just increasing a little bit, and we use liquid nitrogen for it.
Yep.
That's it. And if you want to know, and if you have no clue whatsoever about what we're doing now, you can just check on the live chat on Twitch. We just post a link, just type ! What the hell, WTH, and you're gonna get the link to exactly what we are doing now here. That would give you a sneak peek about how it's supposed to work.
Yep.
Love it. So Billzoid, we're gonna be commenting the matches. Actually, some of the matches, half of the matches.
Yeah, because we can't do all of them. There's too many.
Especially with benchmark that make like 4 seconds. It's like basically every 4 seconds you can have a score. So it's basically like popping scores everywhere.
Assuming they're actually running it every 4 seconds. I don't think we'll see consecutive reruns. There's going to be big, tuning periods and then running.
We
do very interesting.
We do still have people mounting it.
Yeah, well, I said that earlier. Benny doesn't have his pot mounted yet. Doing that manual spread on the thermal paste, which is You know, that's just most overclockers use that method because it's the most consistent for getting your your LN2 pot mount. It doesn't actually make a performance difference, but you can't really ever go wrong with this one.
We do have the information that the run just started. Actually, the judge was muted, so we didn't hear him.
Oh. Well,
So-
Benny's already at a disadvantage because he's still mounting his pot. So that's an issue, but he should be up and running very, very soon. He just needs to get that second piece of foam on there and throw the hold down bracket on. So and get the screws on now, and then yeah.
and
You know, at this point, I might have given up and just done hold down bracket and ran. Like I would already start filling the pot, pulling down, starting the system, and mount while it's running. I've done that on a few times. Because until, like, as long as the pot itself isn't minus, you know, several degrees below zero, you can still work with it. Your hand's going to be cold, but you can still mount. Your thermal paste's, viscosity will be a little out of whack, but you'll still be fine, especially considering that they're using a thermal paste specifically designed for LN2 usage that actually retains most of its properties, like most of the required properties for a thermal paste, very, very low temperatures. So, yeah, and here we can already see Mark 053 in the BIOS. So he's already pulling away, and he's at aiming to boot 5.5 gigahertz. He's not actually at 5.5 gigahertz right now. And there's on Super Pi 1 million for this matchup, so it'll be interesting to see if they disable any cores.
that was a good one by Dr. That guy is in the competition now. He's in quarterfinal of the World Championship and still trolling people.
What did he do this time? I missed it.
You saw the picture of Bill Murray with the crazy face.
Oh.
And actually, you can see like this is Dr. Wiz in the foreground, and on the left side, we have Benny. That's going to be his opponent.
Yep. And behind Benny there is DSLRI. So, and now I guess this is Dr. Wiz.
This is Dr. Wiz's screen. Yep. So this is a lot of settings. He's setting all the fans to the maximum, and we can't see anymore.
It looked like he had 5.8 gigahertz tuned off of the CPU, so that's going to be a pretty fast start because these CPUs max out at around 6 gigahertz. So it's a pretty fast start. So we're back at Mark 0053's LN2 pot, and he seems to just be pulling down right now. He was having some issues during the qualifier where he kept mounting and unmounting things, so it'll be interesting to see if everything runs properly for this match for him.
Oh my god, that's gonna be a tough game.
Yep. So, can actually see Alva seems to be looking things up on his laptop for, I guess, a timer or something. Background there. And now we're looking at Benny, and he is pouring LN2, which means he has his pot finally mounted. So
but his opponent, Dr. Wiz, is already benching W Prime 1024.
That's DSLRI. That he's. Oh, wait, no, I mixed up, didn't I? What?
So here we're gonna have the first score, 22%. So you can see there's only 4 threads. The Intel Core i5-6600K that they're using is having only 4 cores and no hyperthreading, so that's going to be running only on 4 cores. The 4th thread going to be calculating the W prime workload, and then going to spit out a number in seconds. That will be the score.
Yep. Well, actually, doesn't it just spit out the time for W prime?
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, we got a very.
It looks like it's gonna take about 2 minutes for HW prime run, 2 to 3.
We got a very sad news, by the way. Well, a sad and a good news, depending on who you're cheering for. For everyone that was cheering for DSLRI, is actually disqualified from this match. So that means Mark 0053 will go straight to the semi-final. The reason for that is because he killed one of the CPU during the qualifier. So as we say earlier on today, if you kill something, if you kill a CPU, you actually are disqualified. You cannot compete anymore. So it's a forfeit basically. It's not disqualification, it's more a forfeit by killing the CPU pretty much. So it's like you can try to compete, but you will get 0 anyway, so you won't be able to post score. So what happened is, as they both, they always all had 2 CPUs. Mark and DSLRI wanted to do the match, so they will do the match still, but it will not count. It will not count out. This is actually extremely important by Mark 0053 because this gives him some training as well. So he can train himself on the 30-minute matches once again. And he did the exact same thing. He did the exact same thing at the qualifier he won in Montreal. Because actually, yeah, that's what happened with him as well. He had the fast track in Montreal events because one of his opponents did not show up. He was forfeit as well.
Oh.
So that's 2 times in the same season that he managed to get
guy.
like the fast track to the final. That's wow. That's
Semi-final
impressive.
this time, not final, just semi-final.
He went directly to the final in Montreal because there was just 2 semi-final, and this one is accessing directly the semi-final. Wow, that's he's a lucky guy. I guess he's a lucky guy.
So it's funny that he actually agrees to this match because there's a chance of ruining your setup.
Yes, but actually it gives you a training in the same circumstances and everyone else.
I guess. Depends on how you look at it.
Alright guys, this is it. We are having the here the HWBOT World Championship 2016. This is the quarterfinals. We have 4 matches going head to head. One of the matches is already decided because one of the contestants is disqualified. We're gonna have 3 matches that's gonna be important here today. We have Dr. Wiz against Penny. We have Pichi Agashi, Paulo from Brazil that's going against Bullshooter in Germany, and we do have the match Lucky Noob against Extreme Addict. That's gonna be a tough game for all of them, and yeah, the outcome would be quite interesting because that's gonna define and decide the semifinals. You can hear as well that it's much more quiet than before.
Yeah.
You can't
People actually paying attention instead of messing around.
Wow, that's yeah. Press F to pay respect to Dead I5. This is actually the first. This is actually the first CPU that is not surviving the qualifiers. That's crazy.
So, yeah. I do believe Mark is actually getting runs in right now. 1M.
That's going to be quite fast. See, check.
Yep.
2, 3. Oh, there were some lags. 5, 6 seconds. 5:63. So as we were saying, this is a training match for Mark. I mean,
yep.
He's already qualified. He's already getting to the semi-final. We already know that. But that's going to be for him to test because
I think he crashed it.
Maybe that's good for him because that way he can test what he can do with SuperPi 1M. So if SuperPi 1M end up again in a semi-final against someone else, he already knows the settings. He already knows what he can do.
True. Yeah, he does get that advantage. He did just crash, so.
We can see Dr. Wiz. Well,
it's incredible. We've already had almost 10 minutes of the match.
This is going so fast. This is going so fast.
You think half an hour is a long time? It's not a long time. It is actually very, very intense. I mean, I can sometimes take 30 minutes to mount an LN2 pot. So actually getting a system running and spitting out good scores in 30 minutes is a hell of an achievement. So.
And welcome guys, if you're just joining us from the Twitch front page, this is the HWBOT World Championship, and we are here in Berlin for the HWBOT World Championship. today we have the top 8 overclockers working towards being the best overclocker in the world. This will decide, well, no, who got the fame for the remaining year up until the World Championship
But wouldn't you
2017.
be champion for like the year until
Up
2017?
to the next World Championship.
Until the next champion, yeah. So
That's going to be interesting. So thank you guys for tuning in. If you don't know what you're seeing right now, no worry, just go on the live chat and there is the link about explaining exactly what this is. This is super easy. We're basically taking computers, making them go faster. Well, you can do that at home, but here the guys do that to an extreme extent. Basically, they use liquid nitrogen for it.
Yep.
And it's insanely, I mean, the level of competition here is crazy. I mean, it's extremely competitive. It's extremely difficult, and you can see like everyone is taking their notes. They know their tweaks. They know their games. I mean, we have here number 1 overclocker in South Africa. That's actually Dr. Wiz. That's the guy taking notes right now.
number 2 in Indonesia, number 1 in Poland, number 1 in Canada, number 2 in the world, as well as number 1 in Poland. so the very, very high-ranking overclockers here, as well as number 3 in Germany. So very, very, very high ranks. These guys are at the top of their game. Takes a lot of time and dedication and effort. Very, very hard to get here, and very hard to not, lose here, because there's only one winner.
And this
So
is the
stakes are
quarterfinal.
high.
Yeah, this is the quarterfinal. We have 4 matches going at the same time. We are focusing just on Dr. Wiz and Mark0053, just to explain you how they want to do that for the next matches. Each matches is about 30 minutes. We're already 18 minutes in the first this first batch of matches. It is very important to understand that each of the overclocker here know what they're doing. Even though the 2 outsider, that is Benny and DSLRI, they got trained in the last 48 hours to use liquid nitrogen and put up against these guys. That's going to be very interesting to see the semifinals. After the quarterfinals, of course, comes the semifinals, and we will have all for the next 4 hours, all the matches to decide who will be the HWBOT World Champion.
Yep.
That's a nice title.
Yeah.
So right now on the screen is W Prime, the W Prime benchmark. This is from Dr. Wiz setup. He's using a Z170A X-Power Gaming Titanium Edition motherboard, and he's running at about 5.9 gigahertz. From what we can see here, his memory is like pretty much at 1.82 volts. This is not so high, but still it's like a decent for DDR4, while his CPU is at 1.845 volts. This is of course voltages that you should not be using on your gaming PC at home right now. You're using air cooling or water cooling. They're all using liquid nitrogen, so liquid nitrogen will of course cool down the CPUs. A score here we can see in the bottom right of the W Prime benchmark, 146 seconds. This will be basically the faster you get, the lower is the score.
Yep. And he just crashed. Fortunately, no blue screen.
I can't wait to have that blue
warning
screen.
for all new viewers: if you see a blue screen, be prepared to take off your headphones and turn your volume down. And just mute the whole stream.
There's Alan Arberino that says, strange, Dr. Wiz doesn't know the Windows tweak. Yes, he do know the Windows tweak that you have to hide the W prime, actually reduce the W prime calculation window. It is not allowed during live competition. This is allowed when you can bench at home, stuff like this, but it is not allowed during live competition. So you cannot use it here.
Wait, so you can't stretch the window, you can't...
You cannot hide any part of the benchmark that is running.
Yeah, but the thing is that console output, like you can scale it, you can make it bigger.
You just don't have to change it.
Okay. I'm just thinking, well, if you can make it bigger, can you make it smaller by 10%? Make it smaller by 15%? 50%? 99.999?
I'm not even sure
One
that's
pixel? 1 pixel of W prime?
I'm not even sure that's gonna help you out.
I think it would. Because it wouldn't have to rewrite those lines to the console. It wouldn't have to re-render them.
Yeah, that's crazy. I mean, what we are seeing here is on the right side of the screen we have Penny, then we have DSLRI, and on the left with the yellow stripes on the shirt is Extreme Addict. Heating up his system with oh, he seems stressed. He seems super stressed. Look at this. He's like, I don't get it. I don't understand. Wow. That's gonna be a tough game for Extreme Addict. He's currently number 2 in the world. He's going against a very fierce opponent. Lucky Noob
In
from
a
Indonesia.
benchmark, he hasn't done very much, as far as I know. GPU Pi is not a very popular benchmark, since it is very new, so it hasn't been fully explored. And yeah, so... And Lucky Noob seems to have his own timer next to him, so...
So he doesn't have to ask all the time for what time.
Yeah, that's a good idea. Good strategy there. He has very much fine-tuned his overclocking process, and right here we are seeing the setup of Dr. Wheeze. As you can clearly see, he has no mounting system on his LN2 pot, and yeah, he's messing around, but he does have no mounting system on his LN2 pot. Because his strategy is that if there's any issue with the motherboard, he can very quickly unmount the system and get running on another system, basically swap the motherboard and get running again, which can save very precious, precious time in a 30-minute 1v1 match. So, and here we have Mark0053 just pouring LN2 into his pot. Fortunately, we can't really see anything else it's doing.
We can see his screen is actually just adjusting in the system. Is at 6.2 gigahertz. That's
well,
quite high.
It is 2 cores. It is on only 2 cores, as this is Super Pi.
So Super Pi can run on only 2 cores because it's a single-threaded benchmark. So you could basically run it on 1 core. The reason why most of the overclockers use 2 core is because 1 core will be using for Windows. 1 core would be using for Windows, the other one will be using just for the benchmark. This gives you an extra calculation power. This is just very few percentage. This is just a few milliseconds.
You can basically you can run the benchmark on a core that isn't working on Windows, and that helps you a tad. Also, another tweak is to set priority to high or real time. That's actually pretty much standard for most processor-based benchmarks, that you can actually grab the process quickly. You just set the priority to high or real time, and you get a slightly better score.
So guys, there's a lot of stuff happening here right now because there's 4 matches at the same times. For the semi-final, we're gonna have each of the screen of the overclocker with a close-up on their face or their system. This means you will be able to see everything going on, and 30 minutes is definitely not a long time.
Yep.
This is a Dr. Wheeze restarting again the W prime benchmark 1024. Is using MSI motherboard for now, but all of the overclocker here use different kind of hardware. Of course, this is because they have to use hardware they qualified on. So for example, Dr. Wiz is using MSI today. We know that Extreme Addict is using Gigabyte. We have 4 of the guys here using Asus as well. So that's quite interesting to see like all of the different motherboard being used. The most important thing is they all use the same CPU, the Intel Core i5-6600K. So it's not even the most top of the range one, and they're still putting out extremely performing scores here. They all use Z170 motherboard as we explained. They use different memory, but that's all DDR4, different brands of memory, but that's all DDR4. And they use what else? The same PSU, the Seasonic P860 watts. Yep. And I think that's pretty much the same thing they use, because all the cooling gears, they can bring their own. So basically they will be able to just find which is the best fit for the hardware that you have. This helps out on having the right, the winning package, I would say, the winning package, and the right motherboard, the right CPU, the right memory sticks. Of course, here we will have differences in scores. We will have a slight differences in the outcome depending on which of the brand they use. But let's face it. Most of the time, this will not change at all if you're using that in a gaming PC.
Yep. It doesn't really make a difference until, I mean, there's some quirk. Basically, you get different quirks on the motherboards as you pull them really, really cold. I mean, even down to, I think, a minus 100, they're all the same. It's really when you start pushing minus 120, minus 160, minus 170, down to minus 196, that you start having the big differences between the motherboards showing up. And it's not even necessarily that the motherboard won't run at that point, it's just you might have to boot at a higher temperature than some of the other boards, which is a huge disadvantage in a time-limited scenario, based on how long it takes you to get back to that high temperature for booting. But in your own, if you're doing your own benching, not time restrained, then you can actually get away with just about anything. Time is not really that important if it's not in a live competition like we have here.
You can see Mark 0053 focusing on the system. Let's have a look at what he's doing now. It's cranking up the voltage. Go higher, my friend. Let's push it to the max. Keep pushing
That's one
it,
of
as we say.
the voltage he just adjusted is one of those voltages you have to really fine tune on the Skylake platform to get it running properly under LN2, because Skylake is weird. Skylake is really, really complex. You have four key voltages that you have to fine tune to get optimum, LN2.
Blue screen! Oh yeah, I might have yelled a little bit too much in the judge headset. Yeah, this like the judge have a direct connection with what we're saying, so that was maybe a little bit too much. Then we got the first blue screen. Oh, damn it! We had Dr. Wiz that was just getting a blue screen, and he looked in our side like, "Are you gonna do it? Are you gonna do it?"
I dare you! I dare you to scream blue screen!
Yeah, RIP headphone users. Yeah, that's the thing. When
We
see a blue
really
screen,
need to put a warning just on the stream that's just always there saying, warning loud noises.
Oh my god. So there was a question on the live chat, who is leading? There is no leading right now because it's 1 versus 1 matches. They just have 4 matches at the same time. The main reason why that is like this is then we're gonna have the semi-final. So the only matches that is already over is the one between Mark 0053 and DSLRI, because DSLRI got disqualified after the qualifier because he got disqualified after the qualifier. So Mark directly accessed the semi-final. So now we are trying to see if Mark is gonna go against Dr. Wiz, that you see right now, or he's gonna go against Benny, the outsider from the ROG camp. You have Paolo Peshiagashi from Brazil. Seems to be running into some kind of issues, eating up
Cold bugs.
the system.
Cold boot bug, most likely. Because it looks like the system's not running.
He seems quite relaxed, actually.
He's going against Bullshooter, right? Yes.
Yeah. Look at that smile. Look at that smile. Either he
knows something we
Yeah.
don't. So
Definitely have something we don't know yet.
maybe the system's just not being a pain in the ass. That always puts a smile on your face when it just works. Even if it's not going as fast as you'd like it to, it works. That's a good thing.
Look at this smoke. This is the liquid nitrogen smoke. It's like, oh
Well,
no,
LN2
they
smoke,
crashed.
it's water vapor being condensed out of the air, not actual liquid nitrogen. Liquid nitrogen is colorless, odorless, tasteless, and yeah, basically completely. Well, it's the air. Once it evaporates, it's literally there. The atmosphere is 70% liquid nitrogen, 70% nitrogen, not liquid nitrogen. Unless you live on
Uranus?
Uranus.
Uranus, yeah. Alright guys, there was a question about what is the scores update. The score update will be available for the semi-final and bronze and gold final. The reason is there's 4 matches going on at the same time, so we cannot update all the 4 scores at once. But this will be this will be quite interesting to see what turns out. But for now, we are pretty sure that that's going to be a tough battle. We just have less than 5 minutes before the end of this quarter final. We'll have a recap of all the scores once we're going to have the judge, of course, ready to tell us some more. On the left side, you have Extreme Addict, ready focused. He's actually, he's always like this. Like in the competition, either he's making fun dancing, or just not being considered.
Either he's messing around, and
that means in the lead, or it's like this and he's actually not in the lead, or not enough for him to be acting crazy.
Lucky Noob probably made a very good call on those vetoes with the benchmarks that they got.
If you just arrived on the stream here, thank you very much for joining in. This is the HWBOT World Championship 2016. We are in Berlin, and this competition here will define who is the best overclocker in the world. We have 8 contestants, top 6 overclocker in the world. We have 2 outsiders that qualified from the ROG camp yesterday. These 2 outsiders that you can see right now are actually they know liquid nitrogen overclocking for just 48 hours.
Yep.
This is quite crazy, and we will define and find out who is the best overclocker in the world. Of course, here we have the #1 overclocker in Canada, the second best overclocker in the world, #1 overclocker in South Africa. We do have some very high-profile people from Indonesia as well. This is very the top of the top, the top of the cream, or the top of the cherry of the cream. No,
it's just called the top of the top, and that's that.
I think we're gonna have soon
everybody gets the point. These guys are at the top.
We're supposed to have an update for the time left.
It's maybe you muted the judge.
You know, the judge is unmuted now. So if the judge can hear
Judge
us,
ran out of batteries.
I can.
All right. So how much time do we have left now?
I have 2 minutes and 15 seconds.
Oh, so we are actually right on time.
Yes.
Awesome. That's
right
great.
on time for what?
Well, because the time on the stream is the same as the time from the judge.
Oh yeah, it was for the last match.
2 minutes.
And there you go. Only the judge's time is the one that prevail in case they need to submit a new scores. They can submit scores up until the last seconds. They have to call on the judge. The judge have to see the score before the timer runs out. This is very important here. Oh my god, that is tight. Look at this system. That is a good looking system. So
a few minutes ago, that was covered in water. Well, not a few minutes ago, but like half an hour ago in the prep session, I was going around, and this one was really, really wet.
And this is
it's still running though.
That is
Benny's.
Yeah, Benny's system.
Yeah, Benny's system. He's doing a good job. At least keeping it running. We can't see his screen, so we don't know if it's scoring. It's not, it's booting and it's running.
1 minute. What?
Look at this. We do have Doctor with screen right now, and
I don't think it's going to finish.
6.1 gigahertz is at 1.985 volts. That is crazy.
He's going for the killer.
Yeah. Oh boy. Yeah, don't forget that, guys.
40 seconds.
If they got an issue with the system, I mean, if they burn their system down, I mean, a component is not working anymore or not, they got disqualified. That's exactly what
30
happened to
seconds.
GSLI.
Wait. What about the guys who can swap Mombos? I thought the CPUs were disqualifications, but the guys who...
Mobos, yeah. I was just thinking about the CPUs.
Yeah, you said system.
Oh, sorry. That's
I
only
guess
for
you could
CPU.
kill the power supply and get disqualified for that, but like you'd have
Yeah,
to
that
be
never happened.
exceptionally.
10
yeah.
seconds. 9,
Yeah, Dr.
8,
Whis will not be able to
7,
finish his score.
6, 5,
He does not look happy
4,
about that.
3, 2, 1.
That's an obnoxious alarm.
Oh. Yeah. Is that the winning phase? Oh yeah. Actually, no. I was wrong. They can't submit any scores as long as the benchmark have his launch before the end of the round. Yeah.
So like all the past 1v1s, this is the same rule as then. I thought that was odd that you would have changed the rules for this one.
But the score is not optimal. You can, but the score is not optimal.
Let's see. Is it Benny or Dr. Whis that's gonna win this round?
We don't know who has what score yet, so whatever this spits out, we'll still have to compare.
They're both turning the system. Soon we're gonna have a score from Dr. Whis. No error. Great. 141.015 seconds. So this is an improvement on his previous score for sure.
I do believe he had a 144 before.
Here we go. He's gonna take the screenshot from his system. Mark0053 already unmounting and actually unfreezing everything of his system. He's gonna have to make sure everything is dried up in the next 40 minutes.
He has another motherboard.
Do you think he's gonna change the motherboard?
I'd do it. I mean, how much time do we have before the next match?
The next match is supposed to start. It's 40 minutes cooldown in between matches.
40 minutes.
I think this one is a little bit
Yeah,
more
just something that's more or less safe.
There's about 30 minutes between the two semifinals. The quarterfinals and the first semifinals. There's going to be a bit more than 40 minutes. But yeah, they have less than 1 hour to dry up everything and remount everything that they have. So we're gonna wait for the judge to tell us that all the scores are over, and then give us the final ranking on who is the winner of each matches.
On aura besoin de nouvelles feuilles. On aura besoin de nouvelles feuilles. Hein? Non? C'est qui a le...
We can hear the judges talking on the internal.
Yeah.
All right, so here we have the structure. We had like winner of the number 1 qualifier against number 8, etc. And now we do know that Mark 0053 is for sure accessing the semi-final
because his opponent DSLRI killed his CPU in the qualifier round. 2 volts is bad for your chips. Who would have thought? So yeah, we can right now see Mark unmounting his system, and there we go.
So we have it. It seems that Dr. Whis managed to get a score while Benny didn't manage to get a score. So this is
At all,
yeah. So this is the first match. So we know the first semi-final. The first semi-final will be Mark 0053 against Dr. Whis. We also know that Paulo from Brazil shaved off 2 seconds from Bullshooter. So that's a huge surprise. I mean, Paulo didn't have that many experience with the 30 minutes, but that might explain a lot. That might explain a lot on his smile.
Yep.
That he had earlier.
Yep.
We are just waiting for the last run between Extreme Addict and Lucky Noob.
Is Extreme Addict still running GPU Pi, or why are we waiting for that
It doesn't
score?
look like it. Just need to wait
Validation?
for the scores to be updated, and we will be able to move on. So this is it, guys. The HWBOT World Championship. Oh my God, we just got the last update of the scores, and we do have Extreme Addict that is winner against Lucky Noob. Poor Lucky Noob. That is quite a shock. But
considering the expression on like how Extreme Addict was acting, I guess he got the system to do what he wanted in the end, and to pull the win out of that. That is very impressive.
What a match! Like honestly, this is insane. I mean, Mark managed to go very fast in the semifinal. This is
Mark
not a
didn't have to.
you didn't have to fight that much. I mean, it just showed
At
up and
all.
yeah, I can get it.
Um,
While on the other side, we had Dr. Weeze that managed to do a decent, nice score against Benny. What is important is Dr. Weeze and Benny and Paolo and Bushuter were using the same benchmark. And if we look at the score now, we do see that Dr. Wiz actually have 3 seconds better than Bullshooter and 1 second better than Paolo. So if they happen to win their next match, each of them happen to win their next match and end up in the final, that would be interesting if they both pick W Prime 1024.
yeah.
Because Dr. Wiz and Paolo, they all both know their settings directly.
Yeah.
So that
But
would
it
be
took Dr. Weeze forever to get those settings to work. Right? That 141, it was an effort. Like, he's lucky that, it finished and didn't error
That was
in
very at the
overtime.
last-
So,
that
yeah.
last
I mean, he
seconds,
still would have
basically.
won because he still had that earlier score and Benny didn't actually post a score at all, which is why it is so important in these 1v1s. You have to put a score down. Even if it's not a good score, you have to get a score.
that is the placeholder.
Yeah.
The placeholder score is very important. That's the first score you put up on the scoreboard. So here we are at the HWBOT World Championship. If you just join us, no worry, just ask your question on the live chat. There's plenty of people that here to help you understand what this is. But basically, we are trying to find out who is the best overclocker in the world. We have 8 of the top overclocker in the world, actually top 6 and 2 outsiders. For now, we know after the first quarterfinals who will get to the next round. We will have Mark0053 against Dr. Wiz, and we will then have Paolo Pesci Agashi against Extreme Addict. So that's gonna be number 1 from Canada against number 1 from South Africa. A good overclocker from Brazil against currently number 2 in the world. That's gonna be extremely intense. Maybe Extreme Addict can make it to a third final this year after all the qualifier he did and all the different competition he attended. Who knows? We're gonna see what can happen there. We're gonna take a short break, and don't forget that during the break, always ask your question on the live chat. We're always gonna be monitoring that. And as we usually say, until the semi-final, keep pushing it. Welcome everyone to the HWBOT World Championship. This is the first semi-final we will have today. This is gonna face off Mark0053, currently number 1 in Canada, against currently number 1 in South Africa, Dr. Wiz. I'm Truthman from Overclocking TV, and
Hey guys, Bullseye here.
this has been a long day for us. The qualifier lasts for 3 hours. We finally had the chance to see who will be facing each other in the quarterfinal. That was just over about maybe 45 minutes, 50 minutes ago.
Yep.
And now we're moving on to the first semi-final of today for the HWBOT World Championship. This is very important here. This is the most important competition of the year. We will then know at the end of the day who is the best overclocker in the world. For now, that's going to be interesting because all of the guys are actually setting up what they would be their stream station, or actually their benching station. On the right side of the screen, you do have Dr. Wiz from South Africa.
And on the left,
And on the left, we do have
Mark.
0053. That's his handle online if you want to find him on HWBOT. And he's number 1 in Canada, and he qualified at the Montreal stop of the World Tour.
Indeed, these two overclockers qualified during one of the HWBOT World Series events. That is the actually the biggest worldwide championship that exists in terms of overclocking. And basically, if you're just joining us here from the Twitch front page or from the French version of the stream that is being made right now on by our friends at Mr. Tech QC against Switch Overclock. Big shout out to you guys for doing the French version of the stream. If you're just joining here on Twitch, you're more than welcome. And basically what we are doing here is trying to know who of these two guys can make it to the grand final. That's going to be intense. As you can see, they are both preparing. They have a good relation between them. I mean, they don't hate each other at all. They're just here to. I mean, they're good guys, both of them. They explain a lot to newcomers as well. On the right side, Dr. Wiz is streaming quite a lot on his channel, so you can see all the link on the live chat. And if you just join and have no clue whatsoever about what's going on here, you can as well go on the Twitch live chat and watch a little introduction video. And then you can always ask questions on the live chat. There's a lot of people helping you around here. So, Billzoid, we have seen the quarterfinal. We're now moving on to the semi-final. Let's do a quick summary about what these guys can do. Mark0053, currently #1 in Canada. What was the most important thing you have seen from him today?
Well, he did finish first in the qualifier. So the 3-hour qualifier round, which we had earlier today, deciding what the first matchups would be, he finished the very first, top of the ranking for the whole thing. I do believe he had the best. We can actually get those rankings
the best
back
Super
up.
Pi 32M.
Yeah, he had the best Super Pi 32M. I do believe he was also second best on the other two stages, and indeed he was. He came in second for Cinebench, losing by 5 points to Paolo. And he came second for Firestrike Physics, where he came second to Lucky Noob. So he's had a very, he's done very, very well so far. Two second places in the qualifier as well as the first place. So
this is indeed a very nice score. We will have to wait a little bit more for the benchmark draw to happen. So what will happen is they will have to draw a benchmark out of 8 benchmark. These benchmarks are Super Pi 31, Super Pi 1M, Super Pi 32M. We do have W Prime 1024, Cinebench Earth 1115, and we do also have Y Cruncher that is have been vetoed on the first few matches that we had. 3 Mark Firestrike Physics full out, and HWBOT H265 1080p, so that's an encoding benchmark, video encoding benchmark, and GPU Pi for CPU 100M. Super Pi 1M was being used by our dear friend Mark on his qualifier, even though he accessed directly his quarterfinal, even though he accessed directly the semifinal because his opponent got disqualified in there. So that was a fast track.
Yeah.
So there
is a rule that they can't kill the CPUs they are given. Everybody's given 2 CPUs, but if you kill either of them, you're disqualified from the competition. We don't want any dead hardware here. That doesn't mean you can't kill it. It's just you'll kill it and we'll kick you out.
That's one way of doing it, indeed.
Though the interesting thing is getting kicked out or losing a match is not really a big difference. So you might as well, push it to the limit. If you're not scoring well, there's just no reason to excessively push the CPU beyond. If you're in the lead, you probably won't be pushing super hard on the voltages. If you're behind, you're behind. It's like it's not going to get any worse.
And these two guys here today are, as we say, #1 in Canada and #1 in South Africa. So that's going to be a very intense battle, very high set of skills. While on Dr. Wiz's side, he was using W Prime 1024, but in the quarterfinal, he had some challenges, and his last best score was at the very last second of his game.
Yep.
Each game lasts for 30 minutes. So 10 benchmark, they can veto 1 when it get out. That's something you guys will be able to see live. And in 30 minutes, they have to be better than the other guys on the other side of the table.
Yeah.
That's gonna be interesting for you guys. Give a big hype on the live chat and let us know who you are rooting for, either Dr. Wiz or Mark0053 just before the match gonna start. Well, we want to know what you guys, who you guys are you rooting for. If we get a look at what kind of hardware they're gonna be using today, Mark0053 will be using an Asus motherboard. It does actually have some spare board, so that means he can swap out the motherboard during the matches if he run into some issues. I don't think that's gonna happen because you have the mounting system completely locked in, as you can see right now on the screen on the left side. While on the other side, Dr. Wiz is using MSI because that's what he qualified on at the South African event. And he's not using mounting system.
And he also has 2 motherboards, so if he has an issue with his motherboard, he can very quickly just pull the pot off and throw it on the new motherboard. He might not even have to completely defrost the pot. He could swap it while it's still frozen. I mean, the thermal paste probably won't like that, but he could still try it.
That's good to see these two guys at the top of their games. I can't wait to see this match. Honestly, I don't know what will be the benchmark that will veto or not veto. What do you think, Pilzoe? What do you think Mark will veto?
I am not sure, but I think Y Cruncher is going to be really unpopular here. 32 million Super Pi is also probably going to be very unpopular just because it takes so long to run that benchmark. We have a 30-minute match, and that benchmark takes over 5 minutes to finish. So if you do the math, you can run it about 6 times. Actually, you can't. It's physically impossible to run it more than 5 times, unless suddenly you're pushing, into the 4-minute range. However, we haven't seen anybody get closer. The current fastest times to achieve today was 5 minutes 13 seconds. So if we take that time and multiply it by 6, not going to happen. You're not going to manage to run Super Pi more than 5 times. So Super Pi 32 million will probably get vetoed. Y Cruncher will probably get vetoed because it's a very, very hot benchmark, very, very hard to handle benchmark. So, it's also very unpopular. It's relatively new on HWBOT, and people don't really like to deal with it. Quite a few people here have, never run it in... actually, I'm not sure if quite a few, but I know at least one participant has so far never run Y Cruncher. So, that one's also very, very unpopular. The other benchmarks, I think most people are okay with them. There's W Prime 1024, which is heavy on the CPU, but it is, it's not as heavy as the other options, and it doesn't take that long, at around 2 minutes to finish. Well, over 2 minutes to finish. We also have 3D Mark Physics, which is a couple seconds. I think it's like 30 or 45 seconds to finish that. There's a Super Pi 1 million, which finishes under 10 seconds. Even 6 seconds is doable on the setups we have here. Which I need to get my rankings.
So they will all be using Z170 motherboard.
Yep.
They will all be using Intel Core i5 6600K, and they will be using DDR4 memory, different brands as well. They all use the Seasonic PSU, the P860 watt.
Yep.
And for today's match, Dr. Wiz will be on the blue side, and Mark0053 will be on the red side.
Yep.
So that way you know who is on which side when you're gonna look at the screen. I can't wait to have the benchmark though. This is soon to be starting. I'll actually just taking a few pictures before the matches start. I like the jersey that Dr. Wiz have. It's a very good one. Look at that. Nice.
Good sportsmanship, guys.
They were like, can we continue on holding hands like this, and actually not holding but trying to crush the hand of the opponent.
Not so good sportsmanship.
So these two guys are almost ready. Before the game starts, it's very important for them to not be above any they should not be below 0, so they have to be in positive temperature. This is very important, and once we will know that the judges is in, let's tune into Mr. Christian Ney.
Me? Okay. So let's do the draw. Again, Mark will be the first one to have the veto, and then Andrew. With HWBOT X 26.5 1080p.
I'm gonna say okay. No, I'm gonna say okay first.
This is interesting. So it looks like Mark has not
Okay,
vetoed the
Andrew
benchmark.
vetoed.
And
So
Back.
Dr. Wiz is vetoing HWBOT X265.
Super Pi 1M.
1M. Yeah, I'm fine with that.
Okay, so it's gonna be Super Pi 1M.
Oh my god! Oh, we were talking about that in the quarterfinal.
Yep, he
That's
got
gonna
really
be Super
lucky.
Pi 1M.
So he just so for those of you who are just tuning in, Mark has actually had 30 minutes
Okay,
of
so if
Super
you
Pi
guys
1M
ready?
in the last round.
So we started 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Good luck.
Okay, and here we go. So, interesting fact, Mark0053 has had 30 minutes to play with Super Pi 1 million earlier today because his opponent for the quarterfinal got disqualified for killing his CPU. So Mark actually got to, you know, basically test out his system running Super Pi 1M. So he already should know exactly what settings he needs to tune in once he pulls the system down from, you know, above from ambient temperature down to well below zero. So as soon as that system is as cold as he wants it, we're going to start seeing scores coming out, probably, unless he runs into any issues due to water buildup on the motherboard or, you know, other complications that can arise with these kinds of cooling setups. On the other hand, Dr. Wies...
Andrew got the first score, 9 seconds, 256.
that was fast.
Well,
That's what she said.
that was fast on
so
the
Dr.
scoring
Wies
system.
just did get a very, very fast score, but it was actually very slow. That was 9 seconds on 1 million for a Skylake setup. That must have been at stock settings. So that is very much just a case of Dr. Wies. In these 30-minute matches, it is very, very important to get out a score. Yeah. Not necessarily a good score, just a score. And that's exactly what he just managed. So now we can see Dr. Wies tuning his motherboard's BIOS settings. We can see that all of his voltages are well into the red range. Do not copy any of these settings for an air-cooled system or a water-cooled system. If you're lucky, it won't boot. If you're unlucky, it won't work. No! Wait. Is it still running?
Do that again.
I'm not sure you guys can still hear us.
It looks like it's still running.
Is it still running?
Dude, we are just looking like total idiots right now. So the stream setup is having some issues, and we're seeing...
Mark has 6 seconds, 594.
Okay, so we're
welcome back everyone to the HWBOT World Championship. We are back. We had a slight technical issue here. We are now back, and you guys can see Dr. Wies right now on the screen. Bildoid, I will give it over to you to comment what is going on right now on Dr. Wies' screen, because he's the only one in the system at the moment.
Right. So he just crashed the system. So he tried to change the PLL voltage, which is one of the 4 voltages that are absolutely necessary to fine-tune on Skylake to get optimal performance under LN2. And, well, basically he pushed it beyond where it works. So that's why he's restarting right now. And it seems, yep, he's making it all the way into Windows again. So Mark has now gotten 6 seconds, 94 milliseconds. Dr. Wies is back to tweaking the PLL voltage, this time going for... So Mark has now matched Dr. Wies in terms of in calculation time at 6001. So that's 6 seconds, 1 millisecond. Both are now at the same score. Could you repeat that, please? So now Mark is in the lead at 5 seconds, 954 milliseconds. Dr. Wheeze is So now Mark is increasing his lead to 5 seconds, 907 milliseconds. Dr. Wheeze is still trying to tweak his system to work. You have 7 minutes to go. And is this Dr. Wheeze? So we are now seeing Dr. Wheeze start his one. Wait. Oh. Sorry, there's still some technical issues in the background. So we are now seeing Dr. Wheeze running his calculations for 1M. And he's still above that 6-second mark, so he needs to tweak further. Going for 6.1 gigahertz on the core and the cache. That should get him a good increase in performance. And yes, he's at still behind Mark, who managed 5907. So Dr. Wheeze just managed 5969. Mark is at 5907, so he still has to improve his settings to make up for that small difference at this point. He's only 62 milliseconds behind. Will he make it? We need to wait for him to move it, and nope, he just lost performance, so he just slowed down a little bit. Another run. So it seems like he's just going to be rerunning the benchmark and hoping for random variance in how the operating system is running to get him those extra and 6 seconds, 1 millisecond. So significant slowdown for him. And now he's tweaked the BCLK to achieve a higher clock.
So on the blue side, we do have
and
a
we
blue
have a blue
screen! Oh my god, that was the first blue screen for this competition, and we got it live.
And we got it both.
Look at this face, Mark. As a reminder for everyone, blue is Dr. Wheeze, while red is Mark 0053.
Wait, what? So both contestants are now trying to get into the system, so we're not really having much to see as neither system is working.
I love the way that Bilzo is actually commenting on something that is not on the
Well,
live.
that's because this is the setup we've been running for 3 days, and now you tell me it's different.
We had to put up with the slight technical issue that we had. So right now on the red side, we do have Mark 0053. On the blue side, we have Dr. Wheeze.
Yep. They're actually both in, well, Mark is in the safe voltage range. Dr. Wheeze is trying to get his system to boot, and Mark is getting outside that safe voltage range. As we found out yesterday at the ROG camp, most Skylake is generally fine at around 1.9 volts on LN2, but pushing it much beyond that runs the risk of killing CPUs, and we've already had one chip die here today. And Mark just crashed. So now both contestants are not able to run anything because they need to get the systems working. It's going to take a bit. It's going to be a bit of downtime for us here. So how much more time is left in the competition?
We do have exactly the time that is now shown on the live at 3 minutes
so
and
it's
20
20
seconds.
seconds. Yay. Yep.
Thank you very much to
So-
Massman HWBOT for putting up on the score. He's the
course.
director at HWBOT, and we are back here. Hey guys from Giga, hey, big shout out to
That's an interesting
big
error.
shout out to you guys from Giga coming back on the live after. I think you guys coming from the live they just did earlier, and this is whoa, this is quite an interesting.
That's our end, though. That's not the BIOS acting up. That's the capture card. So technical difficulties are still occurring. Mark is still working on getting his system to start up. And Mark's system just got all the way in, and his resolution's very low, and he's running SuperPi right. So that means he's probably dialed in all his settings in the BIOS. We'll see if he can get a better score. And nope, it's scoring significantly worse than it scored. His best score so far is 5 seconds, 907 milliseconds. We will see if he can improve on that.
He's gonna wait for the judge to tell us when it's gonna be 1 minute and 30 seconds.
Mark is still not getting the performance he wants, and Dr. Weeze has finally made it into the operating system. So we will see if he can catch up the distance, because he's still only behind by 62 milliseconds. So he's trying to run 6.16 gigahertz on the CPU. That's 61 times 101, so that is the base clock times the CPU core clock, and it crashed for him when he tried to apply those settings. They were too high. So we will see if he can. We're coming into the last minute here. Yep, 1 minute is here. We will see if he can manage to get out a score before the time
This is
is
super
up.
tight. This is super tight
This
for
is really
SuperPi
tight.
1M. It's like 5 seconds, 0.9. I mean, we're in the 10th of a second.
So, yes. So he still needs to close that 62 millisecond gap and hope that Mark doesn't manage to further increase his lead, as Mark is still working on improving his score as well, though keeping it pretty safe, playing it rather safe with the voltages, not going significantly above that 1.9 volts. So Mark is running, Dr. Weeze is booting back into Windows. Mark has a new score which is the same as Dr. Weeze's current best, but not better than his personal best. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And that's it.
And the score is valid, 907. So this is it. Congratulations to Mark. Congratulations to Mark. So sad for Dr. Weeze by 0.06 seconds. This is
so 62 milliseconds. Wow. That's really, really, really close.
He must be so put off now. I mean, he was putting so much effort in this. It's wow.
Ah, well, he still has a chance for the bronze.
And indeed, he's gonna compete in the bronze final.
Yep.
So, if we check back at what we just saw today, except at the slight technical difficulty that we had, this match was against number 1 in Canada, against number 1 in South Africa. SuperPi 1M.
Yep.
This is then difficult to to find out exactly how that could have turned. I mean, so many things could happen. Some of them seems to have some issues. Finally, Dr. Weeze did not switch the motherboard within the game, maybe because the 30 minutes is very difficult in terms of time that you have.
Yep.
But at least is
we have a random blue screen, but we're not going to yellow this one. Don't worry.
Indeed. So this is the HWBOT World Championship. We had a slight technical issue earlier, but this doesn't change anything from the outcome of this match between Mark0053 and Dr. Weeze. It's very important for you to understand that these guys are at the top of the game. They're using liquid nitrogen on Z170 base platform. Same, they're using DDR4. They all use the Intel Core i5-6600K, and we're gonna look forward to the second semi-final that will happen in the next 30-ish minutes. What is important for everyone here is stay around, stick around, go ask any question on the live chat. Give us a follow if you want to know every time we go live in the next few weeks. And we can already announce that the HWBOT World Tour 2017 will start. The first season stop will start very early in January. That's going to be at CES in Las Vegas on January 5th. That's going to last for 2 days, and that's going to be the first event for the North American overclockers to qualify for the HWBOT World Championship 2017. And who knows, maybe some of them here will qualify again. Maybe you will qualify against to compete against them. Who knows? That's going to be a tough battle, I say. So let's sum up this match. We had Mark0053 with 5 seconds and 907 milliseconds. That is a very decent score on SuperPi 1M. And we do have Dr. Weeze at 5 seconds and 969. So that's very tight battle for them.
That's very close. Yes.
So as someone that used SuperPi 1M, how would you qualify this kind of run between the two guys?
It was great overclocking from both of them. I actually suck at SuperPi. So, yeah, it was a very impressive match between both of them. Very close.
We can see the guys still, even though Dr. Weeze is not making it into the grand final, he will access the bronze final. So we can't wait to see that next match. Don't forget, guys, we're gonna take a short break, make sure everything is working for the second semi-final that will be against Paulo and Extrematic. So we're gonna see a good overclocker from Brazil against currently number 2 overclocker in the world. Don't forget that if you have any question, you can always ask us on the Twitch chat. If you are French and you don't understand a thing in English, you can always tune in to the French stream, courtesy of our friends Mr. TechQC.
You just told the French viewers to do that in English. And if they don't understand a word of English, how's that gonna work?
I can actually do it in French. Si vous êtes français et que vous comprenez rien du tout à l'anglais, vous pouvez aller sur la chaîne de Mr. TechQC et il fait le stream en français. See, that's easy, right?
Yeah, I'm just pointing out it doesn't make sense to tell French people how to do something in English.
Yeah, if you don't understand this language, just do this. All right, guys.
If you don't know what I'm saying, do that.
All right, guys, we're gonna find you back right after the break. Thank you for tuning in. Welcome back, everyone, to the HWBOT World Championship 2016. I'm Truthman from Overclocking TV, and
hey guys, Buildzoid here.
You're gonna get it all day long. That's awesome. We are here at the HWBOT World Championship 2016. Thank you very much for tuning in with us here on twitch.tv/overclocking TV or on the French version on Mr. TechQC channel. We are here just before the second semi-final of today. The match we just had previously was Mark0053 against Dr. Weeze. We had the time to actually discuss a little bit more with the guy during the break. Dr. Weeze said to us that he was limited. He think he was limited by his motherboard at that point, but the main difference was that Mark0053 was able to run 20 degrees colder than him without having any issue with the cold bug. So basically, the cold bug, if it's too cold, it's not gonna work. So that was giving us a certain advantage to Mark 0053 that could reach a little bit higher frequency, and on Super Pi 1M that is something that is very important in there. So Buildzoid, before we move to the next match, just a quick recap of Mark 0053 against Dr. Wiz. Who would have you thought that Mark would win against Dr. Wiz?
I mean, Mark did get that practice session in, so he came in with an advantage knowing what his system can definitely start at. And then he just pushed further from there, whereas Dr. Wiz never had a chance to run Super Pi 1 million yet. So he came in basically completely unprepared, if you can say it that way, for that benchmark. Overall, he's prepared for the whole overclocking sessions and everything, but he wasn't necessarily prepared to deal with Super Pi 1 million. So when we got to that, I was pretty sure Mark 0053 would win that one. We've also, like, earlier we've actually seen that Mark 053 is able to run some of the lowest memory timings at the highest frequencies of basically everybody here. So he does have a memory performance advantage, even if he didn't necessarily have that clock speed advantage, which he actually ended up having. So it was kind of predictable. Dr. Wiz did get actually into the lead for a short period of time, but then Mark eventually caught up to him and beat him significantly. Even if, well, significantly by Super Pi 1 million standards, where
Like
62
milliseconds, yeah.
Yeah, tenths of milliseconds is a lot in a benchmark that takes 5 seconds to finish.
We do have benchmark that today that can run below 10 seconds, and some benchmark that run up to 5 minutes. So the way the people can veto will be very important on what kind of benchmark and what kind of what can get out of these special matches on 1 versus 1. So thank you guys if you're joining us here on twitch.tv Overclocking TV channel. I'm Truthman and this is Buildzoid. I will be commenting with you the upcoming matches. The upcoming match will be the second semi-final from today between Pishiagashi PXHX, so we just call him Paulo, that's much easier. He's from Brazil. He qualified during the HWBOT World Series South America. That was the end of January actually 2016, this year. And we will be going back to Sao Paulo on January 31st and up to February 4th. That's going to be the HWBOT World Tour 2017 South America stop. So we can already say that in 2 months from now, basically, we're just going to be in South America for the new season, this 2017 season. Can't wait to be there. That's going to be fun.
Yep.
That's going to be great. And Paulo is facing the currently second best overclocker in the world, Extreme Addict. Extreme Addict.
Yep, from Poland.
That's gonna be a tough game for them. That's gonna be I mean, Extreme Addict have been showing some strong skills in competitions. He's always having this kind of last-minute comeback, and he's like struggling for like 25 minutes, and in the last 5 minutes he posts like 3 scores that completely smash everyone else. So maybe that would be something he will do. He was in the quarterfinal against Lucky Noob.
Yeah.
That was very
very surprising.
Tough. Yeah.
That was very surprising, and we didn't, unfortunately for the quarterfinals, we have some limitations here, and we did not get to actually monitor both of their screens at the same time, and so we actually didn't know exactly what was going on with them until the quarterfinals were over, and Extreme Addict pulled out an incredible GPU Pi 100 million score. Just absolutely destroying Lucky Noobs. Like, it was a big difference, almost 50%. So
that is quite a match that happened there, and we have to say it as well that Lucky Noob was using a motherboard that he was not supposed to use at first, because he gave his motherboard to Bullshooter that actually did not make it past the quarterfinal as well. So this is, that's the guy that have a big heart and, say, oh, you need to use that, you don't have one. It's okay, you can use mine. I will use something else. So that was, I mean, that's nice. I mean, that's people like this that we're meeting in this game. More people like this that will give everything they can to make others succeed.
Yeah. So that was an interesting match, and what's exciting for this match is we have 2 gigabyte motherboards against each other. So there's no motherboard difference. However, there is a memory difference, and a major one. Extreme Addict is using ZADAC 511 memory, and Paolo is using HyperX. So it'll be interesting to see how that impacts their vetoes and then impacts their scores.
Of course, depending, they all use DDR4 because it's the
Yes.
Z170 platform and the Intel Core i5-6600K. But the brand of memory they will be using will depends on how they can go, how higher they can, how high they can go in the frequency, or how tight they can go in the timing. Because different brands of memory manufacturers will use different kind of ICs, so the chip on the memory stick. This will make a slight difference in the final score. For everyone at home using a gaming PC, that won't make much difference. To be honest, that's not gonna be making any difference in game. You're not gonna win 10 FPS just because you.
Depends. There's games that do it now. Like Fallout, like really CPU limited titles will actually benefit from like 2133 to 3000. Huge difference. Admittedly, once you start pushing it beyond that, it's not as much of a difference because you don't have enough GPU power. But if
Then you don't have the bottleneck anymore. But let's face it,
if
on
you
most
throw
of
enough GPU power, memory matters. Basically, you keep shifting around where the slowest component is as you upgrade things. So at some point you got to stop. But here we don't. We don't have those limitations.
As we say, we keep pushing it here. We keep pushing it. We do have the two overclockers preparing for the next match. The big tall guy with the yellow stripes on his shirt is Extreme Addict, while the quiet, more reserved guy in the background is Paolo. That's the first time he will be competing against Extreme Addict. He never faced that guy before. For sure, Extreme Addict is very talky when he's doing in competition, except when he's far behind. So when he's actually he's talky when he's every time there.
He's a bit of a clown when he's winning,
Yeah.
and when he's not winning.
When he's not winning, he's focusing. He's trying to make sure that his opponent will never get into its way.
Yeah.
Right, dear Buildzoid, what do you expect from these two guys in this competition? What do you think Extreme Addict will veto if a benchmark goes out?
Y Cruncher, because he's vetoed it before. That just gives away so much that he does not like Y Cruncher. That was such a fast veto earlier in the day in his matchup against Lucky Noob. So that's probably what he's going to veto from Paolo. It really depends. He might have, from what I've heard, he should be at a slight memory disadvantage, so he'll want to try get a benchmark that's not too memory dependent, because just the memory sticks he has aren't comparable to what Extreme Addict has here. So Extreme Addict's memory sticks are stronger than Paolo's, and that means he'll probably veto things like Super Pi. Super Pi 1 million, Super Pi 32 million. It would probably be ideal for him if Extreme Addict vetoes some memory-intensive benchmark, and then they both by some miracle end up on Y Cruncher, but that's very, very unlikely. So if there was two vetoes and then they get Y Cruncher, that would be Y Cruncher, and that I think would probably be the worst outcome for Extreme Addict. Though I don't know if Paolo's ever used a Y Cruncher, so that might just be like both of them have no idea what they're doing, and it would just be a very equal match instead. So in terms of veto, Paolo definitely doesn't want a memory-heavy benchmark, so we'll probably want him on. He'll probably want Cinebench 15.
That would be interesting to see Cinebench R15. I would like
In
to have
real
it on the
time.
stream. Yeah, in real time. That's the joke, because if it's in real time, we actually can't see the process and the benchmark going through it.
And actually, Cinebench R15 Extreme Addict would okay that one, as he's perfectly okay running that benchmark. As we've seen, at least earlier today, he was okay with doing that benchmark. So, yeah, we might end up seeing that one if we're lucky. Or we might end up seeing, 3D Mark Firestrike Physics, because that one's actually like everybody knows everybody here actually knows the 3D Mark Firestrike Physics benchmark. Cinebench R15, W Prime 1024 would also be okayed by pretty much everyone. So it'll be interesting to see what choices they make.
Super Pi 32M, people will veto it out because it's too long.
Yeah, it's too long.
Okay.
So yeah, both of them are still setting up their systems. Well, actually, it looks like Paolo has everything fully prepared, and Extreme Addict actually is also fully prepared. So now it's just a case of, and I guess we're going to the voting for the draw process. Is
And
going
here
to
we
be
go.
starting
We can
rather
hear the
soon.
judge, Christian.
So Fire Strike Physics was just vetoed. Oh my god! The benchmark he vetoed so fast earlier in the day. It comes back. It comes back, and he has to do Y Cruncher for his semi-final match.
Oh my
Oh
god, that's
god!
just awful.
Awful.
That is just awful.
Three, two, one, and they're off.
That was such a surprise.
That was such a surprise, but that was exactly what I was saying. If they both veto and we get Y Cruncher, they got Y Cruncher, and that's exactly what ended up happening. So do both of them has either of them actually run Y Cruncher?
I don't think so.
Okay, this is going to be a very interesting matchup. They apparently neither of them has ever run Y Cruncher. So that is going to be very interesting to see how they deal with a benchmark that neither of them have actually run. Both of them have very strong LN2 pots. Paolo is running the Kingpin Venom pot, which I do believe is was very popular for the Bulldozer chip, so it is designed for very high heat loads. And Extreme Addict is using the Der Bauer Beast pot, which is designed to basically do everything. And so it shouldn't really be an issue that Y Cruncher is one of the hottest running benchmarks on HWBOT. It is very power hungry because it uses the AVX instruction set to do a lot of its computational work, and the AVX instruction set runs extremely hot. So Extreme Addict is already in the BIOS, and you can see him tuning the memory timings. He's actually loosening them up right now. I guess he's having issues booting the tight ones.
It's always a challenges for them because they have to be above negative, so they have to be above 0 Celsius, and once the countdown start, they can go down all the way to the temperature they have to be. Thank you guys for tuning in the Twitch chat. This is the HWBOT World Championship Semi-Final 2. This is Peshi Agashi, Paolo against Extreme Addict, currently number 2 in the world. That's going to be a very tight battle. You can see on the blue side of the stage, Extreme Addict, and on the red side of the stage, Paolo. Let us know who you are rooting for on the live chat. Are you rooting for the Brazilian guy, Paolo, or the Polish guy, Mr. Extreme Addict?
Yeah, so both of them are currently trying to boot up. Now, Paolo's in a bit of trouble because he still hasn't booted his system, whereas Extreme Addict has already started tweaking settings in his BIOS.
I think we just don't have the feedback from Paolo, but he's in Windows right now.
He is in Windows right now. Okay. Okay.
First score!
Yes. So Paolo did just post a score. We're just having some technical difficulties getting his feed here, and he scored 135. Extreme Addict is still trying to boot up. And we see his BIOS screen. And Extreme Addict has gotten into the operating system, and he should be running the benchmark anytime now. He, funnily enough, he's renamed his ycruncher execution file to ycruncher, as in the word Y. Rather interesting choice there. It's very much a case of, why do I have to run this for him? And he's using the Gigabyte Tweak Launcher tool, which is compatible with a lot of their motherboards. So he's using that to tweak his BIOS, well, basically system settings, while in the operating system, so he doesn't have to restart to access the BIOS.
That's very important because you lose some precious time every time you have to restart the system.
Yeah. Having issues getting a score, so he's tweaking settings, trying to get the system just stable enough to get his first score down. So, and he's trying to run it again, and it keeps crashing for him. This looks more like a software issue to me, and he's restarting.
And it's gonna be losing some precious time again, but that's okay. I mean, you need to go to the BIOS at some point to change the settings you want.
Yeah, but no, you don't want to be going to the BIOS when you don't know what what you need to fix. Though it does look like he knows exactly what he's going to be changing, so he just dropped the memory clocks. Should be getting back into the operating system very, very soon. At the end of the day, memory performance is sort of secondary in pretty much all benchmarks. You will win if you have the highest CPU core clock. So it's interesting that he's opting to mess with the memory this early on instead of trying to max out the CPU as fast as possible.
So what do you think his strategy for him will be? Will he push more the CPU frequency or the memory frequency for now?
Well, right now he's messing with the memory, which is rather interesting because this is a CPU, very heavy CPU benchmark, and as such you'd want to max out the CPU first, in my opinion. So he's still having issues just getting the benchmark to even start. You know, at this point I'd be considering running at stock just to check that there isn't a software issue because it's crashing way too fast.
Paolo trying to understand what's going on. You can see that both of the overclockers are very focused on what they're doing. Let's focus right now on Extreme Addict.
So Extreme Addict is loosening up his memory timings, and does it look like his BIOS might have frozen, or?
Yes, I think it's just restarting. So by the time it refreshes. For now, we are having Paolo against Extreme Addict. Paolo is in Windows. We just can't get the feed to here.
Yeah.
We'll not be fixing anything during the competitions to not interfere with the performances of the guy. But it's very important to note that for the bronze final and grand final, we will have, of course, the two screens from each of the overclockers. That is very important to know exactly how they're doing it. Let's focus a little bit more on Mr. Extreme Addict.
They're talking. I'm hearing something about a backup drive, maybe an operating system switch. Will be interesting to see. Well, not operating system switch, just a hard drive switch. The hard drive could be messed up. He just loaded up one of his LN2 profiles, dropping the memory settings. I'd run stock. I'd run stock at this point because
just run stock, make a score.
Run stock, make a score. Yeah. He's setting all the timings to auto because we all know. Yep, there goes the auto timings. That's when you know that you're having problems.
It's interesting. It doesn't have a profile with like safe memory timings.
No, he probably has a safe profile somewhere. He just doesn't want to run it yet. He's going auto, auto, auto. And 15, yeah, very, very loose memory timings right now.
So he's pretty sure that the memory is the issue here. The memory settings is the
Yeah,
issue because
yeah.
that's only the thing he's dialing in.
Yep, he's still
takes
trying
so
to
much
run
time.
one T.
It takes so much time.
Yep, I would just reset, set
Yeah, just-
multiplier to 32 and hope for the best. But we'll see. Maybe you know, he might get a worthwhile score out of it. He still has 20 minutes to go.
Look at this shot. This is so nice with the smoke coming out, and you can see some of the LN2, almost some of the LN2 escaping from the pot. For now, we are 21 minutes left. That's 9 minutes into the round, and so far only Paolo got a score on the scoreboard. Yep. And he's getting below 100 seconds. That is great.
I wish what Y Cruncher score, what a good Y Cruncher score looks like, but no idea because I've never run the benchmark. It's not really that surprising. I don't think many people here have run the benchmark because it is very, very new. So
during that time,
Extreme Addict is still not having much. Now he's not even having success getting to the OS, so that's a bit of an issue.
I mean, you're gonna you have to, you know, to try as much as you can to push it. But as we said, I mean, it's not because you have the best hardware. It's not because you have the best system overall that you will win. You never know. You never know. It's exactly what is happening here. Maybe that's. I mean,
these two guys are running the. These guys are running the basically identical systems, and one of them can't even get into the operating system, much less get a score. So. Yeah, it's not just about the hardware, it is very much about the overclocker here. So, we shall see. And Extreme Addict has the BIOS screen coming back up, so that's a good thing. We'll see if he can get all the way to Windows, though. And Windows is starting. And, yep, and we're in Windows. Let's see if he can get, he's checking CPU-Z. Has to check the memory timings to see what the board were defaulted to. Memory timings look good. Now he's going to try run it. And yeah, he keeps getting that Kurumi.exe stopped working error. He needs to try run that at stock, in my opinion. He absolutely needs to try run that at stock to check if it may not be a software issue. So, Extreme Addict isn't even getting into the BIOS at this point.
That's intense. I mean, these guys, they're running into condensation issues at this time. At this point, I mean, even though you put everything back to auto and you still have issues, either you damage something.
There's also the chance. So some of our viewers on the chat are saying that maybe Extreme Addict has messed up his max memory settings, which is, so for those of you who don't know what max memory is the it's a setting in the BIOS Windows boot options, which allows you to limit the amount of memory Windows has access to. If you put it too low, Y Cruncher will not run, as it requires a minimum amount of 4.7 gigabytes of memory to run. Oh, and that 4.7 gigabytes of memory does not include the rest of your operating system. So you do
that
have
means the number of free memory available.
Yeah. So you need to boot up, and you have to have 4.7 gigabytes of memory free for Y Cruncher to run. If you don't have that, you can't get the benchmark to run, and that is it's very possible that this is the issue that Extreme Addict is having right now. It could also be some kind of other issue, and really he should be trying to get in a stock run just to see if it's the system or if it's the software.
He's definitely not happy.
Oh, I wouldn't be happy either if I couldn't get the benchmark to even start.
I don't know if you guys heard it. That was Dr. Wu saying try save settings.
Save settings, yes. So, and Extreme Addict has reset the BIOS, so it looks like he's going to go for a stock settings run just to see if boot failure detected. So this is what Gigabyte motherboards tell you if you mess up some settings in the BIOS. He's getting more and more interesting errors as this goes on. That's something I've never seen.
Okay, keep in mind, guys, that at this point, the guys here using motherboard, the motherboard that we can see, and the complete system, they use it far past any official specification. I mean, we use liquid nitrogen to cool down the computers.
So this might be this might finish with only one score.
And
that would be kind of sad.
That's what makes a benchmark special. The memory requirement, the way that you have to tune in all the different settings. And literally, Y-Cruncher eats memory. Yes, he literally hits that.
Well, that's the 4.7 gigs. It's one of the few benchmarks you can't run on 2 sticks of PSC.
That's I would love to have like a sound like every time someone gonna launch the benchmark, like nom 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 nom. That might be painful to watch though. Say getting stressed. I mean, halfway through the round, he still doesn't have a score put up on the board. This is extremely tense for him. This is getting tight. You know, like 15 minutes left. He does have 50% of his matches that is already over. How can he get back into the game? I mean, even if he start at default, you're gonna have to build up everything back to beat Paolo.
Well, you can start at default, jump to really high core clock, and hope for the best. I mean, the benchmark is going to be memory intensive. I mean, it uses 4.7 gigs of RAM, so at the very least it needs a lot of RAM. It probably needs it to be able to access that memory quickly too, but that does not mean you couldn't get a good score by just slamming the CPU speed. On the other hand, this benchmark does run very, very, very hot. So... So, on the other hand, it does run very, very hot, so there's the issue of, you know, you can't just slam the CPU with a ton of voltage because you might get, you know, you might crack the thermal paste to the IHS and lose thermal contact, and then you know you've lost a ton of time having to reheat the pot or cool down the pot again, and
so he's still struggling to make
he
the
just
benchmark.
checked. So he just checked the max memory setting. He doesn't have it enabled. That is very surprising because that's what a lot of people have been suspecting that is his issue. So that is a problem. So it's a problem with his Windows. Yes, it's almost certainly a problem with his Windows. As he is now in debug mode, he is not even trying to. He's just trying to get the benchmark to start.
He's really trying hard, like crash again. Like it crashed straight from the beginning, so there's definitely something wrong. Like maybe a settings in the BIOS that is wrong.
So he's changing.
Did you just heard what Christian say? You should try something that is not manual.
Trying to change he's trying to change the instruction set it's running on. If he doesn't run AVX2, which is the other issue, is this uses AVX2 acceleration, and that is a huge deal because AVX2 instruction set is well, it exists because it goes faster. There's a reason why this instruction set is available on new Intel CPUs. It makes crunching very large data sets much, much easier. So changing instruction sets loses you performance. Can't even get it to work on the default x86, and that in theory should run even on ancient architectures. So that is a major problem.
I think it's time to switch for the backup OS.
Yeah, he might have to go to his backup hard drive.
Or someone knows something, it doesn't want to tell him, and I think there's just a few settings that are not set correctly. We are having look at him with a big smile. Actually, look at him, he's behind us with a huge smile. We won't set that too high.
Should he?
This guy knows exactly what this is not working, but he won't tell him because Extreme Addict just beat
Lucky Noob
before. This is Lucky Noob. Yeah, sadly he lost against Extreme Addict, but he's not gonna help him for this match. He might tell him right after though.
I might tell him.
before the end of the match.
What's the timer now? 11 minutes.
Yeah, he's fine. You tell him in 30 seconds he slams 2 volts and this will be an interesting match. I wonder if the phone will come out to check forums.
I wonder if you have like some kind of lifeline, you know.
We should maybe consider that for future competitions where there's a lifeline where the benchers can ask for one question to
Like
somebody.
the audience?
Yeah,
Told the audience?
like maybe the judges, because the judges should know how to get all the benchmarks running. So we could
but
just have like a
no,
benchmark expert.
you cannot ask the judges for it.
What,
You
to
need-
get the
you need to
benchmarks to
ask-
start?
You need to pick your question and ask someone from the venue.
I guess that could work.
So we do have a close-up on... we do have a close-up on Paolo's system. This is it. You see what I was saying? Like, Extrematic can act like a clown when he wants, right? And
Yep.
he knows, like, it's not over for him. He still have like 11 minutes, but he's like making jokes, cracking jokes. That's a way for him to remove the stress out from this competition. And you guys, like, looking up has such a big smile on his face. He knows exactly why it's not working.
So why is it not working?
Actually, both of the two overclockers now are struggling to get the system working again.
Well, one of them has a score for one of them it's a case
90
of.
seconds is good score.
Yep. So Lucky Noob just said that the score that Paolo has gotten, which is 90 seconds 364 milliseconds, is actually a really good score. Because could you repeat the what at 6.2?
About 6 is about 75 seconds.
So-
6G.
Okay, so at around 6 gigahertz, you can expect this to take about 75 seconds to run this benchmark. So this is not a bad score. It's just the score probably will be the only score at this rate.
So we had literally 2 scores so far. Two
From one
Paolo.
contestant.
Yeah, from one contestant. One above 100 seconds,
Yep.
and the second one just before 90 seconds.
Yep.
Harsh on the
And it is an extremely intense benchmark. So it's heavier than Cinebench. It's almost on par or right around the same level as XTU, except it's also more memory hungry. So it's harder to run.
He's not confident at all. It's like 9 minutes left and still no scores, still no booting the system. He's trying to get it work, but we don't know.
Well, XA just got into the operating system. We will see if he knows what is
Will
wrong.
it work? Will it work?
Maybe it's the renaming of the file.
And no,
Nope.
it doesn't work. He's like, what can I do? We just got the best comment from Alva. It's 8 minutes, so this is still a long time.
Yep.
To know
That's
exactly
less
what's
than
the
a
issue and
third.
then-
He has less than a third of the full normal round time left, and apparently a long time. So, I mean, I guess if he actually got the benchmark to run, it only takes around 1 minute and 30 seconds to finish. But you know, getting it to run is the more. That'd be all of the battle. You can't. That'd be half the battle. Nah, more.
But this can happen in competition, right? We are here at the World Championship. These are the top overclockers, and even at this level, they're still struggling to get everything working. This is because
Well, that's what happens. That's what happens when you never try the benchmark.
Actually, I just did my mistakes in the GPU.
Oh. Oh, and it seems like XA has completely given up on. So, guess we will take this as a forfeit.
Not sure, not sure. Maybe he's trying to fish for information, but well. During that time, we do have Paolo that is still trying to find out why the system is not working. Maybe we can get a closer look at his debug code, the LEDs on the system.
Yep.
That's gonna be a tough battle for XA if he managed to come back at some point.
If he decides to come back. There's not really anything stopping him from trying. And he's coming back.
Is it starting again? Paolo is looking at him like, well, I do have a score. I know I can do better than that,
but I can't boot. So
he doesn't look desperate. Actually, he's smiling.
He's kind of happy with himself.
He's kind of like, yeah,
It's
I
like-
cannot boot, but he cannot boot either.
Well, it's not a case of I can't boot, he can't boot. It's a case of I can't boot, but he can't run. Because XA has no issue getting into the operating system. He has a serious problem getting the benchmark to, well, start.
Let's have a look. Will it work? He's trying another benchmark to see if it's running. Gonna try. Maybe that's a missing driver somewhere. He doesn't know. Or
Either with the window or that one option.
Now we're installing Java while running a system on LN2, but that's not that bad. I've installed AMD drivers on LN2.
I did install Windows.
LN2.
That's the worst efficient way of doing it.
Don't you risk like having installation corruption doing that? So you can install it.
Actually,
try
it's
to boot.
even worse.
Well,
Actually, it's even worse. I mean, if you try to install under LN2, it's just completely stupid because you run into way more issue than what you should get at first. Everyone here today is using the Seasonic PSU, the Seasonic P860 watts. So we'll see what happened. During that time, Extreme Addict is still struggling finding where this issue came from. This is definitely not a stability issue. This is somewhere else issue, either a setting in a BIOS or a driver that is misfunctioning on the system. I do suspect that this is an issue in the BIOS, that it did not activate or change the wrong settings, but until the end of that round, actually until the last 30 seconds, lucky enough will not tell anyone what the issue is. So we're gonna have to wait 30 seconds before the end to know.
right, so you suspect it's a BIOS setting.
I suspect it's a BIOS settings because he didn't reset the BIOS. He put everything back to auto. So maybe there's something
No,
wrong.
but he
Because
reset
he
the
was not
BIOS.
expecting to use Y Cruncher at all today. He was expecting to actually veto Y Cruncher. He vetoed Y Cruncher so fast. So he knew he didn't want to go into that specific benchmark. And
Yeah.
he told everyone,
But we saw
I
him.
didn't try for
He
it.
got a BIOS reset message earlier. BIOS reset message. Yeah, he reset the BIOS.
Chris, could you open the task manager, please? Task manager.
Oh, and
Performance tab.
yeah, it's not that. We've already checked max memory earlier. That's not the issue. The BIOS seems to be reset, so maybe the OS is just.
Gone. And that's it. Now Lucky Noob is lost as well.
Now everybody's lost.
That's funny because this is the top
We're supposed to
overclocker.
know this stuff. Yeah, no, he checked max.
Actually, that's the
I mean,
maximum or yeah.
I mean, Unigen Heaven has a really odd bug where if you do something to Windows, it runs like crap.
Yeah, yeah.
And I never figured out what causes it, so I always just reinstall Windows when that happens. But unfortunately, I do not believe they are allowed to do that for this live competition, reinstall Windows. They do have a backup OS, but they cannot reinstall Windows, so.
Well, Speedfighters does have a point though. Maybe AVX instruction will disable because it's crashed.
He's trying to run it on x86. He can't run it x86. He can't run it on SSE. He can't run it on older AVX. He can't run it basically on anything. He can't run it on ancient instruction sets.
We do have Paolo unmounting his system, and I think that's over for him. I won't get any better score in this semi-final. This is actually crazy.
This is
Wow,
a
that's-
very surprising outcome. World number 2, no score.
And And looking up say, and I did lost the quarterfinal for that. Like, oh, yeah. And
You got
he's looking
unlucky
at us
enough
like,
that they pulled, Lucky Noob got unfortunate enough that they pulled Y Cruncher early. You need Y Cruncher, like if you're going up against Extreme Addict, you want Y Cruncher to be pulled third.
Here we go. We can see the CPU bot from Paolo being removed. He's gonna remove the insulation. I'm pretty sure
Paolo's
Paolo's
insulation is pretty spotty in my opinion. Like I've seen it a bit. Huh?
Did Axel manage to?
and as well he's using the kneaded
He
eraser.
reset the BIOS.
He's using the kneaded eraser, so maybe that is bringing the cold, spreading the cold from the CPU around it. So maybe that is causing some issues as well, like he's having right now.
Well, there's also some patch, like, I saw his installation, it does not look, I don't know how good eraser installation is supposed to look, but that doesn't, he did only do the installation yesterday, so if there's any gaps in it, he might not have time to test any flaws in the installation. So, yeah, it's probably an installation issue, but hey, he's still the only one to have a score, and we're in the last 50 seconds of today's match, so... That's going to be very, well, at this point I guess it's not going to be interesting. We sort of know the outcome unless Extreme Addict suddenly goes, oh, I actually do know what's wrong with this, and gets it running. Pulls out a 6 gigahertz and...
That would be his famous surprise comeback.
But I don't think that's going to be happening. Yep. Hands in pockets. Does not seem to even want to try.
No, he's gone. It's gone.
He's given up.
Given up.
So,
I mean, he's using the second SSD now to just see if the settings will be from the Windows installation or from his setup. Let's see. And it doesn't work, so that means it's not the OS. The settings that is not working is not in the OS. That means it's something else.
Yes. And time is up. So,
what a surprise!
that was bizarre.
that
can only happen in a competition like this where you have two contestants come up. One of them doesn't even know, like neither really knows what they're doing as far as the software goes, and you end up with a result like this.
Wow, that's I'm surprised. I mean, Paolo was definitely not the
but the thing is,
leader in that game.
You said you think he might have disabled AVX extensions in BIOS. The thing is, he tried to run x86, which doesn't need AVX.
Something else is wrong then.
Yeah, he doesn't have MaxMem. He doesn't seem to have an AVX issue. What the hell is wrong with that setup?
So congratulations to Paolo Peixe Agashi. He's proudly representing Brazil, and sadly for Extreme Addict, that's gonna end his semi-final ascension to the final. Now it's gonna compete against Dr. Wiz in the bronze final. He does have to figure out what will be his issue, because actually, if Y Cruncher is not the first benchmark, and let's say he vetoed the benchmark, and the second one is Y Cruncher again, it's gonna be like, okay, I just don't even gonna
Extreme
try.
Addict is going to be going, well, the next round is Extreme Addict against Dr. Wiz, because this was the second semi-final.
Yep.
So Extreme Addict needs to very quickly figure out what is wrong with Y Cruncher, otherwise he runs... It's not a very high probability, but it is possible that he ends up with Y Cruncher again, and if that happens again, well, it'll be another 30 minutes wasted.
Oh, we got an issue. We are having an issue. Paolo seems to have killed the CPU.
Have they tested it on another motherboard yet?
That's what they're gonna have to do.
Okay, so we will see the verdict on if Paolo killed his CPU, because if he killed his CPU, he gets disqualified. Who would actually move on then? Extreme Addict, I guess.
I don't know. That never happened before.
that one would get disqualified and one would post a score? I guess in that case, whoever has the surviving chip is the winner.
Well, surviving, you didn't post any score, so it's like you were.
But it still runs.
Oh my god, that's what you're gonna have to wait for the Christian to test test the
So-
CPU. That's what he's looking at right now.
So Christian will be testing the CPU right now. We will know for sure if there's going to be a disqualification or not, based on that CPU test.
So we are in the wait for now. We don't know actually if it's
Yeah.
Paolo or Extrematic. We don't know yet. We're
Yes.
gonna have to wait for Christian Ney to validate
This is
that.
this is
But
just
this is the first time this happened.
this is bizarre. We have one contestant can't get the software to run. Other contestant gets a score. Unfortunately, it looks like he might have killed his CPU. It could just be his motherboard acting up.
Sure, could be.
In which case, he still has a problem because he's going into the finals and his motherboard isn't working. But there's also the chance that his CPU is dead, and we will find that out as soon as the judge returns and tells us if he can boot it on a different confirmed working motherboard. We have plenty of motherboards to test with, so that's not going to be an issue.
Yeah, that's not going to be an issue here. On the live chat, what do you think can happen? Do you think after all the decision from Christian Ney, will that be Paolo winning or would that be Extrematic winning? As you know, we really have to make sure that everything is correctly set up. That's why they're going to have to test on different motherboard. And well, that's going to be interesting to see what turns out to be working or not working in that case.
So we're dealing with some more technical difficulties, and we're waiting for that judgment from the. So it looks like the CPU will be tested very, very soon.
So during that time, let us know on the live chat if you have any question, because we're gonna have to wait for the final decision before moving on.
We have a suggestion on the chat that we make them both lose because. Is
Is that suggestion from one of the previous contestants, like
No.
Lucky Noob or Blue
No.
Shooter?
No.
Could this be possible that it damage only the AVX settings? Because that's definitely
no,
something
no,
wrong with his
because the
setup.
AVX extension is a way of doing large. The AVX extension is basically it stands for accelerated.
Video something.
No, it's not video.
Visual.
No, it's
well.
it accelerates large array calculations. So basically, it sort of does.
So
Yeah,
what
it's
would-
advanced vector extension.
Advanced
So
vector
vectors.
extension, indeed.
So vectors are basically a sort of data structure that you can use in computers to do data management, and advanced vector extensions allow you to do lots and lots of vector calculations very, very, very quickly. The way they do this is they saturate a lot of available resources on the CPU core, which means that if you die running an AVX workload, it's basically it's basically part of the memory system blowing up the rest of the calculation end of the CPU. So yeah, if that chip is dead, it's dead. It's not like you can just have the AVX extensions fail on you, because they're not actually they're hardware level in the sense of a memory management thing. They're not hardware level in the sense of actually being a huge amount of extra hardware in the core itself. So, well, there is extra hardware to run them, but they use existing hardware as well. So, if AVX doesn't work, then, well, generally, if AVX kills the core, it'll kill everything else with it. So,
well, that's one way of seeing it.
Yeah.
For now, we are just waiting for the judge to confirm what will be the exact final scoring system. I know they are testing the CPU from Paolo on a different motherboard to see if it's killed or not. They will have to test Extrematic OS on another board as well to see if it's the issue or not. So I guess that once the CPU is working, they're gonna try the same OS from Extrematic on Paolo's board, because that's the same board, so you're not gonna have any issue with the drivers, and they will then find out if that was a Windows setting or a settings within Extrematic's system. I do strongly suspect that these come from the system, because even when they changed the OS from Paolo to Extrematic to test, it was giving the same error, had exactly the same behavior. You press run and it crashed. It's like a requirement is not there.
Yeah.
That's why they're trying to install the driver. They were trying to install different things there.
Yeah,
We do have to wait for Christian to decide what's going on.
Okay, so we will wait on the judge.
There are a lot of discussion going on right now.
I wonder.
We just have to wait for the judge now.
I've actually never noticed that there are AVX settings in the BIOS. I don't know. I've never used Z170, but I don't think I've seen AVX as a BIOS setting in Haswell.
We should check the BIOS version from HWBOT. Maybe that's something that in the BIOS version we have is not activated, because remember, like the non-KCPU overclocking, it deactivates AVX.
Oh yes, it does.
So that actually could be the issue, because he never planned on running Y Cruncher this weekend. So,
but it doesn't make sense to run the non-K BIOS when everything we're using today
maybe
is
it's
K.
not the non-K BIOS because it's not. Because maybe that's just because he was running on a special BIOS that doesn't have this activated, and maybe he didn't know.
But
because he never ran Y Cruncher before, he never tried it. He doesn't even know if it works on his motherboard.
Yes, but he did actually try the other instruction sets, and those also didn't work. So I don't know. I've never run Y Cruncher either, so I'm as lost as Extreme Addict here. It is beyond me how that benchmark was not able to run at all. Like, he couldn't get it to run on x86, on SSE, on any of the other instruction sets that are available at one point, so...
We are in the wait.
So, it seems like we're going to be getting the judgment any second now. So somebody is asking on the chat if why is there a backup CPU? It's not a backup CPU, it's a CPU to try eliminate the variance between chips. So they can choose the best of two instead of the best of one. So that's why there are two CPUs. They're not a backup CPU, it's just you can choose whichever CPU is best.
And this is very important, as if you have one CPU and you kill it, you're disqualified.
Yep.
You cannot kill hardware on purpose. That's not going to be working.
Well, here I think it was an accident, but you still can't kill it. So, when are we getting that judgment?
Soon, I hope. Soon. You can see Extreme Addict is already preparing for next round, so who knows? Who knows?
I wonder if he's going to try to figure out why Y Cruncher wasn't running.
Alright guys, we're gonna have to take a short break and wait for the judge. Or actually, I will just go check with Mr. Christian Lee, the judge here, to see if he has a new development on the issue. I will let you guys in the end of Build Zoid.
Well, leave them in my hands. I'm irresponsible.
Yeah,
I'm bad at being an adult. So, yeah, I guess ask questions on the chat right now. I'll be waiting for that decision time soon, and you can see Dr. Weeze messing around with the stream. What? Yeah, it's not on the output, so you're not actually getting to see that, but he is messing around here in the stream booth, so. And it looks like, do we have judgment?
We will have a judgment very soon. Let's see if we have
We've been saying that there will be a soon one. Saying there would be a... And now we're on the output. I thought dead CPUs were disqualifications. That wouldn't make sense in a sudden death. That would be like...
So we're gonna wait for Christian. Actually, we're gonna wait for Paolo to come back. Les juges se sont concertés et qu'ils vont. The judges did. The judge did discuss, and they will announce what is the outcome of this match.
Wait, they've decided? Or
They have decided. Now Paolo and Extrematic have to be next to each other with the judge in the middle, and we're gonna tune in to Mr. Christian May that will announce the final judgment. Whoa! What a surprise! What a surprise! What a surprise!
Well, it is the rules. You can't kill hardware because there's disqualifications for dead chips.
That is so surprising.
You gotta
That's crazy. I mean, XA is now getting to the final. Pishiagashi is relegated back to the fourth place because he killed his CPU. Wow, that is actually he had score. He had score. He could have kept it saved, but sadly it killed it. So he get disqualified for that. Wow, what a big surprise here. See, the rules that prevail here is if you kill your CPU, you're disqualified. That happens to DSLRI, the guy from the ROG camp that was a newcomer and an outsider here, and that happens again here in semi-final with Paolo. That's going to be very, very interesting to see. So that means Dr. Wiz is third as well. So we already know who is Dr. Wiz.
Because we won't have a bronze match.
So we won't have a bronze match. Can we do like a show-off match just for fun?
I want a match. I wanna.
Because right now we're just gonna wait for the final, right?
I wanna. I'm not gonna be allowed.
So the final. Yep. Disqualified. And this is the final results. We do have Paolo that is sadly disqualified because he killed his CPU. This is the rules, you cannot kill hardware. Is now, so Pishiagashi, Paolo is 4th in the ranking. That makes Dr. Wiz number 3 in the ranking. This is already defined. And we're gonna have a worldwide final of the HWBOT World Championship. And this is gonna be Extreme Addict against Mark0053. That's gonna be a super tight battle. I know Mark0053 will be, maybe a little bit more stressed to go against Extreme Addict because he didn't want to go against him.
But hey, there's still a chance of White Cruncher. So honestly, I think everybody now knows if they go against Extreme Addict, it's just White Cruncher, White Cruncher, White Cruncher. I need White Cruncher.
Whoa, what a surprise. So we're gonna take a short break and come back with you guys with the final of the HWBOT World Championship 2016. We're here in Berlin, Germany, and that's gonna be very soon. Don't forget, until the next segment, you can always ask your question on the live chat. And until next time, keep pushing it. Welcome back everyone to the HWBOT World Championship 2016. What a day, what a day. We had the qualifier early this morning and then we end up in the quarterfinals and the semi-final full of surprise. We just finished the match between Paolo Shiagashi against Extreme Addict. Paolo managed to submit a score, but actually, sadly, he did kill his CPU, so he's disqualified. So he's going to be finishing 4th of this HWBOT World Championship. And Extreme Addict is accessing the final without having any score in the semi-final. This is completely crazy. That never happened anytime before.
And there's a simple reason for why this works. We have rules against killing hardware. If you kill hardware, you get disqualified. There's no rule saying you can't. You have to submit a score. So as of right now, he hasn't done a rule violation. We don't like. The judge basically decided, yep, it's not a rule violation. It's fine. Right now, pretty much the top, a lot of the top guys are trying to figure out why it is that Extreme Addict system can't get Y-Cruncher running. They've tried so far pretty much everything. 2 different motherboards, 3 sets of RAM now, 2 different CPUs, different PSUs, OSs. 2 different GPUs, multiple OSs. They can't get it to run. Yeah.
Maybe we can get the moving camera focusing on what is happening right now, because that's like 5 different guys trying to find out the issue. That is
with a benchmark, yeah.
This is crazy. It's one benchmark. Extreme Addict says he was using the same BIOS version as Paolo.
Yes.
So that gives out the suggestion that I had before, that it was maybe something in his BIOS that was not 2
motherboards, 4 different BIOS chips. All of them got reset. Pulled battery, reset switch, reset buttons, everything. The whole thing is just
This is crazy.
Also, the other thing is other AVX benchmarks run fine. So it's just Y-Cruncher, literally just Y-Cruncher, which is having an issue. They thought it might be the memory. It's not the memory. They thought it might be the where you right now. They thought it might be Extreme Addict's memory kits that might be the issue. So they actually got Lucky Noob's memory kits on the system, because Lucky Noob got the benchmark to run. He on those sticks doesn't run. Now they're trying Clef.
So now they're trying to make it run with Clef memory, but not the same type of chip. So it used to be AFR chip, and now they're trying to make it run with MFR.
No, they were on BDI.
Sorry, BDI.
Yeah, now they're going on AFR. So this is the same memory Paolo used. So if this works, then that means BDI on this motherboard is broken.
Yes.
Completely broken.
But that would be crazy, because actually the issue is it's not broken.
It's broken. If BDI can't run Y-Cruncher,
true.
If BDI can't run Y-Cruncher on this motherboard, then it means that motherboard is broken, because Lucky Noob has BDI that he ran Y-Cruncher on different motherboards. So.
So we still haven't figured out what's going on. So we need to, because the issue is, if this is not working as well, the bench gonna have to. I mean, they're gonna have to do what? They're gonna have to do a rematch. So if they ban Y-Cruncher, do they have to do a rematch again?
Yeah, that would be. I have no idea.
Well, that is crazy, because that never happened in this kind of competition. We had 7 different events. 7 times we end up in one versus
How many
one
times have you run Y-Cruncher?
Never.
Exactly. Moment of truth.
So let's see if it's working. Is it working? Multi-thread 6. Oh. So this is still a mystery.
Yeah.
So I need to do a special title for it. We are actually trying to
figure out what's wrong with that system, because that is you can't spell. It's
yeah. Are you surprised?
FIG. Wait. And it's only on Extreme Addict's system that it doesn't work. Could it be the LN2 paw?
Because that's gonna trigger a lot of discussion. So the biggest issue now is, will they have to remove Y Cruncher? If they do remove Y Cruncher, what happened to this match? Do they have to replay the match? Do you have to do a rematch because Y Cruncher will be out? All right.
Okay,
So
the
it seems
decision
that
about the
decision is
disqualification
taken.
will not
Yeah.
change.
So they will just check if Y Cruncher would actually get into the benchmark draw of the next match. That's going to be the final. Of course, if it gets to the draw, that means it does work on Extrematic system.
Yep.
We'll try to to see what's going on. But that means Paolo is now fourth in the HWBOT World Championship, while we do have Dr. Wiz from South Africa that's accessing the third place in this HWBOT World Championship. It's going to be an interesting final. I mean, it's an interesting turn of event.
Yeah.
No one expected that.
This is the most surprising thing in the entire day. I think more surprising than the fact that we had a guy sign up to the ROG camp 2 days ago who never ever joined HWBOT. This. It's like
this competition is full of surprise. I mean,
like
I'm glad that only happened once a year.
I could not take this many surprises happening more times.
Hey guys on the live chat, we're gonna say hi to Speed Tot Fastest, Bowen Deal, Go Alexander, Davlen Stepanzi from the US, and Dan Cup, HWBOT, and Dat Onion. Oh god, this is quite surprising. I mean, no one would have expected that. We don't know what to do. We have to wait for the judge to decide what's going on. They're still trying to get the system going on, but it seems that yeah, Christian is going back with the CPU, so that's decided.
So
it
Y
seems
Cruncher
that,
just
yeah.
got eliminated. Yeah. Well, that's usually we'd be eliminating overclockers, but this time it's the benchmark. Apparently, it doesn't push hard enough or run.
That would have been actually more interesting to have these kind of challenges in the quarterfinal. But when Y Cruncher went out in the quarterfinal, Extrematic vetoed that one like straight off.
Yep.
He knew he will not win with Y Cruncher.
Y
Actually, he completely defied the rules here.
Yeah.
So right now they're doing the drawing for the CPU. They don't know which CPU it is, and they will then install the system. So we will be able to do it on the live. We will be able to explain you a little bit more how the system is built up and how it's working and how to install the system. All the other benchmarks works as Massman HWBOT is saying. Different boards, different OSs, everything have been tested. So the only thing that can be done now is remove that benchmark from the pile of the benchmark that can possibly be drawn, and then move on to the final. Build the hit. So let's focus on the final then, as we are moving towards it. There will be 7 different benchmark: SuperPi 1M, SuperPi 32M, Sunnybench R15, 3Mark Firestrike, Physics, Full Out, HWBOT X265, 1080p settings, the video encoding benchmark, and I'm missing one, I guess. Y Cruncher.
I can. Well, Y Cruncher we just dropped. Yeah, you've listed all of them. Oh no, GPU Pi for CPU 100
GPU Pi for
million.
CPU. Yeah.
Yes.
So definitely Y Cruncher. There's going to be a lot of debugging and everything going on around that specific benchmark and board and memory settings in the near future, because people have to understand why it was crashing. This is a big issue, not a big issue, but a big challenge to know exactly why it was crashing. So actually, no one ever experienced this kind of issue before. So that's completely new, and well, that can happen even at the top here. But actually, that's interesting because that means XA never ever run that benchmark before. Like you say,
He still hasn't run it.
He still hasn't run it, actually. Yeah.
He's opened it, but hasn't run it.
He tried to, but yeah. Doesn't work this way. So this the final of the HWBOT World Championship will be Extreme Addict against Mark0053, and as you can see right now, they're already preparing their system. So Buildzoid as an extreme overclocker as well, what would be your process, and in which step would you be insulating and mounting the system?
I don't have it nailed down.
Yet.
Yeah, I'm still working on it, but generally, you know, I get the CPU with the socket. I get the RAM in position. I set up all the mounting hardware, so the back plate for the LN2 pot, get the screw rods through the back plate, get the Armaflex on the back of the motherboard, push that through. Then I slide down the Armaflex for the top of the, well, around the socket on top, so you slide that down the screw rods. At that point, I would usually start applying thermal paste, then put the LN2 pot on that. Actually, no, I've recently added a bit of blue shop towel, sort of in a circle around the base of my LN2 pot. It surrounds it very well, and basically if there's water running down the LN2 pot, it gets caught in that. So, blue shop towel, then the Armaflex, then the hold down bracket, screw it down as tight as it goes. So, yeah.
You have to get it tight. You have to get it tight to make everything fix. The two overclockers today are supposed to use mixed fixation, but XA will not use fixation, and he says like, "Well, I made it to the final, so it's already good enough."
Yeah. Well, yeah, because the prizes for our top 3 are a 6950X for each of them. And what does the winner get? As well as winner gets the trophy.
And the title for the year. Actually, yep. 6950X Extreme Addict already got one in Taiwan. Because he won the qualifier in Taiwan during the Computex.
So he's getting another one.
If he's winning, he's getting a second 6950X. That's a 17,000, not 1,700 bucks CPU. That's a lot. I mean,
yep.
This is like a nice bring back home gift, I would say.
Yeah. So basically, as long as he doesn't kill his system. Actually, no. Even if there was a judge decision, if you kill your system in the finals, you still get second place.
You cannot get retro. You
cannot drop lower than the minimum for your bracket. So basically, here we will see some really high voltages, probably.
Well, that's honestly, this is the first time we are in this kind of situation. I'm very glad that the judge managed to figure out exactly how they wanted to address this specific point, and we're gonna see in the next few weeks a lot of discussion on the forums, a lot of discussion everywhere around the internet on was it a good decision or a bad decision. This is up to anyone's taste, but this is the decision from the judge. This cannot be discussed as a decision, but for future decision or for future update of the rules, that would be definitely discuss. Should we ban? Should we disqualify completely people? How do you disqualify benchmark on and off? There was a lot of discussion, especially in the overclocking community. Is this over-regulated or not enough? In that specific case, we can see that it's definitely not enough regulated in a way that some loopholes still exist. In that case of hardware dying or actually issue with benchmarks. So I think there's gonna be a need for tighter rules as well and stronger rules to be implemented for that.
Yep.
I'm pretty sure that's something we will be able to see in the rules for the HWBOT 2017 World Series. So the qualifiers will for sure have updated rules for that to especially avoid this kind of issue. We will soon know who will get that trophy, who will get this trophy of the best overclocker in the world. Of course, would that be Mark0053 or would that be number 2 in the world, Mr. Extreme Addict from Poland?
Yeah.
So guys, on the live chat, let us know who you are rooting for. Are you rooting for Mark or are you rooting for XA? Mark? XA? Mark? XA? XA? Mark? Mark? XA? XA? Mark? Mark? XA? A? Mark? Nope.
I think I'd go for Mark.
I am behind Mark because as a fellow Canadian guy, but I mean, XA have been showing that he can't.
No, I guess.
See, he can pull this surprise move right at the end.
I guess, you know, I should cheer on XA since I'm from the Czech Republic and he's from Poland, so we're sort of, you know, neighbors by border. So
we're waiting for the guys to set up the system. This will be the preparation for the live final. Alright guys, on the live chat, do you have any question for Buildzoid or myself here? What could be the outcome of this match? We will know in the next few minutes. We do have the top overclockers here, Mark0053 on the left and Extrematic on the right, preparing for their matches. This is soon to happen live, and we can't wait to see what will happen. Buildzoid, I'll let you answer people question on the live chat if you have any. So
bring them in. Roll in with the questions. Somebody on the chat is asking if 13 seconds is Super Pi 1 million fast. No. It's, well, depends on what exactly it's on, but generally speaking, it's not. It's slow. I mean, it is on a laptop, but 13 seconds is achievable on AMD CPUs. Benchmark for the final, we do not know yet. There is 7 benchmarks that could be drawn. They can still veto. So there's still the veto power, so we do not currently know what benchmark they will be benching. We know that it will be one of the either Super Pi 1 million, 32 million, W Prime 1024, Cinebench 15, 3D Mark Firestrike Physics, HWBOT X265, or GPU Pi for CPU 100 million. So those are the benchmark options. We do not currently know which one of them they will end up benching. We do not currently have a timetable for the World Tour 2017. I do not know the specifics on that. I do believe the plan is to publish the details as they become finalized. How many liters of LN2 were used this weekend? How much LN2 was used? Just give me about. So the estimate from Peter, okay, sorry.
The estimate from someone at the venue?
Yeah, so the estimate we got from the guy managing the LN2 is 600 liters of LN2 got burned. And that is because, well, we've had 8 people benching here intensively for 3 days. So that's about 200 liters of LN2 a day. And if we divide it by the number of guys benching each day, that's about 200 divided by 8, that's like 12.5? Yeah, that's 12.5.
Yeah, about 12.5.
So about 12 liters per overclocker. So that actually kind of lines up.
There's a nice comment from D Van Lane. XA should be the bigger man and give up his 6950X to Mark.
What? No, both Mark and XA are getting a 6950X. That Mark would get 2 of them. So 6950X is for everyone if you're in the top 3 in the world.
So we can see that Mark is almost ready. We can see that XA is still trying to get the setup running. Maybe we can get a close-up of his system with all the blue paper insulation going on, like the shop towel. Oh yeah, oh sorry, it was not referring to Mark, it was saying to Paolo. Because Paolo could have been third. We can see that actually this is the screen from Mark0053. He's preparing for the final. He's tweaking a little bit his system. The rule is they have to be above, they have to be in positive temperature before they start the round. This is very important. If they're not, if they are not in positive temperature, they will not be going on in the match. All right, can't wait for this match to start. That's gonna be the last one for today. Do you think I can go steal the trophy?
I'd steal the 6950Xs. Priorities. No, I think he meant he wants to steal the trophy to show it off on stream. Not literally steal it. So that's the trophy for...
Look at what we got.
It's out of focus. And you can't see the whole thing. Ta-da! I should probably be a bit more careful with it.
Yeah, that's maybe the only time you can wear a trophy like this. Maybe next year you're gonna be participating with the other guy. Who knows?
I think I missed whatever he just said.
I say that's gonna be the only time you can wear this, because you can see that's. Oh,
no,
yeah,
they can't because you don't have autofocus.
That's the HWBOT Overclocking World Championship 2016 winner. That's gonna be a nice trophy to bring back home. Woo from Mark or Extrematic will bring it back home. We're gonna see that in the upcoming matches. That's gonna be the final of the HWBOT World Championship here in Case King showroom in Berlin. We can see that Extrematic is almost finished from building up his system again. He's using the Power CPU bot.
Yep, the Beast.
The Beast. Something that Mark is not using yet, but he told me in the during the travel to come here. He actually planned to buy one.
Yep. Everybody's running. So somebody on the chat asked if they're asked if they're running delidded CPUs. All the CPUs being used here are delidded and have Thermal Grizzly Cryonaut applied under between the IHS and the die. And then of course from the IHS to the LM2 pot, it's more Thermal Grizzly Cryonaut, because I do believe everybody gets it for free here. Yeah, you can pretty much use as much Thermal Grizzly Cryonaut as you want. You could eat the stuff. Not that it would actually be good for you.
It will definitely not be good for you. That's just, I think it's not even silicon based. That's other kind of of chemicals.
That was like the whole part of a lot of the R&D is that silicone based thermal pastes. Well, they solidify under LN2, and this stuff uses a different. Oil, I guess you would call it. I have no idea.
I can't remember exactly. I had an extensive discussion with Roman about it, but I can't remember exactly the details.
Yeah, but they have a different sort of fluid to keep it in place, to keep the metal particles in place. So, yeah. That's
some nice close-up shot. All right, guys. It's a nice tame trophy. Yes.
We should get you know what would be cooler? If we had like a LN2 pot shaped trophy, or a Thermos shaped trophy, or a DWAR shaped trophy. Make it overclocking related. I mean, making a CPU shaped trophy would be kind of lame because it'd be a little square.
It would be like just small or big and square, but well.
It'd be just a big square. It's like, GPU could work.
GPU could work, yeah, but it's not a GPU-based competition, so that's like unrelated
to
the
because
competition
we're boring
as well.
here.
Hey, we do have a shout out from the RPC Master Race on Reddit from Uzman Raza. Shout out to you guys.
Out.
You are. People hate me. Well, I get used to it.
People don't know me. That's why they don't hate me yet.
Yet. That's exactly the point. Yet. Trust me, after this event, that's gonna start. And the eight flow of comments will never stop. You get to get used to it. You're gonna to ride on it. On the wave of
I have
comments.
a little brother.
I can understand that.
What could possibly be worse?
So, looking at the summing up what we have seen today, we have seen Mark0053 winning against DSLRI that got disqualified for the same reason as Paolo. We had Dr. Wiz against Benny. Dr. Wiz qualified because Benny did not submit any scores. So that brought us to the semifinal between Mark0053 and Dr. Wiz. That was very close, but you know, Dr. Wiz was pushing as much as he can on the system he had. Sadly, he was short of about 63 milliseconds.
62 milliseconds, yeah.
62 milliseconds. So that's why Mark0053 is
Actually,
in
wouldn't
the
be
final.
short. It wouldn't be short 62 milliseconds. He'd be long.
It would be long
Because you're
just
short
time-based.
points because you're like you have less points, but you'd be long if you're taking too long.
Yeah, you're
Yeah,
right.
so he's long. He was 62 milliseconds long, and that puts him into third place because Paolo ended up getting disqualified for killing his i5-6600K in his battle against Extreme Addict, where Extreme Addict unfortunately couldn't get a score submitted because Y-Cruncher just doesn't work on his system at all. Which is why Y-Cruncher is now no longer a benchmark that can be drawn for the final. So, yeah.
We will see what's going on there. Let's recap on the quarterfinal for Paolo. Managed to be 2 seconds short of Bullshooter and managed to access the semi-final. And Lucky Noob was sadly not fast enough against Extreme Addict. 26 versus 18. That was on side bench, I think.
So we're still waiting for the setup to get working because we did have some technical difficulties earlier in the day, and so we're trying to resolve them. After that, we should be getting benchmark decision and the contest actually running. So stand by, guys, stand by.
We'll see what will happen very, very soon. But for that, we have to wait. Oh, we do have someone on the side of the casting booth, Mr. Dr. Wiz. Do you want to up on the stream? Just up on, yeah, closer, yeah.
Yep, there we go. That's Dr. Weeze. Well,
that was
not here any longer. Was, yeah.
He's gonna be finishing third. We already know the ranking.
He's the #1 overclocker in South Africa, which he still goes unchallenged on that because there's nobody else from South Africa here.
And if you want to see more of his work, he's streaming twice a week on his channel, Dr.Wiz_OC on Twitch. He's having a YouTube channel as well where he's posting his work log. So that's basically every time he's doing a benchmarking session, he's taking an extra time at the end for summing up everything in less than 3 minutes for everyone that either watched or missed his live stream. So that's going to be
interesting.
That's more
know.
like a
He streams more regularly than me, and he's better at overclocking than me.
One of these two is not difficult. Find out which one.
I'd say both.
Oh, come on.
Look, I can't get out of bed, much less get on stream.
Actually, that's true. We had to wake you up this morning. Like, hey.
You had to wake me up yesterday and before
as
yesterday.
Well.
Yeah, it's like, well, you actually are really loud once you're up, so that's really, you don't really have to work that hard. Yeah, and and then as for the overclocking, well, we were discussing maybe doing a show match because, well, there was going to be more matches, but basically we decided that we won't do that because I would get wrecked. Which I honestly I'd be okay with, because I've been sitting here talking about overclocking, and there is LN2, and I have an addiction to that lovely cold fluid. It would also be the first time I get to use a Skylake CPU, so, oh well.
Yeah, oh well, we will know what can happen there. There's some of the guests that is still setting up their the system.
So far 2 i5s have died. If we had me do a bench session, that'd be 3. So we're still trying to solve some of the technical difficulties.
All right. I'm gonna try to get Mark's screen for you guys here.
Yeah, that's what we're currently working on. We're trying to get both of our overclocker screens onto the live stream, so you can actually see what they're doing. However, the system has been having some issues today. It ran fine for the last, well, yesterday and before yesterday, but as of right now, it's a little bit dodgy. So, and it looks like we're ready to. What are they doing? Well, it looks like we might be ready to roll rather soon, as it seems everything might be working. Well, almost working. To the point where we figured out what the issues are. So somebody on the chat asked what my favorite. Well, I guess my favorite CPU to overclock. FX, AMD FX chips. They're easy. They're bulletproof. They're cheap. The motherboards are cheap. They're easy to run. Yeah. So FX chips are by far my favorite, mostly because they're the easiest. Yeah. And
So once again, we have absolutely changed everything.
oh, great! Yeah, this setup, this setup here. So, how much longer till we're actually going?
We'll be able to see that quite soon. You can see some of the guys going to be going
Leaving.
out.
And somebody asked about Zen on the chat. All I can tell you about Zen is I know things and I can't say them. So yeah, that's the deal on Zen. But I'm excited for Zen. But that's because like I like FX chips. So my opinion on something is like, you know, kind of garbage. Yeah. Also, people are commenting that it sucks that AMD CPUs can't run XTU. Well, I don't run XTU anyway because I think it's completely stupid that you write a benchmark that you can't run on half the CPUs in well, on a whole, the only other brand of CPUs that do x86. So, yeah. So,
We got it.
everything is working now? Yay! So we will be streaming. We will be moving on with a competition very, very, very soon.
All right. We are soon to start this final of the HWBOT World Championship.
Yep. Are you excited? I'm excited. I'm super excited. I don't look very excited, but the desk is shaking.
I can't wait to see this final of the HWBOT World Championship. Let's get the hype going. Hype on the live chat. Of course, this is gonna be the biggest final we're gonna have here. Mark0053 against Extreme Addict to win this trophy.
Yep. This lovely trophy right here.
Oh, we do have the two overclockers making jokes around. We are good to go. We got the final decision now. Everything is working correctly. We will do the live benchmark draw right now on the stream. Dear Mr. Judge, we can hear you now.
So we'll be getting the first benchmark. So 32 million Super Pi.
V2 very fast.
Right.
He's making the clone again.
So So the benchmark is HWBOT X265 1080p AVX accelerated, very, very heavy video rendering benchmark. It's not quite as heavy as Y Cruncher, but Y Cruncher got banned because, well, it didn't work for one of our contestants, and nobody here could figure out why. So if basically some of the top overclocker, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4. What? And we're off. Then they're off. There we go. So for the first part of this, they will have to pull down the CPUs to temperature at which they want to bench, and then start putting out scores. So for some, it might be a good idea to also check that the system even runs the benchmark this time around, but we've actually X265 was tested on Extreme Addict's system when we were trying to debug Y Cruncher, so yeah.
Here we go into this final of this HWBOT World Championship here. That's going to be Mark 0053 against Extreme Addict. On the red side of the match, you have Mark 0053, and on the blue side we have Extreme Addict.
Yep. So Mark 0053 just applied max memory to his Windows, and that basically helps run better settings on B-die memory, or so it was explained to me, as I haven't benched any Z170 platforms whatsoever. Extreme Addict. So now we're waiting for both of them to get their systems all started up again. Mark is in the BIOS and tweaking settings, and he's restarting again. Extreme Addict has just got into the BIOS, and he's loading up a profile. He's loaded up a LN2 profile.
Maybe one that worked this time.
Actually, it's the same profile he loaded up for Y Cruncher at the start last time. So it might just be that, you know, it seems to be that it's only Y Cruncher that's broken, so he definitely just loaded a profile that should be known good for all the other benchmarks he's run so far. It may also be just a starting profile which isn't completely maxed out, so he can pull it up in OS.
That's going to be very interesting to see what the guys can pull out as a score for today. It's quite intense to see.
So Mark is now in the operating system, and we will see if he decides to run. He should be. Can't think of anything else he wants to do right now. And yep, he is starting the benchmark. Well, he's opening the benchmark. Should be starting the run on it soon. Benchmark does support custom priority, and just ran it at real-time priority.
This benchmark is basically converting a stock footage into a H265 encoding files.
Yep.
This is the 1080p settings. You have a little 4K settings. But for us here, that's just going to be what we need to look at is the rendering time. Let's wait for the first score.
37.4. Yep, 37.46 FPS. So basically that works by taking the number of frames in the file that needs to be, well, transcoded and dividing it by the time to transcode. So that gets our average FPS. So Mark just used Turbo vCore to raise his CPU settings and he's running again. Meanwhile, Extreme Addict is in the BIOS, still fine-tuning his BIOS settings. So, waiting for another score, and 38.58. Yep, so we have 38.58 FPS, well, 38.58 FPS for Mark. So he's getting ahead very, very quickly as he's just tweaking the multiplier by one increment and running and doing that over and over again.
So the goal is to get the highest score possible in this one. It will go step by step, improving his score. Wait to see. Indeed, going step by step like this. I mean, 5.7 GHz, this is not that much, 1.86, but we have been way more than that. Still improving step by step, you can see that that's a very safe strategy indeed. While on the other side, we still have
we're starting to approach that 1.9 volts danger zone, where if you go much above that, that's where all the CPUs start dying. And we've already had a few deaths today. Well, 2 of them, to be exact. One for DSLRI and one for Paolo in the round before this one.
So 5.8 GHz, moving on maybe a little bit higher.
So we should just go straight to 5.9 gigahertz at this point. And he's restarting,
safe.
actually.
I mean, it's safe. I mean, you need to go save settings.
Yeah, but I would have just run it at the same voltage. I mean, it would crash, but still, it's like,
and then
restarting, crashing, same thing.
And you have to heat up the coolers. So that means either it's too cold, or he crashed and he cannot restart the system at this temperature.
Yep. So he either cold bugged or he cold boot bugged right now.
You can see Mark right there heating up the system. We can see Extreme Addict struggling with his system as well. That's not very fortunate for him. I mean, he got issue in the previous round.
Wasn't he still fine-tuning BIOS settings, or is he now having problems to boot?
See, he's like plugging, unplugging, resetting the BIOS and...
Yeah, well, he decided to fiddle with the BIOS settings at the start of at the very start, so...
We do have right now the 2 overclockers not in the system yet. You can see here that's Extreme Addict view.
So Extreme Addict is now currently having all his boot issues caused by his memory, which is why he still hasn't gotten a score out, because he can't get the system to boot due to his memory settings.
And this has already been almost 7 minutes in that game. That's going, the time flies so fast. Time flies so fast when you're waiting for these
Mark just
guys.
managed to get the system to boot, as his BIOS screen just flashed into existence, and he has the overclocking failed error, which is, you know, part of expected operation at a level like this.
You do expect a lot this kind of error, and the BSOD, you do expect them quite a lot.
So probably going to go into the BIOS to fine-tune a few more settings and then go back into the operating system and start over with his process of slowly raising CPU frequency. Extreme Addict has made it back into his BIOS as well.
Extreme Addict BIOS. Setting up save voltage for now. Gonna see if he can. Actually, for him, that's important to have a placeholder score.
Yeah, at this point he really wants to get down a placeholder score, or at least he needs to see where he has to start from. Both of them are rebooting?
Let's cool down.
Mark 0053 keeps getting the overclocking failed error, which tends to pop up if you mess up your BIOS settings and the motherboard manages to actually recover from them. So, I wonder what it is that he's having issues with.
Alright, we are having side-by-side view
again.
now. Yeah, Mark is still struggling to get the system, but it does have scores. It does have scores. He's at 40.1, and we can see that Extreme Addict will be running the benchmark for the benchmark. Run the benchmark. The benchmark is running! What's a success! Yeah!
And Mark 0053 is also back in the operating system and going to be running very, very soon.
So we do have the overclocker side by side. Extreme Addict is almost more than halfway through the benchmark. There's about 8 seconds left in the rendering. Let's see what scores you can get out of this. Drum roll. First score for Extreme Addict in past the semi-final. Alright, 33.11 point for Extreme Addict. This is the first score he managed to do in semi-final and final.
So he still has a ways to go, though. He needs to get at least 7 more frames per second. That's a lot of distance to close.
So in this specific benchmark, the goal is to have the highest score.
Yep. Goal here is to have the highest FPS. Pretty much just decided to rerun it at the... Did he change settings? Not get a chance to see.
Oh, the benchmark is crashing. Are we expecting to see a blue screen? Oh, it's going back to the GTL to change some of the settings. So he's at 5.5 gigahertz right now. He's
lowering the V-core.
He's actually lowering the frequency as well. So he was at 5.5 gigahertz at 1.7 volts. He's now running the same benchmark at 5.3 gigahertz at 1.6 volts. So he's just making sure that everything is stable. Maybe the temperature was getting in the way. So it seems the benchmark is working. So I guess you're just gonna wait to have the a score and then maybe move on to increase again the a new score from that to make sure the benchmark can finish. And then gonna increase again just to make sure that this is not a benchmark issue like he had just before. And this is pretty much a safe bet. I mean, he's still increasing his score, like 35 to 68.
Is odd. So he actually got a better score on a lower frequency. And now he's pulling it back up to 54. So it seems like he's thinking there might be an issue with trying to run. He thinks it's not stable enough at 5.5 gigahertz because he is now running more voltage for that setting.
Cooling down. Let's drop some LN2 on the CPU. That will lower down the temperature. And now it crashed straight after starting the test. Let me try again. So it does think that the encode could impact. So that means the memory. No, it doesn't change anything. Crash straight away. All right. So what do you expect, Buildzoid, to happen now that both of the overclockers seems to be struggling with their system? Do you think that
Mark is in the lead, so him struggling is not really super concerning for him. Extreme Addict has a problem because he seems to need a lot more either a lot more voltage or is having some serious stability issues with his CPU. So we will see how he will try to solve that.
So we can see that here Extreme Addict is changing a lot of different voltages. The V-core, that's for the CPU, of course, but what would no, it doesn't want to push too high. The N-core so far is at 5.4. He's having 2 volts on the VCCP-LL. Would that something that you should touch pretty much every time you're gonna do overclocking under LN2, or that's something you're gonna try to keep around?
I have no idea what VCCP-LL is. C170, I'm sorry.
Well, you do have to use that one to make the CPU stable. Oh, it seems to not crash now.
Yeah, but it doesn't seem to be running very fast either.
It's at 5.4. 5.4 gigahertz. This is.
He'll have to do that. He'll have to rerun it because it did score better after he reran it even at lower settings. So Mark is also actually starting a run now.
And we do have them side by side.
What? So the BCC PLL voltage, it helps with the properties of the Skylake CPUs on LN2. So it helps with lower, allowing lower temperatures for to run the CPUs at lower temperature. So that's why we can see Extreme Addict adjusting that voltage.
Too bad we can't see actually what temperature they do have.
Oh, we got a blue screen!
Hell yeah, we finally got one in the final. Sorry guys if you wake you up, but this is the game. This is overclocking.
Wake you up, make your ears bleed. Poor headphone users. I feel for you people. I used to watch these streams on headphones, but then I learned that was a terrible idea.
See, I mean, Mark went step by step. This was very safe, but we can see Extreme Addict catching up step by step as well. I mean, we're just halfway through the match, right?
Yep.
Finally, we have two of the overclockers having scores. There's less than 4 points, actually 4 FPS in between them. Extreme Addict can, he can come back. That could change at any point. I mean, if he's continuing this way, that could trigger a revert of the game, and especially since we do have Mark that is struggling to get his system working again. He's still having the overclocking failed issue.
Yep, which is memory actually issues. So he's having trouble with his memory settings.
You can see Mark is quite smiley. Let's hope he's gonna stay smiley like this all along this match. We're not quite sure that's gonna happen, to be honest.
So one of the reasons why Mark could be having all those memory failures and basically overclocking failed messages is because the memory he's using and with the motherboard he's using an MITX Maximus 8 Impact, which is a very small motherboard, and the cold from the LN2 pot actually passes very quickly from your motherboard into your memory, and your memory does DDR4. Not all DDR4 is actually okay at running at low temperatures, so he could be having cold issues on his memory. So that might be the cause of all his overclocking failed errors.
Extreme Addict is struggling with 5.5 gigahertz, so he had to reheat the system.
And we have another overclocking failed from Mark0053, so those memory errors are continuing. Will be interesting to see if he manages to solve them. And another overclocking failed error. And Extreme Addict has made it into the BIOS. It'll be interesting to see what changes he tries to make.
So one guy have issue booting the CPU at 500, the other guys have issue with booting the memory. Can just change the system and fix it for each other. Not sure that would work. I don't think that would be allowed anyway. See, Mark's smile started to disappear. It's not getting better for him. I mean, it's been more than 10 minutes. He's been stuck on this 40.10 score. Still have 13 minutes to go.
I mean, Extreme Addict hasn't gotten any closer since for quite a while now. So, if anything, the faster the time passes, the better for Mark0053, because he's not under pressure to get a better score out. And it looks like Extreme Addict is testing for stability with Cinebench 15.
Maybe
and he also has his temperature monitoring, so he's trying to check if he's cracked the thermal paste on his CPU, which is very possible running such a high load benchmark. Yep. And Mark0053 is running the benchmark again, and this time at safe settings, which for him is 5.5 gigahertz here.
Something that actually Extreme Addict is struggling to get.
Yep. But for Mark0053, those settings are proving to be no issue whatsoever.
Alright, so Mark doesn't improve his score, that was a safe bet, but we do have Extreme Addict.
HWBOT seems to have realized that he hasn't cracked the thermal paste, as he did not get ambient temperatures in core temp, which what happens when you crack the thermal paste is that the CPU will get disconnected from the IHS, which will basically mean that the thermal transfer from the LN2 pot to the CPU will be ruined, and in a high stress benchmark like Cinebench 15, the CPU will be actually able to get into ambient temperatures if you crack the thermal paste. So the fact that he still has 000 in his core temp window means that he hasn't damaged the thermal paste. He's just having other issue. The CPU is basically not doing what he needs.
Again, Mark is improving his base score. Still not better than the score he already had at 37.73. He needs to do better than 40.1, and that's going to be interesting to see that the two guys are now benching. We do have XA that crashed. He crashed, so maybe improving,
and he's cranking up that V-core.
Pushing the V-core, man. Keep pushing it.
Keep calm. Raise V-core. Solves all your issues.
It seems to be another settings.
Also, XA, interesting to note is that he's running very low system agent voltage and blue screen!
There is 11 minutes left. Oh, winky smiley on the blue screen. That's so sad. So Mark is still in this game, slowly but surely getting up. His score is now at 5.8 gigahertz at 1.85 volts. Let's see if this part of the benchmark is going through. Alright, so here we do have Mark's system. He needs to do better than 40.1 average FPS to make sure that he can actually improve his score, otherwise that's going to be staying the same. He's at 5.8 gigahertz, but it seems that the encore ratio is at 5.7. The cache ratio is at 5.7. Interesting. Oh, he's going to touch the base clock now.
Yeah. So basically this means he wants a finer adjustment in his CPU core clock and his cache ratio.
Does that mean it's actually hitting the limits of the multiplier?
It crashed.
That's so sad for them.
And that's a reboot. And oh, we got a flash of a blue screen, but they got caught before we could yell.
I think a lot of viewers will be
very happy
with that.
about that. Yep.
So here we go back to Extreme Addict. Extreme Addict is back into GTL, adjusting PLLVTT, VCCST, but it's improving DMI to 1.5. 1.7 V-core. It didn't touch his PLL yet, so maybe he's thinking that these settings will not do something. That's weird because he did test that motherboard before. He did prepare for that motherboard as well.
Yep.
He's doing a Cinebench R15 run just to make sure that the system is stable enough at this temperature. See, it didn't crash right away, so that's not an issue about this kind of stability. He is cooling down the CPU again, increasing. Maybe oh, it's reducing now. All right. Changing the benchmark.
I'm gonna try to run HWBOT X265. And
so Mark is about to finish his
Mark
run.
just finished, and he has not improved his best score so far.
He's taking it safely. I mean, he's increasing to 1.86.
He's still under 1.9 volts. Yes. Yeah.
He's at 5. He was at 5.5 gigahertz. I'm gonna try again.
5.8 even. He was 5.8 earlier. Now he was at 5.5, but.
Let's see, the two overclockers are running the benchmark at the moment. We do have XA that will finish first and get the average score. Finally, it is working at 5.4 gigahertz. Slight improve of his precedent score,
but not scary. If you're Mark 0053, it shouldn't really scare you. It's 5.5.
Even though for the past like 8 minutes, XA have been improving his score, something that Mark haven't done since
But
the
Mark's score
22nd minute.
could very well be the absolute limit of what that system can do.
There's
That's
only
the
7
thing.
minutes left, and XA just crash the benchmark once again. Let's have a look at Mark's system. So when you do bench that kind of benchmark, like more and more, you do have some special frames that you remember all the frame number, and you check the time. So that can give you an idea
He's
about
getting
where
close, but no dice. He's
you are. 40.01 and need to beat 40.10.
One. Yeah, so he's not far from where he wants to be, but it's not quite there yet.
So again, 5.8
Running
gigahertz, a little
again.
bit more than 5.8 gigahertz. 1.9 volt and core, 1.87 volt for the core voltage. Let's see. Wait for it. Wait for it. Wait for it. And there's a new score coming.
Does it look a bit like the FPS is actually lower than? Oh,
40.33.
he did manage to improve.
Congrats, that is
didn't-
23 points more than the previous one, the previous score.
Yep, and he's increased the BCLK even further. So at this point, he's running 5.885 gigahertz. Well, 5.86, because 58 multiplier times 101 leads to 5.86.
This strategy seems to paying off now, because step by step, even though it takes a lot of time to go all the way up, step by step,
You
still
catch
manage to do
any,
it.
yeah, you catch any weirdness as
See.
it comes up. Yep, 44.
0.07 FPS increase in the final score. That is not much, but still, this is still an increase. I mean,
At
he's
this
doing
point-
very baby steps.
At this point, I'd argue that he should actually not be further increasing the BCLK, because he is at 1.15, and you can actually achieve the same frequency by pushing the multiplier higher, dropping the BCLK below 100, and then, yeah, compensating.
And it crashed.
We
But
might
it
get a
crashed.
blue screen. We might get a blue screen. Wait for it.
Oh! And then everyone on the chat is like, yeah, no blue screen, please, no more. We still want to keep our ears. All right, we do have less than 5 minutes in this final of the HWBOT World Championship. We're gonna define and see who is actually the best overclocker in the world right here, right now, between Extreme Addict and Mark0053. So the two overclockers are here in Berlin. Mark is now in the system. He's pushing very like baby steps by baby steps, but at least he's improving his score, something that Extreme Addict is not managing to do at the moment. All right. That was a very quick reset from Mark. He tried to do it and then was like, no, not set, I'll just quit and restart. Just gonna change some more settings in the BIOS. So let's have a look once again at what is Extreme Addict doing. Extreme Addict is setting up all these sub voltage, but I would have expected him to know exactly what kind of voltage you need for this CPU, or at least for this board. I mean, the CPU they drew it just before the final, so they didn't know the CPU. They have to test the CPU as well, but there's some safe settings for sure. And the safe setting is far gone from now. I mean, they need to improve it as much as they can.
Yeah, so Extreme Addict is getting ready to do a 5.5 gigahertz run. The only issue here is Mark does have a 300 plus megahertz core clock advantage. That's going to be hard to make up. You know, there's not really anything he can do on the memory or the OS to get it to catch up.
No, that
the
can
only
happen even at this kind of level convention, and it crashed straight away. So we can see that XA is still smiling though. He's still smiling. He still think he have a chance in the 2 minutes and 20 seconds left. Mark is having a big smile as well. Alrighty. See, it's quite a relaxed atmosphere here, even though that's the highest level playing field. Actually, the quarterfinal was more quiet than this one.
Yeah,
The
quarterfinal.
quarterfinal, you could have here like a bee going into the room, but this one is more like, yeah, they're making jokes, they're cracking jokes between them. They know that whatever the outcome is, one is going back home with the title, but they both go back home with a 6950X CPU. So it's definitely not that bad.
Very true. Very, very true.
1 minute and 30 seconds
30
left.
seconds. Yep. So neither one has their system running currently. So it will be interesting if we'll actually see any more scores being posted in this last minute.
Mark seems to be eating up. The two guys are actually eating up now. Guys, you have 1 minute left. Go, go, go. Need to push that. So they have to warm up to... So XA is trying to get Mark to burn the CPU. Like, bring up the voltage, dude.
Ah, yes, it is still true that if they burn their CPU now, they will be disqualified. And we're in the last 30
that's
seconds.
almost not sure they can make it. Will they? So Mark says, okay, no more. I'm not pushing anymore. XA seems to be waiting. Alright, so they are both just waiting the end of this round. Congratulations to Mark0053 winning this HWBOT World Championship. Final is now the best overclocker in the world. Wow, what a match! What a match!
Yeah.
We are back here in the studio. That was the final match of the HWBOT World Championship. Wow, wow, wow! I mean, the guys had a tough battle, and they finally managed to make sure that we can all know who is the best overclocker in the world, and it seems it is Mark0053.
Yep. Very, very interesting matches. I'd say I honestly think that some of the previous matches were much, much more interesting and more intense, but this was still a very, very nice final. Especially after the disaster of last match with White Cruncher, with one of our contestants getting disqualified for killing their CPU, and the other contestant not being able to run the benchmark whatsoever. So
oh man, I have no more words. This was the HWBOT World Championship 2016 final. Our winner for this final is Mark0053, is currently #1 in Canada, and for sure will go up in the ranking in the next few days. I mean, look at this smile. It's sure like, it's like, dude, I came so far to just do it. It was a tough battle against XA, and XA had a lot of issue with this system. Actually, he had a lot of challenges from either his system or the benchmark, because that's the only guy we have seen struggle that hard with the benchmark for today. Guys, we have it. Our best overclocker in the world is Mark0053. Would you have expected this outcome? Because, I mean, congratulations to Mark. That was a tough battle. You were rooting for Mark at first. I was rooting for Mark. Yeah, because of Canada. Well, this is not a battle between countries. This is more a battle between overclockers. They are very highly skilled athletes. Of course, guys. What can I say? What can I say? This was an extensive and impressive display of skills by both of these overclockers. As we used to say, overclockers do overclock, but who knows? There's always more stuff coming. And talking about more stuff coming, the award ceremony will be soon. will be soon going on. So we're just gonna take a short break and tune back in for the award ceremony. Thank you very much, guys, for tuning in today. If you like the matches or want to support more of the guys, give us a follow here on Twitch on Overclocking TV channel, because this is very important for us to let spread the word about this overclocking hobby. Until the award ceremony, I just wish you what we usually say to everyone. Until next time,
Keep pushing it.
Hey everyone, welcome back to the HWBOT World Championship. I'm Truthman from Overclocking TV, and
Hey guys, Buildzoid here.
we are gonna be just about to see the award ceremony. This will be live. This will be the award ceremony for the HWBOT World Championship 2016. Everyone is getting ready for it. That's gonna be in the next few minutes and seconds. Once the award ceremony gonna start, we're gonna tune in to the live feed of the venue, so we won't be commenting anymore for the award ceremony. It just gives you a shout out back after this end of the award ceremony. If you have been watching this stream all day, thank you very much. If you are just tuning off this stream, well, the replay will be available either on our Twitch channel and our YouTube channel as well. If you like what you have seen today, if you want to support some of the overclockers, just give us a follow here on Twitch. We usually promote some of the overclockers that do content. Mark0053, that is actually the winner of this HWBOT World Championship, was doing his preparation live on Overclocking TV. Dr. Wiz is having its own channel with a lot of informations and training. He's trying to stream twice a week. You, Bitzoid, you do have a channel as well on YouTube and on Twitch.
Yep.
So twitch.tv/Bilzoid to find him, and youtube.com actually
/c/actually hardcore overclocking. If you do /actually hardcore overclocking, it doesn't work. So, but if you put the C between, then yeah, it'll find it. Or you can just use the search bar in YouTube. That's sort of why it exists.
That's sort of why it exists. All right, so we are seeing all of the overclockers and people preparing on the side of the award ceremony. Look at this! Look at this nice cut the people will be able to get. This big trophy is for Mark, the winner of the HWBOT World Championship 2016, and all the other smaller. Well, that's not trophies. Souvenir, I would say.
That makes it sound cheap. That sounds like you can
All
buy it
right,
in a
so
tourist shop.
this is a trophy. Yeah, this is a trophy.
I think awards.
Awards. Oh yeah, awards. That was the name I was looking for. So these awards will go to the HWBOT World Championship contestants, and it will be interesting to see their faces when they will receive it. We know for sure that Mark0053 will be the one having
With
the big trophy.
throw.
Yeah, and he's gonna for sure defend his title next year.
Oh yeah. He's going to have to.
Well, that's the whole point of all these overclocking competitions. Peter Yan, director of HWBOT, will be hosting the award ceremony. He's getting ready for it. Together, along with Roman, that was part of organizing this event. Of course, Roman is working at Case King, and we are here at the Case King showroom. Actually, there's a discussion like, "Hey, Roman, you cannot escape. You have to come on the stream." He was trying to escape as much as he can. You can see the guys having fun, just removing the stress just before getting for the award ceremony. This is actually fun to see this kind of community going around and having such a good amount of people that share the same passions. So we will soon be in the award ceremony. I can't wait to have it, and well, have you guys ready for it. And it's time to go. Here we're tuning in into the award ceremony. You will be able to hear the sound at the venue right here. Here we go.
Thank you very much. Are you ready?
Sure. Speak a bit louder and we'll go.
This is way too light.
All right. Make this very short because I don't want to make a big speech. First of all, I want to thank Roman and Case King for the hospitality this weekend, where we could host our very first World Championship of the World Tour. I also want to thank everyone that came and flew out and joined us for the weekend to participate and compete in the World Championship. It was quite a long year, but we saw a lot of places and a lot of different overclockers from different cultures, different backgrounds, and I think it's quite easy to say that overclocking in all these different regions is very alive and very well alive. And I hope that you guys go home and inspire more people to join overclocking, just like Roman has shown here at the ROG camp. So without further ado, let's go and give these trophies. First up is Bullshooter, winner from the World Tour in Europe.
Right. Move.
Bullshooter won the HWBOT World Series in Europe. That's why he got qualified for the HWBOT World Series right here.
Open your eye, guys. Yeah. Good.
Next up is Alva, winner of the online wildcard qualifier.
Even though he didn't manage to pass the qualifier, he still got his award.
Waiting for your legendary smile.
Don't move.
Is that the mannequin challenge?
What challenge?
Yeah, you haven't seen it yet? I'm good. You got it?
Yeah, I got it. There's no zoom on the thing, but
It's really not moving at all.
Zoom.
Then in fourth place we have from Brazil, PHX Paulo. Congratulations.
Yeah.
Finishing fourth, Paulo managed to access all the past qualifier and sadly had an issue, a challenge and an issue in burning his CPU down, so he was retrograded to the fourth place. So that's the lowest level of the bracket.
Perfect.
Alright, cool. In third place we have Dr. Weiss from South Africa, winner of the World Tour in South Africa. Congratulations. I also hand you this one here. 6950X CPU.
Alright.
Don't kill it. It's not about
Can't put it
in the
socket. The socket squeeze it in.
Of course, that's going to be quite interesting what he can do with that. I'm pretty sure you guys will be able to see it on the lives in these upcoming few days.
Extreme Addict from Poland, he won the World Tour at Computex. I'll give you a Seasonic PSU, like the one that we've been working with all year, and another 6950.
Oh, wait,
There we go.
That smile.
That's why it's like
Perfect.
Alright, cool. And then finally the world champion of 2016, Mark from Canada.
Woo! Yeah, Mark! Congratulations!
the last time I had a trophy.
Congratulations, Mark.
Okay, don't move. Come on, Roman. Bit of effort. Good.
All right, cool. And then there's nothing else for me to say then. Thank you all for joining this year and see you all at CES to kick off the 2017 World Tour.
Yeah.
And this is it, guys. This is the end of the HWBOT World Championship. That was a pleasure to us all along the year, all the World Tour stop here on Overclocking TV. And as Peter said, we can't wait to see all of you guys at the HWBOT World Tour 2017. Early next year at CES in January. That's going to be the 5th of January. That will be a pleasure again to host the complete live for 2017, and we can't wait to see. Well, I can't wait to show you what we do have in our baggage. To make it even more interesting. Thank you very much, Bitzoid, for being here with us all weekend long. Your analysis of the score was quite useful, and I'm pretty sure a lot of the people, either from your community on Reddit or the new people that are watching us right now on Twitch, highly appreciated your input. I did appreciate your input. It was fun to host the live with you. One last few words for the viewers and maybe the people that know you that are watching you. What would you say to them? Hi, Bidzoid here.
No, it's hey Buildzoid. Hey guys, Buildzoid here. That's how it goes. No, hi, Buildzoid here. Put more words to it than that. I mean, this was an awesome. Like, thank you for having me on the show. First of all,
welcome.
That's incredible. You know, I never thought I'd be invited to something like this. Admittedly, I'm kind of ticked off that there's LN2 everywhere and I can't use it. But I got good news for my viewers. I have 65 liters. Well, it's not 65 liters any longer, but there was 65 liters when I left the UK. So I guess everybody can guess what that means once I return from Berlin, which is where we are hosting the event. So thank you for watching, and
thank you very much, guys, and we're gonna see you, all of you guys, at CES 2017 on January 5th. Don't forget to subscribe to the Twitch channel here on Overclocking TV or on YouTube to get all the information. You can also find us on Facebook and Twitter. Thank you very much, everyone, and until next time, keep pushing it.